Your Majesty, according to my investigation, a Dragon Palace Dragon King has appeared in the 9 Origin universe. His strength has already reached the Great Tao level. Compared to the previous universe, he is indeed much stronger. If we continue to fight with them, the situation might be similar to the previous calamity. In the central hall of the Void Dynasty. After the golden-armored middle-aged man finished speaking, another old man with a fan in his hand reported to the Emperor of the Void Dynasty with a solemn expression. Compared to the previous calamity, the strength of their Void universe had indeed improved greatly. However, the improvement of the 9 Origin universe this time was even greater, especially the rise of the Dragon King, which added another great Tao existence to the 9 Origin universe. This was very bad news for the Void universe. The universe's AI is extremely useful to the Void Dynasty. If we can obtain the universe's AI, our Void universe can give birth to even more Heaven Origin creation realm powerhouses. The Void Dynasty's king coldly said, "If there's a chance, then we can't give up. Your Majesty, this Emperor of the Phoenix clearly wants their 9 Origin universe to suffer heavy losses. For him to be able to return there, he is trustworthy and useful to us. That Dragon King harmed a few of our warriors in the 6 Paths universe. We must take revenge." The Void Universe Country Duke Shining said. His entire body was filled with killing intent. In the 6 Paths universe, they had been harmed terribly by the Dragon Palace Dragon King. They had wasted a large amount of treasures. Right now, there are 2 great Tao-level existences in the 9 Origin universe. If we attack them head-on, we won't be able to obtain the universe AI. The Emperor of the Phoenix has the confidence to sneak in. We can carry out a surprise attack. The universe AI is located at the Saint's side. If this is an attack, I suggest that all of our experts move out. We will go to the other peak races and tie down their heavenly Yuan creation realm experts. Your Majesty, go to the saintly line to investigate. Bring the universe treasure over. The middle-aged man in golden armor suggested. Yes, we can't wait any longer. The 9 Essences universe isn't weak. Right now, they can have one Tao-level leader and another leading his disciples to other universes to break through. In the future, their strength will become stronger and stronger, and the chances of them obtaining the universe's AI will become smaller and smaller. The arrival of the Emperor of the Phoenix is indeed a good opportunity for us. Let's discuss and take action. The Emperor of the Void Dynasty thought for a moment before finally making a decision. I'm willing to fight for your Majesty everywhere. I'm willing to fight for your Majesty everywhere. After the Emperor of the Void Dynasty made his decision, numerous heavenly Yuan creation realm experts stood up and shouted respectfully. The Void Dynasty, the only king. The most ambitious existence. One sentence from him could decide the life and death of the entire universe. The power of the Void universe was also an existence that no one dared to provoke. In addition to the special and powerful nature of the space attribute, no one dared to provoke them in the surrounding universes. The situation in the Void universe. The revenge of the Emperor of the Phoenix. No one knew about the 9 Origin universe. At this moment, the 9 Origin universe was still thriving. The arrival of the apocalypse did not bring any changes to the 9 Origin universe. The group of Heaven Origin creation powerhouses in the 9 Origin universe were also wandering around the universe looking for some information. Wang Xian was located at the Tree of Chaos. Together with the body of the Void Divine Dragon, he was comprehending the power of space and trying to improve his strength. However, the improvement of the body of the Void Divine Dragon did not last long. If he wanted to improve further, he might need some time. Even if he had the heart of faith at the control level and the corpse of the space behemoth at the control level. However, Wang Xian was not in a hurry. Time passed by little. Buzz. On this day, on the heaven-splitting chaotic land in the 9 Origin universe, a bird-type expert at the Venerable Realm was flying in the sky. Suddenly, his body trembled and his eyes emitted a terrifying flame radiance. The aura on his body also underwent an earth-shaking change. He stopped in the void, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. 9 Origin universe, I, Feng Qing Lu, can come and go as I please. Dragon Palace Dragon King, you destroyed my Phoenix clan and chased me away. Shadow Devil Emperor, you guys didn't even stop me. HMH, I'll make you pay a terrible price. You will regret it. As he spoke, his face was filled with coldness. His body moved and immediately flew in a direction. He was once the emperor of the Phoenix clan and was a powerful Heaven Origin Creation Realm expert in the 9 Origin universe. As a veteran Heaven Origin Creation Realm expert, he naturally had powerful abilities. This time, he used the power of his bloodline and instantly returned to the 9 Origin universe without anyone noticing. This demonic bird had the bloodline of the Phoenix. The Emperor of the Phoenix could use the power of his bloodline to descend on his body at any time. The Emperor of the Phoenix controlled this body and flew in the 9 Origin universe. He was the first to arrive at the territory of the Saint lineage and made some arrangements. Then, he came to the surroundings of the Dragon Palace and the Demon Race and made some arrangements. He wanted to bring the powerful enemies of the Void Universe over. Although he knew that the target of the Void Universe was the Universe AI and would not fight to the death with the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm powerhouses of the 9 Origin universe. However, as long as the powerhouses of the Void Universe came over, there would definitely be a war. There would definitely be bloodshed. Even if he could not resurrect him completely, as long as he saw the 9 Origin universe pay the price, the Emperor of the Phoenix would be happy in his heart. In addition, he understood the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was a person who would seek revenge. This time, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was very likely to take revenge for the invasion of the void space. He wanted the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace to fight to the death with the void space. He hoped that the 9 Origin universe and the void space would fight to the death. It would be best if a Heavenly Yuan creator fell. Only then would he have a chance to return to the 9 Origin universe. After all, he was a creature from the 9 Origin universe. During the calamity, he could ignore it, but once the calamity ended, he couldn't just wander aimlessly in the chaos. He couldn't possibly not have a place to return to. The 9 Origin universe was his route after all. He still wanted to return. After using more than 10 years, the Emperor of Phoenix finished setting up all of this. Then, he flew to the location of the Dragon Palace, and a ghastly expression appeared on his face. Dragon Palace, Dragon King, just you wait. This is just the beginning, he said with a grim expression. Then he took out a treasure and sent a message. After sending the message, he waited quietly. Then he stared at the divine Dragon Island with a pair of sharp eyes full of killing intent. He stared at the location of the Dragon Palace. Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Phoenix has sent a message. The teleportation channel has been established in the primal chaos that was some distance away from the 9 Origin universe. Numerous enormous void towers were floating in the air. There were 12 void towers, and the void tower in the middle contained an extremely terrifying energy aura. Just the aura of this void tower was no weaker than that of an ordinary Heaven Origin Creation Realm expert. Within this void pagoda, 12 figures sat upright. The golden-armored middle-aged man looked at the Void Dynasty's king in the middle and reported respectfully. This might very well be this king's last chance. The Void King muttered as he looked at his subordinates. All of you will have to hold back the experts from the 9 Origin universe for at least 5 minutes. Yes, Your Majesty. The Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts nodded heavily. This time, if they wanted to succeed and obtain the universe's AI, they had to tie down the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and the Dragon Palace Dragon King. This time, they had already arranged everything. They ordered the 4 control-level Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts to tie down the Dragon Palace Dragon King and the others. The control-level powerhouses of the space element were slightly stronger than those of the same level. For example, if they had just entered the control level, the space element could deal with one that had just entered the control level and one that had just entered the control level. This was the advantage of the space element. It was still possible for 2 control-level powerhouses to pin down 1 Tao-level powerhouse. After all, although they would be suppressed, they wouldn't be easily destroyed by a great Tao-level expert. Do it! The Void King's eyes narrowed, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. His body moved, and a black hole teleportation array appeared in front of him. In front of each void pagoda, there was a huge black hole. Their bodies moved, and they entered their respective void pagodas. Wang! In the next instant, 12 void pagodas entered the black hole at the same time. At the same time in the 9 Origin universe. Around the peak races, a black hole suddenly appeared. Following that, the incomparably huge void pagoda appeared around the peak races, especially the demon race. In front of the Dragon Palace, there were two void pagodas that contained terrifying energy undulations. As for the Saint lineage, there was a void tower that contained the pressure of heaven and earth. When this void tower appeared, the surrounding space immediately froze. 12 void towers suddenly appeared in the interior of the 9-origin universe. At this moment, at the position of the Tree of Chaos, Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. "Lin Yo, go back." With a thought, he shouted at Lin Yo and disappeared instantly. That's the lair of the Dragon Palace. At the same time, two gigantic void towers were floating in front of the divine Dragon Island. Two existences at the level of the sovereign of the void universe were looking in the direction of the divine Dragon Island. Attack! Without any hesitation, the two void towers released two terrifying spatial destructive forces. The powerful spatial vibrations swept in the direction of the Dragon Palace. In the surroundings, some of the disciples of the Dragon Palace masters who were outside died instantly under this force. The masters of the void universe are courting death. Wang Xian returned to the Dragon Palace in an instant. When he sensed the two void towers in the sky in front of him and the terrifying energy that was attacking him, his eyes froze. His face was instantly filled with a violent killing intent. He didn't expect that there were actually two experts from the void universe who dared to attack the Dragon Palace. They were simply courting death. Roar! 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 Disciples of the Dragon Palace, don't go out. Lin Yo, kill your way out. Wang Xian instantly transformed into his divine dragon form and let out a low roar. He spat out a stream of energy and met the attacks released by the two void towers directly. The terrifying 9-colored dragon breath suppressed the vibration of the space. Furthermore, this stream of energy attacked the two void towers. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, you use treasures to kill us in the 6 Paths universe. This time I will make you pay a terrible price. In one of the void towers, Duke Shining, the country protector of the void universe, saw Wang Xian coming out. His face was filled with killing intent as he roared. Last time, their void universe had suffered a great loss from the Dragon King in the 6 Paths universe. This time, even if they were no match for the Dragon King, they could still make use of the sneak attack to cause some losses to the Dragon Palace. The void quaked in all directions, and the sky collapsed. Duke Shining growled in a low voice. He raised his arm in the void pagoda. The entire void pagoda shook. It was as if the entire sky had descended. A wave of energy was pressing down from above. It enveloped the entire void. Even the surrounding divine Dragon Island was enveloped in it. You were courting death. How dare you come to the Dragon Palace to look for trouble? Lin Yo rushed out. His blood-red eyes were staring at the two void pagodas. Mighty heavenly dragon. Wang Xian's gaze focused when he saw the attacks of the two powerhouses in the void universe. The head of a divine dragon was condensed above and charged directly at the endless space energy. Boom! The sound of collision rang out. This endless space energy was completely destroyed by Wang Xian once again. Two control-level existences. I can kill you once and I can kill you a second time. Wang Xian stared at them. His face was filled with violent killing intent. He charged straight into the sky and attacked the two void towers. Lin Yo, who was at the side, followed closely behind. The void universe is making a move. Two control-level powerhouses have arrived. They are enough to hold back the Dragon King and the rest for a while. I'm going to make my move too. I'll make use of this little bit of time to make the Dragon Palace suffer a heavy loss. At this moment, at a spot not far away from the Dragon Palace, a figure was staring at this scene calmly. His eyes were filled with a sinister look. His body shook, and he walked out of a piece of flesh and blood. His body slowly became bigger, and he turned into a fire phoenix that was emitting endless flames. Chirp! Chirp! He let out a roar filled with hatred and directly rushed toward the Dragon Palace. In the Dragon Palace, the Void Space Universe Masters suddenly arrived and all the disciples of the Dragon Palace hurriedly hid inside. The great beings of the Dragon Palace looked at this scene in shock. Oh no! That's the Emperor of the Phoenix. He's coming toward us. At this moment, when the Emperor of the Phoenix showed up and rushed toward the Dragon Palace, the disciples of the Dragon Palace had a slight change in expression. The Emperor of the Phoenix. They're mixed up with the void space. They're courting death. I'll deal with him. Lan Qingyue was in the Dragon Palace. She didn't attack immediately to prevent any accidents from happening. However, she didn't expect the Emperor of the Phoenix to be united with the Void Universe. They actually came to attack the Dragon Palace. Lan Qingyue's body shook, and a shadow of Little Blue appeared behind her. Although she couldn't break through in the Void Universe this time, she could borrow 100% of Little Blue's power. Swoosh! Lan Qingyue flew out of the Dragon Palace and stared at the Emperor of Phoenix coldly. Dragon Palace, I want you to die. The Emperor of Phoenix stared at the Dragon Palace, his eyes full of hatred and anger. Humph! A stray dog dares to invade our Dragon Palace. Lan Qingyue stared at the Emperor of Phoenix coldly. She slowly raised her arm and threw a punch towards the void. Kuan, fist. As she threw out her fist, an incomparably huge Kuan phantom appeared in front of her and directly attacked the Emperor of Phoenix. Oh? What? The Dragon Palace has produced another Heavenly Yuan creation realm expert? The Emperor of Phoenix watched as the incomparably huge Kuan phantom attacked him. Feeling the terrifying energy on it, his expression changed drastically. He roared in disbelief. Choo-choo! The Emperor of Phoenix raised his head and spat out phoenix flames from his mouth, burning towards the humongous Kuan phantom. Emperor of Phoenix! At this moment, Wang Xian, who was in the sky and was about to attack the two void towers, saw the sudden appearance of the Emperor of Phoenix. His expression turned cold. This Emperor of Phoenix was actually connected to the Void Universe. Buzz! In the next moment, Wang Xian gave up on attacking the two Void Pagodas. He moved his body and disappeared. Teleportation. His pair of dragon eyes contained endless pressure as he charged towards the Emperor of Phoenix. Damn it! That Dragon King has locked onto me. When the Emperor of Phoenix saw that Wang Xian had given up on the two Void Pagodas and locked onto him, his expression changed slightly. Space power? Attack? Interfere with this Dragon King. In the Void Tower, Duke Shining and the rest saw Wang Xian suddenly attacking downwards. They had also sensed the Emperor of Phoenix. Both of them focused their eyes and were prepared to attack Wang Xian at the same time, although they were only using each other to their advantage. At this moment, they did not want to see the Emperor of Phoenix being killed. With the Emperor of the Phoenix around, they could pin down the Dragon King better. Furthermore, they also realized that besides the Unicorn Ox, there was another strong cultivator in the Heaven's Origin realm in the Dragon Palace. This was beyond their expectations. Now, this unexpected strong cultivator needed the Emperor of the Phoenix to pin down. On the Void Pagoda, the space energy condensed into a spatial cannonball and shot directly at Wang Xian. Wang Xian sensed this energy and his body trembled. The body of the Void Divine Dragon carried the Taiji Dragon Disc, the 5 elements grinding mill, and the power of the ancestral tree, forming a powerful defense. An umbrella-shaped energy defense shield appeared in front of Wang Xian. At the same time, after Wang Xian teleported, his main body erupted with all the energy in an instant. The energy in Wang Xian's main body was at the level of Great Tao without the aid of any treasures. As for the Emperor of the Phoenix, he was only at the beginner level. The difference was huge. Boom! Wang Xian rushed to the front of the Emperor of the Phoenix in an instant. What? This is impossible. When the Emperor of the Phoenix saw the two powerhouses in the void space helping him to pin down the Dragon King, he was secretly delighted. When he suddenly saw Dragon King rushing in front of him, his expression changed drastically. How was this possible? How could he still have the power to kill him when he was defending against two control-level void space universe great beings? I don't believe it. Most of his power has been used to defend against the attacks of the void space universe great beings. I don't believe that his power can defeat me. The Emperor of Phoenix gritted his teeth and the flames on his body rose abruptly. Endless flames were burning around him, forming a terrifying defense. Boom. However, in the next second, Wang Xian's dragon claws clawed into the flames. He grabbed his body directly. The Emperor of Phoenix had no ability to resist at all. No, no, no. This is impossible. The Emperor of the Phoenix's terrifying and unbelievable voice rang out. This was impossible. How was this possible? How could he be suppressed by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace in an instant? One had to know that a large portion of the Dragon King's strength was still resisting the attacks of the Void Universe Masters. How could he still have such terrifying strength? Clown die. Wang Xian's face was filled with coldness and coldness. He squeezed with his dragon claw. Death descended on the body of the Emperor of Phoenix. Bang! The flames around him were extinguished instantly. His life force vanished instantly. Wang Xian waved his dragon claw and the corpse of the Emperor of Phoenix landed heavily in front of the Dragon Palace. Hiss! In the Dragon Palace, the powerful disciples of the Dragon Palace were filled with shock when they saw this scene. They hadn't seen the Dragon King make a move for a long time. The last time he killed the Emperor of the Phoenix, it wasn't as easy as this time. Instant kill. Instant kill. And it was when he was blocking the two experts of the Void Universe. Our Dragon King is too strong. He's invincible. The Blue Dragon Queen can also unleash the power of a heavenly Yuan creation realm expert. Our Dragon Palace is getting stronger and stronger. The Dragon King is invincible. The powerful disciples of the Dragon Palace said excitedly. What? In the sky, the two Heavens Origin Creator powerhouses of the Void Universe were shocked when they saw the Emperor of Phoenix being instantly killed by Wang Xian. Just now, the Emperor of Phoenix was still killed by the Dragon King even when they launched an attack? According to their understanding, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace should not have such powerful strength. Since you dare to step into the Nine Origin universe, today will be the day you die. After killing the Emperor of Phoenix, Wang Xian's body moved and instantly locked onto one of the Void Pagoda. The body of the Void Divine Dragon carried the Tai Chi Dragon Disc, the Great Mill of the Five Elements, and the Unicorn Ox as it attacked the other Void Pagoda. The strength of the Void Divine Dragon, the Tai Chi Dragon Disc, and the Five Elements Millstone were already stronger than the ordinary control level. Together with the Linyu, it was already comparable to two control-level existences. It was easy to deal with a Void Pagoda. As for Wang Xian, there was no need to mention him. Roar! Wang Xian flew toward a Void Pagoda and swept his dragon tail across. This is bad. The strength of the Dragon Palace is much stronger than we expected. Duke Xining and the rest felt the energy from the Dragon King's attack, and their expressions changed slightly. Dodge! The other Duke of the Void Universe's expression changed slightly, and he immediately roared loudly. Buzz buzz. The two Void Towers trembled slightly and immediately teleported far away to dodge. Too slow. Wang Xian locked onto Lord Xining's Void Tower. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Spatial-type powerhouses did have a huge advantage in terms of speed. However, this was also seen in terms of the same level. As for Wang Xian, he was at the Great Dao level and Lord Xining was at the control level. The gap between the two was huge. When Lord Xining's Void Tower teleported to another location, Wang Xian had already rushed over. The dragon's tail swept directly toward the Void Pagoda. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. Wang Xian's terrifying dragon tail and the dragon tail that was shining with 9-colored radiance collided heavily into the Void Pagoda. Crack! Crack! Terrifying cracks appeared on the entire powerful Void Pagoda in an instant. After all, Xining Kung's Void Pagoda had not reached the level of the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan. Although it was powerful, it could not withstand the full force attack of an expert at the level of Wang Xian's Great Dao. Not good. The strength of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is too terrifying. Duke Xining was located in the Void Pagoda. When the terrifying energy entered it, his expression changed drastically. His body suffered a huge impact. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood. With a move, he flew out of the Void Pagoda. Crack! 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 At this moment, Wang Xian's dragon tail engulfed the entire Void Pagoda. The gigantic Void Pagoda began to change its shape and collapse completely under the influence of his dragon tail. Wang Xian swung his dragon tail and the Void Pagoda flew into the distance. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is very powerful. I can't defend against him at all. Lord Xining was shocked and shouted loudly. They had underestimated the Dragon King's strength. They had underestimated the Dragon Palace's strength. With their strength, not to mention holding on for 5 minutes, even if they held on for 2 minutes, they wouldn't be able to do it. The difference was too big. They could only escape immediately. The king wants us to hold on for 5 minutes. Use our trump cards. Another Void Universe country protector shouted with an ugly expression. Damn it! Duke Shining growled and waved his arm. Feeling a little heartache, he threw out one round ball after another. The round balls attacked Wang Xian directly. Wang Xian focused his gaze and sensed that the round balls contained a terrifying energy. His body trembled and countless wind and thunder powers charged forward. The wind and thunder powers covered the entire void in an instant. It enveloped Duke Shining and the rest. Boom! 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 Under the attack of the wind and thunder powers, the balls exploded. Each explosion created a terrifying mushroom cloud. However, this terrifying mushroom cloud was completely blocked by Wang Xian's wind and thunder powers. Although Wang Xian managed to block the attacks, he was still a little shocked by the attacks of the balls. The destructive power of these balls was comparable to that of 2 powerhouses at the control level. This was not something that Duke Shining could unleash. It looked like a technological item. Wang Xian thought to himself. Buzz. At this moment, he looked at Duke Shining with a cold expression in his eyes. Netherworld Dragon's Pursuit. He waved his arm and sent a dragon claw towards Duke Shining. At the same time, his body disappeared instantly. When Duke Shining saw Wang Xian's dragon claw attack, his expression changed drastically. With his strength, he could not withstand any of Wang Xian's attacks. He could only dodge. His body moved and he immediately teleported. Buzz buzz. Buzz buzz. The moment he teleported, Wang Xian's figure appeared beside him. A dragon claw was clawing at him. Duke Shining's expression changed drastically as he revealed a terrified expression. Bang! The dragon claw landed on his body, causing him to be unable to dodge in time. Bang! His body collapsed immediately. However, in the next moment, his body started to distort and the surrounding space started to distort as well. His entire body appeared beside him in an instant. Huff! 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 He panted heavily and his face was filled with fear. This time, it was a powerful treasure that he had obtained that allowed him to dodge a fatal blow in an instant. Soaring Cloud Dragon. When Wang Xian saw that he had dodged his fatal blow, his expression did not change at all. As an expert at the control level, it was normal for him to have such a treasure. Wang Yun opened his dragon mouth and a cloud of mist shot out. It instantly enveloped the entire space. Duke Jin Ming, I can't hold on any longer. If this continues, I'll be killed. The treasure in my hand will only allow me to hold on for 2 minutes at most. Duke Shining saw the surrounding cloud of mist appear. His vision was blocked by a huge barrier and he roared with an extremely ugly expression. I'm no match for them either. Their strength is comparable to 2 ordinary control-level experts. Duke Jin Ming's expression also changed drastically as he replied loudly. He was now facing the Void Dragon Body and Lin Niu, Lan Qingwei, and the others and was completely no match for them. Damn it! Duke Shining's heart sank. This time, he was prepared to make use of the spatial attributes characteristic to dodge the Dragon King's attack while killing some of the Dragon Palace's disciples. However, he didn't expect this situation. He couldn't retaliate at all. His breathing was rapid, and his body was trembling. Roar, roar! At this time, a dragon's roar entered his mind, making his head feel like it was about to explode. He gritted his teeth and teleported to the back. Bang! But at this time, a dragon's tail appeared at the position where he teleported. It swept towards his body. It was another fatal attack. With this attack, Duke Shining felt that he only had a sliver of life left. He moved his palm, and a dancing fruit was directly thrown into his mouth. In an instant, the injuries on his body recovered. Run. I can't face it head-on, I'll fight. Duke Shining gritted his teeth, and his body began to flicker continuously. Pung! However, when he blinked twice, he felt an invisible barrier blocking his path. This made his expression change. With a move of his palm, a dagger appeared in his hand and attacked the barrier. Boom! Just as he was attacking forward with the dagger in his hand, a fatal attack descended once again. Spatial substitute. Duke Xining bit down and roared in pain. Bang! Wang Xian's attack landed on his body, dissipating his life force rapidly. However, Duke Xining's body appeared in the distance again. He held the dagger in his hand and landed heavily in the void in front of him. The dagger seemed to be able to cut through the void of the universe, directly creating a huge crack. He hurriedly jumped into the crack. Can I escape? With a move of his palm, a branch appeared and instantly coiled around Duke Xining's body. This was the branch that was the most precious treasure of the heaven's origin. Wang Xian had taken a few of the branches that were the most precious treasure of the heaven's origin. After the nurturing of the ancestral tree, they also possessed terrifying strength. It's over. The branches wrapped around Duke Xining's body, causing a hint of despair to appear on his face. The life-saving treasures in his hands had already been used up. This time around, he had brought 3 life-saving treasures with him. In his opinion, this was sufficient. If he were to really encounter danger, 3 was not enough. Perhaps 4 or 5 would not be enough. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he would only bring 3 life-saving treasures with him. The rest would stay. He could not bring all of his trump cards with him. Otherwise, once he died, he would not be able to bear the loss. This time, Duke Xining didn't expect this result. He also didn't expect the Dragon King's strength to be so terrifying. The 3 life-saving treasures and the extremely powerful spatial dagger in his hand didn't even last 2 minutes. He looked at the divine tree that was wrapped around his body. He struggled and used the spatial blade in his hand to slash at it. However, when he made his move, he sensed a terrifying energy enveloping him. He knew that he was doomed. I can't hold on any longer, Duke Xining shouted at Duke Jinming. Bang! Following that, a terrifying energy descended on his body. His life force was wiped out by Wang Xian. What? Not far away, Jinming Gong sensed that Duke Xining had been killed. His expression changed drastically. He had the thought of retreating. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the rest were not people they could fight against. Now that Duke Xining was dead, he would be crushed quickly. He could not hold on for long. Bang! Wang Xian grabbed Duke Xining's corpse and threw it in front of the Dragon Palace. He stared at Duke Jinming with a grim gaze. Buzz buzz. Buzz buzz. Just as Wang Xian was about to kill him, the emergency communication device in his hand started to vibrate. When Wang Xian saw it, he immediately turned it on. Emergency communication device. Usually, it would only be triggered when a powerhouse in the origin of heaven in the 9-origin universe was in a life-and-death situation. Now that the emergency communication was vibrating, something must have happened. When Wang Xian saw the message in the communication device, his gaze froze slightly. This was a distress signal from the Saint's lineage. The Unity Saint was attacked by the King of the Void Universe. He was no match at all. The entire Saint's lineage had also suffered a tragic attack. Now, the Unity Saint was asking them for help. In the communicator, there were already replies from the Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses. They had also suffered an attack from the Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses in the Void Universe. The capital of the Void Dynasty is here? It seems that all the powerhouses in the Void Universe are here. Are they courting death? Killing intent appeared in Wang Xian's eyes. Without any hesitation, he instantly arrived at the teleportation formation. Green Moon Qilin Ox, I'll leave this to you guys. I'll go to the Saints faction for reinforcements. Wang Xian transmitted his voice and disappeared immediately through the teleportation formation. He left the body of the Void Divine Dragon and the 2 treasures here. This was to ensure the safety of the Dragon Palace. Buzz. All the disciples of the Saints faction. Run. Run through the teleportation formation. We're not safe here anymore. Jump. Run. We are not their match at all. This is a great Tao-level Heaven Origin creator. It's a powerhouse from the Void Universe. Run. When Wang Xian just came out of the teleportation formation, a terrified voice was transmitted into his mind. Wang Xian stood there and scanned his surroundings. The mountains and rivers collapsed and countless corpses of the Saint lineage's powerhouses fell to the ground. More than half of the Saint lineage's domain had turned into a terrifying ruin. When Wang Xian saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. The entire saint lineage was actually so tragic. Boom. At this moment, in the sky in front of him, a white-robed Hetian saint flew backward heavily. Streaks of bloody marks appeared on his body. His entire body was completely cut into countless pieces by the power of space. From the Void Dynasty's king to here, in just 2 minutes, Hetian saint had already been killed once. After he was resurrected through the supreme treasure, he immediately rushed over. In the 9 origin universe, with the help of the universe's AI, Hetian saint was able to burst out with the strength of a master. However, there was still a huge gap between the master level and the Great Tao level. This was especially so when he was facing the king of the Void universe, the king of the Void Dynasty, an existence that controlled the entire universe. If you don't hand over the universe's AI, none of you saints will be able to live. The king of the Void Dynasty stared at the Hetian saint and said with a face full of killing intent. In the sky, the Void Pagoda, which was comparable to a beginner-level Tianyuan creator, stood tall. In front of the Void Pagoda, there was a space disk above the King of Void's head. A pair of pale white eyes kept scanning the surroundings as if they were trying to penetrate the surrounding void to find the location of the universe's AI. In the realm of the 9 Essences universe, the living beings of the other universes are forbidden to travel. The intruders will be killed even if they are far away. Wang Xian stared at the King of Void with killing intent in his eyes. He roared and instantly transformed into the body of a divine dragon. Roar! Roar! Wang Xian let out a dragon roar and instantly appeared beside the Hetian saint. The pure power of the ancestral tree poured into his body and healed his injuries. Ha! Dragon King! The sudden arrival of Wang Xian stunned the Hetian saint for a moment. Following that, an excited expression appeared on his face. Just now, when he sent out a distress signal, there was a reply from the Heaven's Origin creator. They were also under attack. This made the heart of the Hetian saint sink. He knew that this was a premeditated attack from the Void universe. The other Heaven's Origin creator powerhouses must have been restrained. The Void Empire wanted to fight for the universe's artificial intelligence. Just when he was feeling desperate, the Dragon King had rushed over so quickly. Kill the enemy. Wang Xian nodded at him and looked at the King of Void. Let me experience the strength of the King of Void. Roar! Wang Xian growled. His dragon horns were towering and 2 streams of energy attacked the King of Void. Ha! When the King of Void saw Wang Xian, who had suddenly appeared, his expression changed slightly and his expression darkened. You weren't restrained by my subordinates? The King of Void's expression changed slightly. With a wave of his arm, a scepter appeared in his hand. With a wave of the scepter, a spatial blade shot towards Wang Xian's attack. With just your 2 useless subordinates, you dare to attack my dragon palace? You want to restrain me too? Wang Xian stared at the King of Void and said coldly. Boom. As soon as he finished his sentence, the towering energy of the dragon horn broke through the spatial blade and continued to attack the King of Void. The King of Void's expression instantly turned ugly. He had yet to obtain the universal AI. If a Dragon King of the Dragon Palace of the Great Tao level suddenly appeared at this moment, this operation would probably fail. The probability of him obtaining the universe's artificial intelligence was infinitely close to 0. This made him clench his fists tightly as he flew into a rage. You're courting death. You, a newly risen Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, actually dared to provoke me. The King of Void stared at Wang Xian as he roared with a face full of killing intent. He raised the scepter in his hand and the space disk above his head began to spin. A terrifying spatial force began to brew. Dragon King, be careful. The space disk above his head is a treasure of Heaven's Origin. Its attack is very strange and can ignore space. When the Hetian sage saw this scene, he immediately reminded Wang Xian. All right, Hetian saint, settle the disciples around you first. Leave this to me. Wang Xian's face was filled with coldness when he saw the King of Void's furious expression. He swayed his huge body and stared at the King of Void coldly. Buzz buzz. The King of Void stared at Wang Xian with a face full of hatred. He waved the scepter in his hand. The space power that was brewing in the space disk attacked Wang Xian instantly. When Wang Xian saw the scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. His face was also filled with caution. The other party was the king of the Void dynasty. He was the controller of the universe. In addition, he had a space treasure of the Heaven Origin Creation level on his head. A treasure of the Heaven Origin Creation level with such a combat ability was extremely terrifying. Buzz buzz. In the next instant, Wang Xian's expression suddenly changed. He could sense a terrifying spatial force cutting towards his body. Ignore the distance. His body trembled as the 9-colored energy from his body surrounded his entire body. The dragon scales emitted a luster. His entire body was blocking it. However, terrifying wounds still appeared on his body. The wounds directly entered his body. This space-attributed heavenly Yuan creation treasure could ignore space when it attacked. In fact, it could even break through one's defenses. It was extremely terrifying. A fellow who has just stepped into the great Tao realm, I will kill you and take your dragon head. When the Void King saw this scene, a cold and sinister expression appeared on his face. He flew directly to the top of the Void Pagoda and disappeared with the entire Void Pagoda in an instant. With just you. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a sinister expression. His body trembled. The energy of the ancestral tree began to circulate. The dozens of serious wounds on his body were recovering at a terrifying speed. You have the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin. Wang Xian also has it. Roar. The next moment, Wang Xian raised his head and roared furiously at the top. A 9-colored torrent shot upward. The terrifying torrent seemed to be able to penetrate the entire starry sky. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is here. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is here. He is here to help us. That's great. The Dragon King is also an existence at the level of the Great Tao. With the Dragon King here, we can totally fend off this king of the Void universe. Quick, quick. Let's get far away quickly. Wang Xian's sudden arrival made the fleeing disciples of the saint lineage look excited and relieved. The last minute was like hell to them. That terrifying king of the Void universe easily killed their Hetian saint. With a wave of his hand, the mountains and rivers of their saint lineage collapsed and the Void was torn apart. All the powerful disciples felt as if they were ants. They were easily slaughtered. Even a trace of energy would turn them into ashes. This was their doomsday. If they were unlucky, they would die. In a short minute, 1/3 of the powerful disciples of their saint lineage died. It was extremely terrifying. Now that the Dragon King had arrived, he could fight against this terrifying king of the Void. If the Dragon King had arrived a few minutes later, their saint's disciples would have been destroyed. All the disciples retreat. Saint Hetien swallowed the pills in large mouthfuls to recover from his injuries. He looked at all the disciples around him and immediately ordered loudly. Boom! At this moment, an extremely violent collision sound came from the sky. The 9-colored dragon breath crashed into the void above. However, the King of Void was standing under the Void Pagoda above and a wave of spatial energy surged downwards. Two terrifying energies were confronting each other. When everyone saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. This scene was simply too shocking. At the center of the collision of energies, it had turned into a dead zone. Even space had been penetrated. Is this it? The King of Void stared at Wang Xian and said with a gloomy face. He waved the scepter in his hand. Above his head, the space disk was spinning slowly. With every rotation, a terrifying gigantic space disk would fly out from it. Soon, more than 10 huge disks attacked Wang Xian in an arc in the surrounding void. Whoosh! 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 The terrifying disks attacked Wang Xian at an unbelievable speed. Wang Xian waved his dragon claws, and illusory dragon claws attacked the disks. Bang! 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 The sound of violent collisions rang out. However, Wang Xian's attacks were unable to withstand the attacks of all the circular disks. The 3 spatial disks penetrated into Wang Xian's body directly. A terrifying wound was created on his body. Phew! Wang Xian took a deep breath. The wood attribute energy in his body circulated, and the powerful recovery ability allowed the wound to heal at a terrifying speed. King of the Void Universe, is this your full strength? It's just so. Wang Xian stared coldly at the King of the Void Universe and mocked. The King of the Void's own strength could only be comparable to those who had just stepped into the Great Tao realm. In addition to the heavenly Yuan Destiny treasure, his own space attribute, and that powerful Void Pagoda. This allowed him to deal with 5 new Tianyuan Destiny-level existences. This was all of his strength. As for Wang Xian, although he didn't bring the body of the Void Divine Dragon, the Tai Chi Dragon Disc, and the 5 Elements Great Mill with him. However, he had the ancestral tree in his body. With the blessing of the ancestral tree, he could allow her to fight against 2 new Tianyuan Destiny-level existences. In other words, the King of Void and his strength were only lacking 3 new Tianyuan Destiny-level existences. It was the difference of a control-level powerhouse. Such a difference was not fatal to Wang Xian and the rest. Ha! The King of Void saw that the injuries on Wang Xian's body were recovering at a terrifying speed. His expression changed slightly. Do you have a recovery-type Heaven's Origin creation treasure on you? His expression darkened as he stared at Wang Xian and shouted. Hee hee. Wang Xian sneered and stared at him. I just killed a control-level powerhouse in your Void universe. If you don't leave today, I will kill you too. Impudent, arrogant. The King of Void's face darkened. I want to let you know what the foundation of a powerhouse is. Buzz. The King of Void's face was filled with fury as he entered the Void Pagoda. In the next instant, the Void Pagoda disappeared. Buzz. Following that, Wang Xian sensed an extremely terrifying force heading toward him. Ha! Wang Xian was slightly shocked. He didn't sense the trajectory of the King of Void's attack. Bang! A powerful force crashed into his body. The spatial attribute's cutting force caused large scales on Wang Xian's body to fall off. Dragon blood also dripped down slowly. Boom! Wang Xian's body trembled. 1 dragon pillar after another appeared around him. 8 dragon pillars to suppress the 8 desolates. Wang Xian sensed the King of Void's terrifying attack and his face was extremely cold. His body shook and 8 dragon pillars appeared around him, forming a terrifying energy of the dragon field. Following that, the dragon pillars started to spin and cleaned up all the energy in the surroundings except for Wang Xian. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of the 5 elements began. The dragon pillars continued to collide with the Void Pagoda. The Void Pagoda of the King of Void started to tremble violently. Buzz. At this moment, the body of the King of Void flew out from the Void Pagoda. The staff in his hand turned into a pitch-black dagger. The entire dagger contained a terrifying black energy aura. Within the black energy aura, there was also the power of space. World of wind and thunder. Wang Xian stared at the King of Void. The incipient saint wings appeared behind his back. The surrounding void was instantly enveloped by the power of wind and thunder. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Wang Xian waved his dragon claws and directly went up to meet the King of Void. The King of Void's body appeared above him. The dagger and the dragon claws collided. Bang. 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 The King of Void's eyes focused. He immediately began to teleport rapidly. Buzz. 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 Bang. 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 Every time the King of Void teleported, Wang Xian would be able to lock onto the spot and directly meet it head-on. With the difference of a mastery level, the King of Void could not suppress Wang Xian in a short period of time. This also allowed Wang Xian to fend off his attacks one after another. Damn it, this fellow's strength is about the same as the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. The King of Void's face was gloomy and ugly. He could not suppress the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace in a short period of time. And if this continued for a longer period of time, the Heaven Origin manifestation powerhouses from other places in the 9 Origin universe would rush over. Especially the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. The 2 mastery level subordinates he sent were no match for the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. They couldn't hold him back for long. Once the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor came, he could only escape immediately. The surrounding wind and thunder energy can sense my teleportation location. I can't continue to be entangled like this. The Void King's face was gloomy. With a move of his palm, the space disk above his head appeared in front of him. I'll give it my all. He gritted his teeth and prepared to use his strongest trump card. The space disk in front of him was glowing. Slowly, a pattern appeared on the space disk. The pattern was something like a sphere. Inside this sphere, it was as if there was a world. Space lock pierced through all space. The King of Void let out a low growl. His body moved. This time, he did not continue to attack Wang Xian. Instead, he channeled his energy into the space disk. A black hole appeared in his vision. Not good, Dragon King. He wants to use a powerful treasure to lock onto the position of the universe's AI. He wants to snatch away the universe's AI. At this moment, at the back, the expression of the He Tian Saint, who had teleported his disciples away, changed slightly. He shouted at Wang Xian loudly. Ha! Wang Xian was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect the King of Void to suddenly change his target. Furthermore, he used such an unbelievable method to snatch the universe's artificial intelligence. Where's the universe's artificial intelligence? Wang Xian's gaze focused as he asked. It's omnipresent. As long as someone uses the universe's artificial intelligence, it can be anywhere. It's just that I have a deeper connection with it. However, even if it's omnipresent, it still has a source. No one knows where the source is. The King of Void used the ultimate treasure of heaven's origin to lock onto the source and wanted to plunder it. The expression of the Unity Saint changed slightly as he spoke to Wang Xian anxiously. You dare to be distracted while fighting with me? Wang Xian heard it and moved his body. He attacked the King of Void directly. Terrifying chains were wrapping around him. Come over. The King of Void ignored Wang Xian and continued to stare at the black hole. He stretched out his arm and grabbed at the cosmic artificial intelligence inside. Flee, flee, flee. When he saw this scene, he trembled and gathered all his energy to control the cosmic artificial intelligence. Buzz. The King of Void's arm went into the black hole and grabbed towards the source of the universe's artificial intelligence. However, in the next moment, his arm went straight through the universe's artificial intelligence. It was as if the universe's artificial intelligence was an illusion. Damn it! The King of Void's face revealed a violent expression. The black hole was aimed directly at Wang Xian's position. Boom! The chain attack released by Wang Xian was completely absorbed by the black hole. The ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin is after all the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin. It's not so easy for you to snatch it away. King of the Void, your goal today is destined to fail. The Unity Saint's forehead was filled with cold sweat as he stared at the void and roared furiously. Whoosh! Unity Saint, Lord Dragon King, I'm here to help you. At this moment, Julie from the demon race flew over from the teleportation formation below. He swept his gaze across the surroundings, looked at the Unity Heaven Saint and Wang Xian, and immediately came over. Ha! The Unity Heaven Saint was slightly stunned when he saw this unfamiliar Heaven Origin Destiny Realm powerhouse. Is everything all right with the demon race? Wang Xian looked at Jioli and asked, Sir Dragon King, everything is fine over there. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor is currently suppressing 2 powerhouses in the Void Universe. Sir said that he will be able to come over very soon. Jiuli nodded and reported to Wang Xian. Very good. Wang Xian nodded and looked at the King of Void who was burning with anger. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wang Xian moved and directly attacked the King of Void. Saint Hetian's body recovered a little and he also rushed over immediately. Jioli was at the back and a pair of demonic wings appeared behind him. Just you wait. My Void Universe will come again. One day, I will destroy you bunch of reckless fools. When the King of Void saw Wang Xian and the others rushing over, he threw his head back and roared indignantly. He did not continue to fight with Wang Xian and the others. His last resort still prevented him from taking away the universe's AI. At this moment, he had given up. There was no need to continue staying here. With the Dragon King around, he had no way. On the contrary, if the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor were to come over and more heavenly Yuan creation realm experts from the 9 origin universe came, he would probably be in danger. Therefore, there was no need to continue fighting. The Void King's body directly entered the Void Pagoda. The entire Void Pagoda trembled slightly. Boom! In the next instant, he left the 9 origin universe. Wang Xian and the rest were not surprised to see this scene. This King of Void is really terrifying, Jili was also shocked when he saw the King of Void disappearing from his senses. As expected of a powerful enemy who could force the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor to take charge of the Nine Origin universe, the King of Void has escaped. Who is that Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm expert? He seems to be from the demon race. He should be from the demon race. The Dragon King of Dragon Palace is so powerful. It won't be a problem to fight against the King of Void alone. Our saint lineage suffered a terrible loss this time. Fortunately, the Dragon King and the others came relatively quickly. If they had come a little later, we would have been killed. Sigh, this time, our saint lineage has lost tens of millions of disciples. They deserve to die in the Void universe. When the Void King left, all the saint lineage disciples saw the end of the battle and discussed among themselves. There was a hint of sadness on their faces. This time, the saint lineage was too miserable. Phew! When he saw the King of Void leave, he heaved a heavy sigh of relief. In just a short period of time, he was killed by the King of Void once. He was also heavily injured. It could be said to be extremely tragic. If not for the arrival of Wuxia, the entire saint's lineage would have been destroyed. Furthermore, the universe's artificial intelligence could have been taken away by the King of Void. Thank you, Dragon King, for coming to rescue us. Thank you, brother from the demon race. The Hetian saint immediately cupped his hands in gratitude to Wuxia and Jili. We are duty-bound for the invasion of the Void universe. Wuxia shook his head. How did the experts from the Void universe come here this time? How did they manage to come to the interior of our Nine Origin universe in an instant? Jili asked with a look of astonishment on his face. In the Nine Origin universe, especially in the heaven-opening desolate land, they could instantly sense the arrival of a heaven origin creation-level expert. Before the other party came over, the peak races of the Nine Origin universe were already able to react. This sudden attack from the Void universe could be said to be extremely sudden. It was something that even the peak races did not expect. It should be related to the Emperor of the Phoenix. Wuxia's eyes revealed a cold expression as he spoke. The Emperor of the Phoenix? When he heard that, he was slightly stunned. He was involved? He and the experts from the Void universe attacked our Dragon Palace. However, I killed him. Wuxia spoke. The Emperor of the Phoenix could enter our place without being discovered. It's possible that he was the mole. This damn guy. The Hetian saint spoke with a gloomy expression. After the other side is done, let's gather and discuss. Lock the Emperor of the Phoenix out of our Nine Origin universe. Wuxia's eyes flickered as he spoke. The Hetian saint nodded his head. This time, if it wasn't for the Emperor of the Phoenix, their saint lineage wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. After the King of Void left, the other Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses in the Void universe also left quickly. They were already resisting with great difficulty. After receiving the King's message, they heaved a heavy sigh of relief. After the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and the other powerhouses in the Void universe left, they saw the message in their communication devices and immediately rushed toward the saint lineage through the teleportation array. Is there a big problem? The group of Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts arrived. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor looked around and asked the Hetian Saint. Many of my disciples were killed or injured. The Hetian Saint shook his head helplessly. The Dragon King said that this matter is related to the Emperor of the Phoenix. Next, we have to take some precautions against the Emperor of the Phoenix. The Emperor of the Phoenix? I told you that without an insider, the experts in the Void universe wouldn't be able to enter our faction. This damn guy actually allied with the Void universe. One of the 12 ancestral witches said with a face full of killing intent. Next, we will extract the bloodline of the Phoenix. In the future, as long as the Emperor of the Phoenix enters the heaven-opening primal continent, we will send out an alarm. The 12 ancestral witches continued to say. This kind of defense was what the 12 ancestral witches were best at. As long as they had enough resources, their array formation could even cover the entire heaven-opening primal continent. The strength of the Void universe is much stronger than the last calamity. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor spoke at this moment. There are 2 control-level experts from our demon race. Dragon King, how many do you have? I have 2 here as well. Wuxia spoke. The ones from our side are all at the beginner level. However, because they are of the spatial attribute, they are a little difficult to deal with. Elven Empress Xuanwu and the rest also spoke up. In other words, there are currently 12 Heaven Origin Creator-level powerhouses in the Void universe. One of them is at the Void King's Great Tao level, 4 are at the Control level, and 7 are at the beginner level. The Hetian Saints spoke up. Our strength is not weaker than theirs. In fact, we are even a little stronger. From now on, the Void universe will no longer dare to provoke our 9 Origin universe, nor will they dare to come and snatch the universe's intelligence brain. The fallen shadow demon emperor opened his mouth and looked at Wang Xian. There was a hint of doubt on his face. Dragon King, your dragon palace was able to rush over so quickly despite the invasion of 2 control-level powerhouses and the Emperor of the Phoenix. It seems that the dragon palace's strength is stronger than what we imagined. It's just one more Heaven Origin creation-level powerhouse. If I were to kill the Emperor of the Phoenix and 1 powerhouse from the Void universe within a short period of time, my Void Dragon body, Lin Yo, and the others would be able to tie down another Void universe powerhouse before they could rush over. Wang Xian smiled and said, "You killed one." A hint of shock flashed in the eyes of the fallen shadow demon emperor. If that's the case, including the 12 ancestral warlocks in our 9 origin universe, we have 15 Heaven Origin creation stage existences. 15. Senior Dragon King and Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, all of you are at the Great Tao stage. The control stage includes me, the Elven Empress, Patriarch Xuanwu, and the 12 ancestral warlocks. In the 9 origin universe, there are barely 5 Heaven synthesis stage existences. Hee. Our overall strength is already a little stronger than the Void universe. The Patriarch of the Dark Race said with a smile. Then should we go to the Void universe and take a look? The Elven Empress' eyes flickered slightly as she said with a smile. In the past, the Void universe had always had the upper hand. It was the 9 origin universe that was at a disadvantage. Now that the strength of the 9 origin universe had already surpassed them, they could totally counterattack. There's no rush. We haven't reached our limit yet. Even if we go over, we can't kill too many of their disciples when they are ready. Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor pondered for a moment and shook his head. Right now, there are still 2 disciples in our 9 origin universe who can break through. We should try to break through as soon as possible. If they can break through as soon as possible, we might be able to give it a try. Having 2 more Heavenly Yuan Blessed Realm experts was still of great use in the battle. That's fine too. With the Dragon King around this time, as long as our disciples can reach the brink of a breakthrough, they will have a great chance of making a breakthrough. When Xuanwu Patriarch and the rest heard the Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor's words, they were all stunned. They nodded their heads as well. Next, we can groom our disciples. If we can produce a few more Heaven Origin Blessed Realm powerhouses, then we will be able to deal a heavy blow to the Void universe. If it's a full-scale attack, we can wait a little longer. Wang Xian nodded his head in agreement. He had not reached his limit yet. With sufficient resources, he could still make another breakthrough. If Wang Xian were to make another breakthrough, he would be in existence at the level of chaos. At that time, he would be able to crush the entire Void universe. However, I plan to go to the Void universe to take a look. Wang Xian spoke with a hint of coldness in his eyes. This time, if the Void universe dared to attack the Dragon Palace, they would have to pay a price. Moreover, Wang Xian had always wanted to verify one thing. That was whether the teleportation location in Enlai's mind was the Void universe. If it was, he could ask Enlai to bring him there directly. He could stroll around the Void universe. He could also make the Void universe pay a price. Dragon King, are you planning to go to the Void universe? As soon as he finished his sentence, the Elven Empress and the rest looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. Wang Xian nodded. Dragon King, you have to be careful if you want to go to the Void universe. The Shadow Devil Emperor reminded him solemnly. Don't worry, I will be fine. Wang Xian smiled confidently. He had a treasure that could resurrect him. Even if something really happened to him, he would be able to resurrect himself. At most, he would lose a mother's womb fruit. Wang Xian could afford such a loss. Currently, a few more mother's womb fruits in the Dragon Palace had matured. All in all, the treasure that could resurrect him was enough for him to use. Dragon King, you are really vengeful. It's their bad luck that the void universe provoked you. The Abyss race ancestor smiled. I rather admire your style of doing things. Wang Xian smiled. The group chatted for a while more before leaving. This time, the void universe had invaded the Nine Origin universe. Although the Nine Origin universe had suffered a lot of losses. However, both parties had already understood the strength of the Nine Origin universe and the void universe. In the future, if the void universe dared to deal with the Nine Origin universe again, they would have to consider whether they could bear the wrath of the Nine Origin universe. At the same time, while Wang Xian and the rest were talking and discussing, the universe's AI brain was completely boiling. Tian Yuan destiny-level powerhouses were erupting all over the center of the heaven-opening primeval continent. The terrifying might could even be sensed by the planets around the heaven-opening primeval continent. This shocked everyone. When all the strong disciples learned that the Tian Yuan destiny-level powerhouses from the Void universe had invaded the Nine Origin universe, they were even more shocked. The Void universe, under the leadership of the King of Void, invaded our Nine Origin universe wantonly. All the peak races were attacked. This is too terrifying. The Saint bloodline suffered heavy losses. Even the Hetian Saint was killed by the Void King once. At least 1/3 of the Saint bloodline's disciples were killed. Is this the terror of the apocalypse? Even the peak races were attacked. This is too terrifying. The Void universe invaded us. It was too tragic in such a short time. If it wasn't for the Dragon King from the Dragon Palace, the Saint bloodline would have been destroyed. When the experts of the Void universe came to ambush us, I was not far from the Dragon Palace. I saw the battle there. Fuck, the strength of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is simply heaven-defying. The Emperor of the Phoenix also participated in the battle. He wanted to attack the Dragon Palace but was instantly killed by the Dragon King. Yes, he was easily killed. In addition, a heavenly origin creation realm expert of the Void universe was also killed by the Dragon King. The Dragon King is too powerful. The Dragon King's strength is indeed extremely terrifying. He easily suppressed the intruders. In addition, besides the Dragon King and Lord Lin Yo, there's also an existence at the heavenly Kismet realm in the Dragon Palace. It seems to be a Dragon Queen of the Dragon Palace. This time, the Dragon Palace has displayed 3 experts at the heavenly Kismet realm. They're too powerful. Our demon race also has an expert at the heavenly Kismet realm. Only now do we know. The Void King of the Void universe was defeated by the Dragon King and the others. Although the other party's sneak attack caused a great loss to our Nine Origin universe, the strength of the lords of our Nine Origin universe is also abnormally strong and invincible. I feel that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is somewhat invincible. He's too strong. On the universe's AI, countless powerful disciples were discussing. They were discussing the outcome of this battle. They were discussing the situation of this battle. The battle results of the Dragon Palace shocked the entire Nine Origin universe. The Emperor of the Phoenix was instantly killed by the Dragon King. A Void universe expert was killed. This battle result was too strong. In this battle, only the Dragon King killed a powerful enemy. Wang Xian didn't know about the discussion on the universal AI. At this moment, he had already arrived at the Dragon Palace. This time, the sudden attack from the Void universe had caused some casualties among the disciples of the Dragon Palace. However, it was not a big problem. The loss of the Dragon Palace was considered the best among all the peak races. Furthermore, this time, the Dragon Palace had obtained the corpse of the Emperor of the Phoenix and a control-level Void Universe Master. The corpse of this Void Universe Master, coupled with the strength of those who believe in the universe, is enough to improve my Void Dragon body by quite a bit. Wang Xian thought to himself. Overall, the gains of the Dragon Palace this time were greater than the losses. Enlai. With a thought, he called Enlai over. Dragon King. Very soon, Enlai's figure appeared in the Dragon King's hall. He bowed respectfully to Wang Xian. Get ready. Let's go to the locations in your mind where we can teleport. We will teleport there directly. Wang Xian spoke to Enlai. Enlai was a mutated existence of the Devil Spirit Altar. The coordinates of the Devil Spirit Altar were in his mind. He could teleport to these coordinates. Enlai had teleported once before. In the end, he realized that it was not the Nine Origin universe. It belonged to another universe. Enlai's essence was still the space attribute, and he could absorb the space attribute to improve. Because of Enlai's special nature, the Dragon Palace also far surpassed the other disciples in nurturing Enlai. At present, Enlai already had the strength of a level 9 universe ruler. The reason why he hadn't reached the peak of the ruler realm was because Enlai's breakthrough was much more difficult than ordinary space attribute cultivators. Dragon King, are we going over? That might be the void universe. Enlai's eyes lit up as he guessed. Go over. Wuxia looked at Enlai. With a wave of his arm, the Tai Chi dragon disc wrapped around his entire body. Enlai nodded his head in excitement. With a move of his body, he disappeared with Wuxia in an instant. In the past, Enlai had once entered these unfamiliar coordinates, but he encountered a crisis. When he was teleported over, there was a terrifying existence. Since that time, Enlai did not take any risks. Wuxia also forbade him from taking any risks. After all, Enlai's strategic position in the Dragon Palace was still very high. It was still more important in the Dragon Palace. Buzz. When Enlai teleported with Wuxia narrowed his eyes slightly. The surrounding scenery changed. A figure that was at least 100 meters tall was staring at Wuxia and Enlai. This figure had the appearance of a human. However, it was much larger than a human. There was no mouth or nose on its face. Instead, there were many strange pupils. It looked horrifying. Its body was emitting the aura of a master of the universe. Buzz. Before he could react, Wuxia waved his arm and channeled the soul-absorbing power into his mind. Following that, a stream of information was transmitted into Wuxia's mind. Ha! After receiving this information, Wuxia raised his eyebrows slightly. So Wuxia was transmitted from the Void Universe. Due to the characteristics of the 9 origin universe, Wuxia lost the spatial attribute and instead possessed other attributes. In addition, their demonic altar was preserved. Wuxia looked at the information in his mind and mumbled. This was indeed the Void Universe. And this 100-meter-tall humanoid monster belonged to the living beings in the Void Universe. In the Void Universe, the Void Dynasty ruled everything. However, the Void Universe was so big that there were clans born in some places. They did not join the Void Dynasty completely. Furthermore, even within the area covered by the Void Dynasty, there were some clans that existed. After all, the Void King could not win over the hearts of everyone. The Void King did not care about these weak clans. Unless there was a heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm powerhouse born within his clan, otherwise he would not care. Perhaps with his strength and status, these clans were no different from ants. There was even a domain in the Void Universe that the Void Dynasty did not care about. Within that domain, it was filled with killing and competition. This was also a place that the Void Dynasty had deliberately arranged in order to nurture experts. In the killing, experts could be born better. As long as these experts waited for the calamity to erupt when they went out to break through, the Void Dynasty would give them great treatment and recruit them. In the Void Universe, they bred Wuxia, and Wuxia was their war machine. However, none of Wuxia's strength had reached the ruler realm. They could quickly nurture Wuxia, who was at the supremacy level, but it was very difficult for them to cultivate Wuxia, who was at the ruler level. The place where Wuxia and Enlai had teleported over was called the Giant-Eyed Planet. The humans that lived on this planet were called the Giant-Eyed Humans. They were the type of humans that Wuxia had just captured. It's about a year's journey from here to the Void Empire. Wuxia calculated the distance based on the information. The King of Void and the rest had just launched a sneak attack on the 9 origin universe. They should be rushing over quickly. However, it would take at least 5,000 years to fly from the 9 origin universe to the Void Universe. Even if they were to borrow some treasures, it would take at least a few hundred years. As for returning to the Void Universe in an instant, Wuxia felt that it was unlikely. Not every universe would give birth to a special existence like Enlai. If I can sense the Void Dynasty quickly, I might be able to wreak havoc before they arrive. Wuxia thought to himself. Enlai, let's go to the Void Dynasty. Wuxia enveloped Enlai with energy and brought him to the Void Dynasty quickly. He wanted to make use of the time difference to rush to the Void Dynasty. He wanted to make the Void Dynasty pay a terrible price. Just as Wuxia was flying towards the Void Dynasty, It was about a few years away from the Nine Origin universe. The King of Void and the rest were floating in the void. Beside them, void towers were emitting terrifying energy. The King of Void stood on top of a void tower and swept his subordinates with a gloomy expression. "What's going on at the Dragon Palace? Where's Duke Shining?" His gaze landed on one of his subordinates as he questioned coldly. "Your Majesty, it's our fault." The control-level powerhouse immediately faced the King of Void and knelt in the air with his head lowered. Duke Shining was killed by the Dragon King. The strength of the Dragon Palace is far from what we expected. The Dragon Palace has 2 Heaven Origin creation-level powerhouses, 2 treasures that can unleash the might of the Heaven Origin creation level, and a divine dragon with the Void attribute. This divine dragon came out of the Dragon Palace's Dragon King's body. Besides, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is also very powerful. When I was entangled, Duke Shining was killed by the Dragon King in less than a minute. They are too powerful. The powerhouse reported respectfully with an embarrassed expression. So powerful? The Demon Clan also has a Heavenly Yuan creation-level powerhouse. He is not in our calculations. The warrior in golden armor frowned and said from the side, "If that's the case, the overall strength of this 9 Origin universe is already a little stronger than us." Another Heaven Origin creation realm warrior at the control level said with a frown. The Void King's expression was extremely ugly when he heard that. How can this 9 Origin universe improve so quickly? We've already improved enough this time. This 9 Origin universe, a Tianyuan creator said in a deep voice. His expression was ugly. The King of Void's expression was extremely ugly. If he was defeated this time, there might not be a next time. "Let's go back first," he said in a deep voice. He entered the Void Pagoda and immediately flew towards the Void universe. His subordinates immediately followed. A year passed very quickly. In a void space in the void space, Wang Xian was flying at a high speed with dark ferocity. In a year's time, Wang Xian avoided life planets one by one. Along the way, he met some experts from the void space. Under his sole control, Wang Xian obtained more information about the Void Dynasty. The Palace of the Void Dynasty was located at the center of the void space. This was the place with the densest spatial attribute. Dozens of planets were transformed into an incomparably huge palace of the Void Dynasty. The strongest army and the most elite forces of the Void universe were gathered there. Wang Xian flew in the direction of the Void Dynasty. Not long after, an incomparably huge palace appeared in his line of sight. There were also a large number of strong disciples entering and exiting from the surrounding areas. These were all the royal disciples of the Void Dynasty. The entire palace of the Void Dynasty was abnormally huge. He stood at the center of the Void universe as though he was overlooking the entire universe. Wang Xian looked at the palace of the Void Dynasty with a shocked expression on his face. The scale and power of the Void Dynasty far exceeded the 10 dragon palaces. The energy whirlpool in the space was condensing in the sky. The entire Void Dynasty didn't seem to come from this layer of space. Instead, it seemed to be in a deeper layer of space. On both sides of the entrance of the palace of the Void Dynasty, there were rows of soldiers. The uniform armor of these soldiers were all existences at the ruler realm. With a glance, there were tens of thousands of them. None of them were lower than the ruler realm. At the entrance of the Dynasty Palace, a flag was fluttering. The flag was made of powerful treasures. It stood in the sky and was fluttering rhythmically. There was a terrifying aura contained on it. Wang Xian had no doubt that if a Heaven's Origin strong cultivator charged over directly, he would be suppressed by the flag. This was not the power of the flag itself, but the power of the entire palace of the dynasty. The entire palace of the dynasty was built on a large number of planets. It contained the energy of the planets. This energy was condensed together and transmitted to the flag. It could erupt with a vast amount of power. Wang Xian watched from afar. His face revealed a look of shock. At least, the Dragon Palace didn't have this ability. His eyes flickered as he sized up the entire palace of the Void Dynasty. What a powerful force! I feel that even if there are no powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin realm guarding the palace, even if a control-level powerhouse of the Heaven's Origin realm stepped into the palace, he would still be able to withstand it. Wang Xian mumbled. This palace of the Void Dynasty was far more powerful than what he could see. According to his perception with his Void Dragon body, this palace of the Void Dynasty was in another dimension. In this dimension, there were all sorts of complicated dimensions. Ordinary powerhouses who had just entered the Heaven's Origin manifestation realm would immediately get lost inside and suffer from terrifying attacks. Even if a control-level expert were to barge in, they would still be trapped. In the Void universe, their usage of space power had already reached a terrifying level. They really have an extremely deep foundation. If the King of Void was here, the entire palace would be even more terrifying. Wang Xian spoke. He thought of the King of Void's Heaven Origin Creation Treasure. It was a space attribute Heaven Creation Attack Treasure. With all his trump cards, Wang Xian would only have an additional fighting strength at the initial Heaven Creation level if he were to fight against the King of Void. The gap between them was very small. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to sneak in, Wang Xian thought to himself. He concealed himself and flew towards the palace of the Void Dynasty. All the way to the entrance, the surrounding Void universe could not sense his existence at all. Looking at an invisible energy in front of him, Wang Xian walked straight into the palace. Buzz. When he entered the palace, the flag of the Void Dynasty that was not far away trembled slightly. Following that, Wang Xian sensed a powerful spatial force enveloping him. The commotion here immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding soldiers. Be careful. There's an intruder. An expert at the peak of the Dominator realm focused his gaze and immediately looked in the direction where the spatial energy was locked onto. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The rest of the soldiers held their weapons and stared at him. Humph! Wang Xian felt the energy that was attacking him and his gaze turned cold. This force was indeed powerful, but it was not enough to hurt him. His gaze focused. An array of light burst out from his dragon eyes. He slashed directly at the flag of the Void Empire. Bang! Under the powerful force, the flag of the Void Empire was directly cut off. At the same time, Wang Xian revealed himself. His gaze swept across the powerful disciples in the surrounding Void universe, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The Void space has intruded into my 9 origin universe and killed countless disciples. It is impolite to not reciprocate. Today, the Dragon King is here to kill. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the powerful disciples in the 2 sides of the Void space and waved his arm. Buzz. A wave of energy directly killed more than 10,000 masters in the ruler realm on both sides. Their corpses were directly collected by Wang Xian. Following that, Wang Xian walked into the palace of the Void Dynasty. Buzz. As soon as he stepped into the palace, Wang Xian felt the scene around him change. It was as if he had entered another dimension. This dimension was boundless. The palace building just now had completely disappeared. Break! Wang Xian shouted in a low voice. Roar! He growled and immediately transformed into the body of a divine dragon. The surrounding space collapsed and the palace of the Void Dynasty appeared in his sight. At the same time, Wang Xian's gigantic divine dragon body was revealed in the sky above the palace of the Void Dynasty. The sudden appearance of the gigantic divine dragon immediately attracted the attention of the entire army in the palace of the Void Dynasty. The expressions of the experts changed drastically when they saw Wang Xian appearing. There's an enemy invasion. All experts defend against the external enemies. An expert at the peak of the ruler realm immediately flew to the sky and roared loudly. His voice spread throughout the entire palace. Let's end this quickly. Wang Xian focused his gaze and scanned his surroundings with his dragon eyes. An incomparably violent aura was emitted from his body. Roar! 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 Wang Xian let out a wild roar and opened his dragon mouth. A wave of dragon breath gushed forward directly. All the buildings and all the defenses collapsed instantly under Wang Xian's attack. On his body, the 5 elements millstone, the Tai Chi dragon disc, and the body of the Void divine dragon charged forward. They locked onto the powerful disciples of the Void universe and were prepared to slaughter them wantonly. This time, the King of Void and the rest had slaughtered a large number of powerful disciples from the 9 origin universe. Wang Xian wanted them to pay the price. Pay a tragic price. His dragon eyes swept across the area. He could sense that in front of the palace, more than 200,000 strong disciples from the void universe in the ruler realm were gathering rapidly. He swayed his incomparably huge body and flew over in an instant. Although the palace of the Void Dynasty was incomparably huge, it only took Wuxia less than 10 seconds to fly from one side to the other. Before the army of the Void Dynasty had gathered, the Dragon King had already arrived above them. Oh no, it's an expert at the Heaven's Fate level. Moreover, the defense of our Void Dynasty's palace is actually useless against him. The other party's strength is extremely terrifying. An expert from the Void Dynasty's royal family shouted in horror when he saw Wuxia flying over instantly. The experts of the Void Dynasty did not know how powerful the palace was. However, they had heard from the seniors of the royal family that it could withstand a heaven origin creation level existence. Now, they saw that the defense and attack system of the palace was completely useless against this intruder. This made them extremely terrified. This is a divine dragon from the 9 origin universe. The divine dragon recorded in the records of our royal family. An expert from the royal family stared at Wuxia. Sensing this terrifying aura, he roared loudly. Damn it! An expert from the 9 origin universe actually dares to invade our void universe. You are courting death. An expert from the royal family roared at Wuxia with a face full of anger. Defend! With the help of the power of our palace, we can unleash a strength that far surpasses that of ordinary powerhouses in the heaven's origin realm. They shouted loudly. More than 200,000 powerhouses in the Dominator realm of the Void Universe immediately gathered waves of terrifying energy and prepared to cover Wuxia. At the same time, the powerhouses around the palace also flew over quickly. Their faces were filled with fighting spirit. Fight for the Void Dynasty. Any intruders shall die. They roared loudly, wanting to protect their dynasty palace. Wuxia was floating in the sky above the palace. He stared at them coldly with a mocking expression on his face. There were more than 200,000 experts at the ruler realm below. There were over 1 million people who were rushing over from the surroundings. 1/3 of them were masters of the ruler realm. This was the power that guarded the palace of the Void Dynasty. More than 500,000 masters of the ruler realm. This number was not small. One had to know that this was merely the power that was gathered in the palace of the Void Dynasty. The overall power of the entire Void universe was still very powerful. At the very least, it was much stronger than the 9 origin universe. Die! Wuxia stared at them with a cold expression on his face. He waved his dragon claws downwards. Roar! 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 Below, more than 200,000 masters in the ruler realm were also staring at Wuxia with cold eyes. The combined space power attacked Wuxia's body. However, their power was like a fragile mirror when faced with Wuxia's attack. All the space power was destroyed by the dragon claw. Following that, the power of death descended on their bodies. This is bad. The opponent's strength is too terrifying. He might be in existence at the Great Tao level. He's invincible. Sensing this invincible power, some of the powerhouses at the peak of the Overlord realm of the royal family roared with trembling hearts. Boom. However, in the next moment, the terrifying dragon claws directly suppressed over 200,000 powerhouses at the ruler realm. They were all killed. With a wave of his arm, Wuxia collected all their corpses. Then he swept his gaze across the surroundings. He swept his gaze toward the Void Dynasty's powerhouse disciples who were charging toward him. Ants! He said coldly and swept his dragon tail across. We are invincible. Run! We seek help from His Majesty, the Sacred King. We seek help from the nation-guarding dukes and generals. All the Void Dynasty's elite soldiers who were flying toward him saw what was happening. They were overwhelmed with shock as they shouted in horror. The elite disciples who were originally charging toward him immediately fled in fear. Hee. Wuxia stared at them with a mocking expression on his face. Could they escape? The terrifying dragon tail had already swept across. Endless 9-colored energy was attacking their bodies. Faced with this terrifying energy torrent, they had no way of resisting at all. Death enveloped them instantly. They didn't even have the chance to scream. They were all dead. Wang Xian flew over and collected all the corpses. The corpses of these 500,000 Void Universe Masters were a huge resource. Roar! Wang Xian let out a dragon's roar as he sensed the energy in the palace of the Void Dynasty. Where there was a strong energy fluctuation, he waved his dragon claw and kept it. Especially at the back of the palace of the Void Dynasty, there was a large number of divine trees and herbs planted there. There was also an extremely powerful mountain formed from the accumulation of void stones. There are a total of 300,000 to 400,000 divine trees in the ruler realm. Wang Xian's heart was burning with excitement. There were also quite a number of divine trees in the peak of the ruler realm. There was even a pond there that contained a vast amount of energy. This energy was close to the strength of a heaven's origin creator. It was definitely a powerful treasure. Wang Xian's heart was burning with passion. He moved his body and kept it away. This pond was obviously sealed by a powerful energy. However, this energy could not withstand Wang Xian's strength. Roar! After Wang Xian kept it away, he kept a large number of divine herbs, divine trees, and spatial gemstones. All sorts of valuable treasures were plundered. A large number of treasures were stored away in just a few minutes. Boom! Boom! Roar! Roar! After some useful treasures were stored away, Wang Xian hovered above the palace. He spewed out a mouthful of dragon breath downwards. The terrifying torrent of energy caused the palace to collapse and penetrated it directly. Countless fragments flew in all directions. The items used to create the palace were not ordinary items either. However, Wang Xian still did not care about these materials. Under the dragon breath, the entire palace began to collapse rapidly. Some of the Void Dynasty's strong disciples who hid in the palace also died under the impact of the energy. Hiss! Look at our palace, what's going on? What's going on? What happened? What happened? That huge creature is wreaking havoc in our palace. Where's our sacred king? Where's our Void Dynasty's heavenly Yuan creation realm expert? Oh my god, the palace is rapidly collapsing, and all the experts in the palace were killed. What kind of creature is that? How could it be so terrifying? How could it be? There's actually a powerful existence attacking our palace. At the same time, around the palace of the Void Dynasty. As the palace of the Void Dynasty, there were many experts entering and leaving every day. All sorts of royal families and ministers of the dynasty would enter and leave frequently. At this moment, some who had just arrived and some who had just left the palace. Looking at the situation in the palace, their faces were filled with shock. That terrifying gigantic creature was like a world-destroying devil, wreaking havoc in their dynasty palace. This was their Void Dynasty's palace. A dynasty palace that had stood erect in their universe for hundreds of billions of years. Today, it was actually destroyed wantonly by a powerful existence. The powerful disciples of the Void Dynasty were extremely terrified. The palace that they thought was invincible had been destroyed wantonly. Some of the royal family's powerhouses immediately passed the news to the Tianyuan Destiny Realm powerhouses in the Void Universe. They passed it to His Majesty the Sacred King. In the chaotic void, the Void King and the others quickly shuttled back and forth, and the Void Pagoda would teleport from time to time. They were moving extremely fast. This failure made them all look extremely embarrassed. Void King sat on the throne of Void Tower, staring coldly ahead. The failure of the Nine Origin Universe meant the power of the Nine Origin Universe. Then this calamity wouldn't be able to compete with the Nine Origin Universe like the last calamity. Evolution needed to undergo some changes. Although the universe AI was extremely important to him, he had no choice but to give up at this moment. He should first increase his own strength and the Void Empire's strength. He thought to himself, buzz buzz. At this moment, a message came from his communication device. At this moment, not only him, but the other heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouses in the Void Universe also received this message. When the Void King opened the communication device and saw the contents, his body shook. Boom. He stood up and a terrifying aura spread out. His eyes were wide open and his face was filled with cold killing intent. The Dynasty Palace was attacked? The Divine Dragon? How is this possible? How can a Divine Dragon from the Nine Origin Universe appear in the Void Universe? A normal controller can't even break into the palace. The King of Void looked at this information with an extremely ugly expression. It's the Dragon Palace Dragon King. However, when he saw the confirmation from Duke Shining, his expression changed drastically. How did he suddenly appear in the Void universe? How did he rush over so quickly? The King of Void's expression was extremely gloomy. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the surrounding Void pagodas approached him. One by one, the heavenly Yuan creation realm experts arrived in front of the King of Void. Your Majesty, news has come from Duke Shining and the palace. Something has happened there. The middle-aged man in golden armor said with an ugly expression. I'll rush over immediately. Damn Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, he actually destroyed my palace. Damn him! The Void King roared with a gloomy expression. He moved his palm and took out a treasure. He gritted his teeth and floated the treasure in front of him. The treasure was a mirror. Pong! He shattered the mirror and entered it, disappearing. This treasure was a one-time use. Long-distance teleportation. Such a treasure was a strategic treasure for the Void King. It could allow him to return to the Void universe from a faraway place. Under normal circumstances, he would not be willing to use it. But now, his palace had been destroyed by the Dragon King. One had to know that his palace had been built for countless years to reach its current size. There were many treasures inside as well as the defensive measures he had built. Now it was being destroyed. The King of Void rushed over, and the other heavenly Yuan creation realm experts frowned. According to the news from the Void universe, the palace has been severely damaged. I'm afraid the king will be furious. An expert from the Void universe said helplessly. At the same time in the Void universe, because of Duke Shining's death this time, he was directly resurrected in the Void universe. Looking at the message from his subordinate, his expression was abnormally ugly. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had actually charged over. This? He sighed helplessly. The successive deaths had caused him to no longer have that kind of treasure that could resurrect without injury. The current him was comparable to the weakest heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouse. He needed a lot of time to recover from his injuries. At this time, he did not dare to look for trouble with the Dragon King. With the Dragon King's strength, he could easily kill him. He had already seen how terrifying the Dragon King was. Boom! At this time, in the sky above the palace of the Void Dynasty, a crack appeared in the void, and a mirror appeared. Then the Void King walked out of the mirror. When the Void King saw the situation in his palace below, an extremely terrifying aura directly erupted from his body. His eyes instantly turned blood red. Dragon Palace, Dragon King, I'm going to kill you. The King of Void's originally white eyes were filled with blood. When he saw the Dragon King's rampaging figure in front of him, he roared furiously. At this moment, when the King of Void arrived, Wang Xian had already noticed it. Looking at his violent expression, the energy in his entire body was boiling. Wang Xian smiled. King of Void, since you dare to come to my 9-origin universe to kill, I dare to slaughter in your Void universe. It's impolite to not reciprocate. The grudge between us is just the beginning. HMPH, there's still time in the future. Wang Xian said coldly. This time, although the 9-origin universe suffered heavy losses. Tens of millions of lives were killed. However, the Void Empire also suffered heavy losses. This was especially so for the masters of their mastery level. One must know that the loss of the masters of the 9-origin universe was less than 1/5 of the Void Empire. Buzz. As soon as Wang Xian finished his sentence, his body moved. An intense energy enveloped him from the side, and they disappeared in an instant. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The King of Void flew towards him with a terrifying spatial energy. A terrifying crack appeared in the space around him. However, before he could charge over, Wang Xian had already disappeared. The King of Void could not sense Wang Xian's aura. His body was trembling slightly. He scanned his surroundings. 80% of the entire palace had been destroyed. All the treasures, divine trees, as well as some precious items, had been taken away. Although his most precious treasures were kept in a secret place, the treasures and resources in the palace were extremely terrifying. Especially one treasure that almost had the might of a heavenly yuan manifestation realm. Apart from that, the Void Dynasty army's losses were too huge. The most elite forces in the Void universe were all at the Void Dynasty Palace. 500,000 ruler realm experts. They were all peak existences in the ruler realm within the Void universe. None of them were weaker than a level 3 universe ruler. However, such a powerful force had been completely annihilated by the Dragon Palace Dragon King. Among them, there were at most 1% who had resurrection treasures. Tragic. It was too tragic. This time, their Void universe's losses were too tragic. The Void King's body trembled slightly, and his breathing was somewhat hurried. It had been a very, very long time since their Void universe had suffered such a heavy loss. Dragon Palace Dragon King. He gritted his teeth hatefully and roared in a low voice. However, there was also some helplessness. When the King of Void was powerless to roar, Wang Xian had already returned to the Dragon Palace under the lead of Enlai. This time, Wang Xian had reaped a huge harvest. A large number of space-type treasures and corpses were a terrifying resource for the Dragon Palace. Just these corpses could greatly increase the strength of the Dragon Palace. After all, these were 500,000 ruler realm experts, and they were all at least at the ruler realm level 3. Among them, there were more than 100 peak ruler realm experts. These were all the elites of the Void Dynasty. The Void Dynasty didn't expect their losses to be so tragic. They would never have thought that their safest palace would suffer such a terrifying attack. However, it's a pity that the treasures obtained this time are useless to the Dragon Palace. They are going to sell them off. Wang Xian mumbled. A large number of divine herbs, divine trees, and gemstones with spatial attributes were simply too much. These resources were huge. However, the Dragon Palace could not use them. There is one treasure that I can cultivate. If I can upgrade it, my Void Dragon body will also have a powerful treasure that can greatly enhance my strength. As Wang Xian spoke, he moved his palm and a spatial attribute pool appeared in front of him. This was a pool that stored the power of space. The power of space in the pool flowed like half of a liquid. The entire pool was 10,000 meters in size and could be even bigger. It was a pity that this pool of space absorbed the power of space and turned into a liquid. When the liquid in the pool was full, it would possess the power of the heaven's origin creation realm. Such a treasure would be an exceptionally powerful existence in any universe. It must have been obtained by the King of Void, who had obtained a huge opportunity. A treasure that was comparable to the Tian Yuan Blessed Realm could be said to be the best other than the Tian Yuan Blessed Supreme Treasure. It was just like Wang Xian's 5 Elements Grinding Mill and the Tai Chi Dragon Plate. However, such a treasure had a flaw. This flaw also caused them to never be able to compare to the Tian Yuan Blessed Supreme Treasure. That was, they were already at their limit when they were upgraded to the Heaven's Origin Creation stage. At most, they could be comparable to an initial Heaven's Origin Creation stage powerhouse. Even so, this was a treasure that could drive a Heaven's Origin Creation stage powerhouse crazy. This was much more powerful than the fragments of the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin Creation stage. This pond should only take a few billion years to reach the Heaven's Origin Creation stage. Wang Xian looked at it and calculated in his heart. He hesitated for a moment and threw a large number of space gemstones into the pool. Buzz. Pieces of space gemstones landed on the surface and were slowly assimilated by the space power in the pool, turning into some liquid. It can be accelerated. Wang Xian's eyes lit up when he saw that. He threw a large number of space gemstones into the pool. This method of his was a very extravagant act. It could even be said to be a very wasteful act. This was because this pool could automatically absorb the power of space and slowly condense it into liquid energy. It would only take a few billion years for it to transform. The space gems that Wang Xian threw into the pool were all in the ruler realm. Every single one of them was extremely precious. In the Void universe, this was also the top-grade space godstone that the ruler realm experts hoped to obtain. To the Heaven Origin Blessed Realm experts, time was of the lowest value. Therefore, the King of Void did not use the space stones to create this space pool. It was too wasteful. These space god stones could be used to create other treasures. However, to Wang Xian, these space god stones were just stones. They were not of much use to his void dragon body. To the disciples of the Dragon Palace, they were useless as well. Therefore, he decided to throw them directly into this space pool. It would be best if the space pool could be upgraded within a few 100 million years. I should be able to shorten the time by a few billion years. Wang Xian threw all the divine stones into the pool as he muttered to himself. It was because he had obtained too many space divine stones this time around. Let's call it the Void Dragon Pool in the future. A smile appeared on his face. His gains this time around were simply too great. In the following period of time, the 9 origin universe had completely calmed down. After this incident, all the living beings in the 9 origin universe had also realized the terror of the calamity. Even the saints' bloodline, which was as powerful as a pinnacle race, had lost 1/3 of their powerful disciples in a single disaster. This was a very terrifying thing. However, the counterattack of the 9 origin universe this time had completely shocked the Void universe. It even shocked some of the surrounding universes. The apocalypse had already begun for hundreds of millions of years, and all the major universes were also investigating the news. Although some universes were not strong and did not have the intention of invading other universes. However, they would still gather some information to prevent the surrounding universes from invading them. If there was an invasion from the surrounding universes, they would also find a way to deal with it. The strength of the 9 origin universe was also discovered by some of the surrounding universes. This made their hearts tremble. They were filled with fear, afraid that the 9 origin universe would suddenly attack them. The peaceful days continued. Wang Xian did not stay idle. The body of the Void Divine Dragon absorbed the heart of faith at the control level. He was absorbing the corpses of the control level experts in the Void universe. He was in the process of upgrading. It was very difficult to upgrade when one reached the Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm. Usually, it would take tens of billions of years to upgrade one step. However, Wang Xian had too many resources. Which beginner-level Heaven Origin creator could use the corpse of a control-level powerhouse to upgrade? No. Not to mention that he had the help of the Heart of Faith. This made the strength of Wang Xian's Void Dragon body increase bit by bit. After 200 million years, the Void Dragon body trembled slightly. It had upgraded. From the weakest beginner level, it had reached the veteran beginner level. In addition to the special properties of the space attribute, Wang Xian's body of the Void Dragon was comparable to the weakest control level. In other words, it was the strength of the Elven Empress and the rest. That's not right. The Void Dragon pool is about to be upgraded to the Heaven's Origin creation level. When that happens, my strength will increase a little more. Wang Xian looked at the situation of the Void Dragon pool. In less than 1,000,000 years, he would definitely be able to improve. This was an upgrade in exchange for resources. If other strong cultivators of the Heaven's Origin realm saw this, they would definitely be heartbroken. They couldn't bear to waste it like this. 1,000,000 years passed very quickly. The Void Dragon pool had gotten an upgrade as promised. Wang Xian sensed his own strength. Currently, he could fight against a strong cultivator who had just stepped into the Great Tao level. In addition, he could fight against the 8 weakest cultivators of the Heaven's Origin realm. In other words, he was at level 17. As long as Wang Xian improved a little more, he would be able to fight against 2 existences at the Great Tao level. His strength was already extremely terrifying. It's time for me to go out and take a look. The increase in his strength once again gave Wang Xian the idea of going out. In Wang Xian's opinion, it was a little difficult for him to increase the strength of a Heaven's Origin creator. His body of the Void Divine Dragon had absorbed the corpses of 2 control-level powerhouses before he managed to achieve a breakthrough. In order to achieve a rapid breakthrough, he would need even more resources. In fact, he would even need a lot of time. He was prepared to go to other universes to see if he could find some opportunities. Buzz. Just as Wang Yun was thinking about where to go, the Hetian Saint suddenly sent him a message. After seeing this message, his eyes flickered slightly. Dragon King. The Hetian Saint is here. Not long after, Prime Minister Gui reported. Yes, please come in, the Hetian Sage. Wang Xian nodded. After the battle with the Void Universe, the position of the Dragon Palace had improved tremendously in the Nine Origin universe. Now all the strong disciples knew that the Dragon Palace was the most powerful existence in the Nine Origin universe. There were already 3 Heaven Origin creation-level existences. The strength of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was even more terrifying. Now, there were experts who guessed that he might be much stronger than the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor. Now that Saint Hetien had come to the Dragon Palace, he had to inform and report in advance. Unknowingly, Wang Xian's status in the Nine Origin universe was already very high. Dragon King. Greetings, Dragon King. Saint Hetien arrived with a disciple of the saint's lineage by his side. Wang Xian knew this disciple, the scholar. Back then, he was competing with Queen of Floating Water and the rest for the last water elemental disciple in the Nine Origin universe. Now, he should be able to achieve a breakthrough. Saint of Unity. Is this disciple of your saint's lineage about to achieve a breakthrough? Wang Xian gave them a seat and asked Saint of Unity. Yes, Dragon King. I have found a suitable universe. The Hetien sage nodded his head and said, the sky-absorbing universe is a universe with 2 cultivators in the Heaven's Origin realm. However, the 2 powerhouses in this universe have the ability to control the universe. No problem. I have time now. I can set off immediately. Wang Xian nodded his head. In his opinion, the strength of this universe was not strong. There was no big problem. Thank you, Dragon King. Let's set off as soon as possible. Thank you, Dragon King, for protecting the way. Saint Hetien stood up and cupped his hands to express his gratitude. The scholar even knelt on the ground. No need. Get up. We will rush over immediately. Wang Xian waved his hand. A wave of energy enveloped Saint Hetien and the scholar. Saint Hetien, show us the way. He opened his mouth and led them out. Wang Xian's current strength was not something that Saint Hetien could compare to in terms of speed. Therefore, in order to save time, it was the best choice for him to lead them out. Dragon King, in that direction, it's about a few thousand years away from our Nine Origin universe. That place is at the edge of the Justice Sequence Alliance. However, that universe doesn't belong to the Justice Sequence Alliance. Instead, it's a neutral universe. The Hetien saint spoke to Wang Xian. No problem. It doesn't matter even if it's the universe of the Justice Sequence Alliance. Wang Xian shook his head. He had stayed in the Justice universe for a period of time. He had a very clear understanding of the Justice Sequence Alliance. In the universe of the Justice Sequence Alliance, when they encountered some danger, they had to pay resources to seek help from the experts in the Alliance. After all, it was impossible to be protected by the Alliance just by joining the Alliance. There was a reward for the effort. The better part was that the price to join the Alliance and seek the protection of the powerhouses was relatively lower. It was more affordable. There were still many benefits for a weak universe to join the Justice Sequence Alliance. Wang Xian had to protect the path for the disciples of the Nine Origin universe, regardless of whether they were from the Justice Sequence Alliance or the evil faction. As a neutral Nine Origin universe, he could do whatever he wanted. Strength was the most important thing. Moreover, the current strength of the Nine Origin universe was strong enough. Thank you, Dragon King. The Unity Saint said gratefully once again. No need. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the Emperor of the Phoenix, your saint lineage wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss. Wang Xian shook his head and said nonchalantly. This is the good fortune of the saint lineage. We have the universe's artificial intelligence, so we have to bear some costs. The Hetien saint shook his head as well. This will happen sooner or later. However, with the Dragon King around, this won't happen again. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face. Although their saint lineage suffered a huge loss this time, it had something to do with the Dragon King and the Emperor of the Phoenix. However, in the long run, it would be of great benefit to them. After this incident, the Void Universe did not dare to step into the Void Universe anymore. Wang Xian smiled and chatted with the Unity Saint. They quickly shuttled through the chaos. Dragon King. It's the universe in front of us. 3,000 years later, the Unity Saint pointed to a universe in front of them and spoke to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded and looked at the universe in front of him. During the cataclysm, the universe was like a huge sun. It was exceptionally eye-catching. After flying for a full year, Wang Xian and the rest finally arrived at the edge of the universe. Wang Xian and the rest entered the universe and scanned their surroundings. The energy contained in the universe was the same as the 9-origin universe. In fact, most of the universes had the 5 elements: wind, thunder, and light. These attributes were the mainstream of the universe. Can I make a breakthrough? Wang Xian looked at the scholar and asked him. Dragon King, there are spots for me to make a breakthrough in this universe. The scholar nodded his head. Let's go then. Choose a place to make a breakthrough. Wang Xian nodded his head and spoke to him. Saint He Tian also nodded his head. They flew forward for some distance to ensure that they had sufficient energy. It took time for a heaven's origin powerhouse to break through. The closer they were to the center of the universe, the more energy there was and the shorter the time needed for a breakthrough. If they were at the edge of the universe, the time needed for a breakthrough could be several months or even longer. At the edge of the universe, the water elemental energy was too thin. They flew forward for a day. This is more or less the same. Let's make a breakthrough. After flying for a day, he could sense the existence of life planets in front of him. Wang Xian decided to make a breakthrough here. Once he made a breakthrough, he would attract the attention of the powerhouses in the heaven's origin realm in this universe. However, Wang Xian did not care. The strength of this universe was nothing to him. It's the Dragon King. The scholar nodded his head in excitement. His body moved and he flew directly into the sky. Boom! His body shook and a majestic energy was emitted. The color of the world began to change. The water elemental energy was gathering towards him. At this moment, the entire universe could sense that a strong person was breaking through. Boom! 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 A rumbling sound rang out as the scholar began his breakthrough. The energy of the entire universe began to gather. Saint Etienne watched this scene quietly with an expectant look on his face. Once the scholar made a breakthrough, their saint lineage would have one more powerhouse in the heaven's origin realm. This was very important to their branch of saints. Wang Xian stood at the side and watched quietly. The water energy tide began to gather. On some distant planets, the huge energy tide attracted the attention of countless powerhouses. They all looked over in this direction. At the same time, it was located in the center of the sky-absorbing universe. In the center of the sky-absorbing universe, there was a huge continent where the saints of the sky-absorbing universe lived. The entire continent was inhabited by the people of the saints of the sky-absorbing universe. In the Great Hall in the center of the continent, 2 heaven origin creation powerhouses of the sky-absorbing universe were sitting in the Great Hall. In front of them were 3 old men in black robes. The old men were emitting a terrifying aura of the dead spirit. The dead silent energy was lingering around their bodies. Disciples at the venerable realm would probably be infected by the dead spirit energy and die instantly just by looking at the 3 black-robed old men. The 2 saints from the Na Tian universe were talking to the 3 black-robed old men. At this moment, they were slightly stunned. They immediately stood up and looked in one direction. You're courting death. There's actually an expert who dares to break through in our Narration universe. A saint from the Narration universe had a cold look in his eyes. His face was filled with killing intent as he growled in a low voice. Let's settle this matter first. As for the other transactions, we'll talk about it later. The other saint from the Narration universe focused his gaze and said to the 3 black-robed elders. As the sound of his voice faded, their bodies moved and they quickly flew towards the location where the energy gathered. Whoosh! Whoosh! They came to a teleportation array and directly teleported over a long distance. Hee. Let's go take a look too. The 3 black-robed elders smiled and followed closely behind. In a universe, regardless of whether it was strong or weak, when the calamity arrived, they would set up teleportation arrays to deal with all kinds of problems. They were naturally prepared for the Na Tian universe. Moreover, the subjugation heaven universe was not a weak universe. The 2 saints from the subjugation heaven universe soon arrived at the nearest planet. Their eyes were staring straight ahead, filled with cold light. Boom! 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 They unleashed all their might and flew straight in that direction. Behind them, 3 black-robed elders followed them. They looked at this scene with a smile. They're here. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was floating quietly in the air, sensed that an expert was coming. He spoke faintly. Are they here? A hint of wariness appeared on the face of the Hittian sage. Breaking through to other universes was an extremely difficult task. One needed to find a universe that one could break through to. One needed to deal with the experts in this universe. Under normal circumstances, if a peak-level ruler did not have a Tao protector, breaking through would be a narrow escape. In this life, he had found an extremely weak universe. Here, before the heavenly fate realm expert could react, he would break through and escape. If it was like the sky-absorbing universe, a peak-level ruler without a Tao protector breaking through here would be courting death. Furthermore, even if there were Tao protectors, they had to be at the great Tao level. Otherwise, there would still be danger. Boom boom. I don't care which cosmos you are from. Get out immediately. Otherwise, I will make your cosmos pay a terrible price. Before the two saints from the Na Tian cosmos could fly over, their murderous voices had already pierced through. Boom. Wang Xian looked in their direction and waved his hand. A terrifying dragon claw attacked them directly. The dragon claw blotted out the sky and covered the sun, exuding the might of the great Tao. Ha! The two powerhouses from the sky-holding universe who were charging over felt the terrifying might of the dragon claw, and their expressions changed slightly. They hurriedly dodged to the side. I want a spot. Don't force me to make a move. Wang Xian stared at them and spoke indifferently. A powerhouse of the great Tao level? The expressions of the two saints of the entire universe changed. They dodged Wang Xian's attack and flew over to glance at the scholar who had achieved a breakthrough, the Hetian saint, and finally Wang Xian. Wang Xian locked onto them quietly and didn't say anything else. Deterrence. There was no need for sound. Only strength was required. Great Tao level. Don't think that just because you are at the great Tao level, you can occupy the saint spot in our universe. We don't care what kind of powerhouse you are. If you dare to occupy the saint spot in our universe, you will have to pay the price. We are not your match, but we will go to your universe. Then, the blood of the living beings in your universe will pay the price for this spot. This is not a warning. The two saints from the universe stared at Wang Xian and the rest with a grim expression and threatened them directly. Oh! Wang Xian's face was full of surprise when he heard their sudden threat. Hee, you want to cause trouble in our universe? Aren't you afraid that we will destroy your universe? The Hetian saint also frowned slightly and spoke with a cold expression. Anyone who dares to snatch the spot of saint in our universe will have to pay a price. Even if we suffer a great loss, we are not warning you again. The two saints from the universe were still staring at Wang Xian and the rest with murderous intent as they spoke. With just the two of you? Wang Xian listened to their threats and narrowed his eyes slightly. A sinister expression appeared on his face as well. However, at this moment he sensed everything and looked behind them. Haoyang Saint, looks like you guys are in trouble. There are 10,000 beings from high-level planets. How about we help you guys? At this moment, 3 black-robed figures flew over at an extremely terrifying speed. They had a strange smile on their faces as they swept their gaze across Wang Xian and the rest. Their gaze landed on the two saints from the entire universe. Oh? This is bad. When the Hetian saint saw the 3 black-robed old men who had suddenly appeared and sensed the aura from their bodies, his expression changed slightly. 2 in control. 1 just entered. Wang Xian looked at the 3 other heaven origin creation stage powerhouses who had appeared. His gaze flickered slightly. However, it was obvious that they did not belong to the Na Tian universe. There's no need. If they dare to snatch the spot of our Na Tian universe, we will slaughter the living beings in their universe and make them pay a heavy price. The 2 heaven origin creation stage powerhouses in the Na Tian universe shook their heads coldly and stared at Wang Xian and the rest. They continued to threaten them. Even if you want to exterminate the living beings in our Na Tian universe, you will still have to pay a heavy price. I advise you not to provoke us. The 2 of them spoke in an eerie manner. Their eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. The strength of the 2 heaven origin creation realm powerhouses in the Na Tian universe had completely exceeded Wang Xian's expectations. They were able to say such threatening words even when facing him. This made him even more surprised. They completely disregarded the death of the living beings in his universe. He stared at the two saints in the Na-Tian universe and could tell that they were not threats that were fierce on the surface but weak on the inside. He looked at the other three black-robed elders and narrowed his eyes slightly. These three black-robed elders were existences at the heaven's origin level. Their bodies were filled with the aura of the dead souls. With a glance, one could sense the bloody and evil aura on their bodies. There were two types of situations. One was that they had cultivated an abnormally evil cultivation method. The second was that they had killed too many living beings. Of course, there was also a third situation where he had both of them. Recalling what they had said just now, Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. They were willing to take out 10,000 living beings from high-level planets, using living beings as a trade. Dragon King, the two heaven origin creation stage powerhouses in the Na-Tian universe don't seem to care about the death of the living beings in their universe at all. The three black-robed elders don't seem to be good people either. The Hetian saint also sensed something and transmitted his voice to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly and stared at the two heaven origin creator powerhouses in the Na-Tian universe. Do you know that I hate threats the most? Therefore, you are courting death. Wang Xian stared at them and a terrifying killing intent surged from his body instantly. Boom! In the next instant, Wang Xian instantly transformed into his divine dragon body. Buzz! His body trembled slightly as the void dragon body flew out from his body. The void dragon pool floated below him. A majestic spatial force was surging. Boom! Wang Xian locked onto one of the heaven's origin manifestation powerhouses from the Na-Tian universe. The void body locked onto another one as well. His figure disappeared instantly. The void dragon body also teleported instantly. At the next moment, Wang Xian and the void dragon body arrived in front of the two heaven origin creation realm powerhouses in the Na-Tian universe. Wang Xian's terrifying aura enveloped them and his dragon claws attacked them. Boom! Boom! The terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Oh no! He actually dares to attack us. The two heaven origin creation powerhouses in the entire universe had a drastic change in expression as they shouted loudly. I'm attacking you, and I'm going to exterminate you, Wang Xian said with a face full of killing intent. He dared to threaten him? Did he really think that he would be afraid of their threat? Putting everything else aside, was the current 9 origin universe something that two control-level existences could threaten? Now that the Shadow Devil Emperor was in charge of the 9 origin universe, the two control-level existences would be suppressed even if they went there. Furthermore, Wang Xian was not going to let them off this time. Boom! A terrifying dragon claw attacked a heaven origin creation-level powerhouse. The body of the Void Dragon was attacking another Heaven Origin creation-level powerhouse. With the help of the Void Dragon pool, the current body of the Void Dragon was stronger than a powerhouse who had just stepped into the control level. After all, the Void Dragon pool had been upgraded to the Heaven Origin creation level. This treasure of the Void King of the Void Universe had completed its transformation in his hands. Boom! Boom! The expressions of the two Tianyuan Blessed Realm experts changed drastically when they faced Wang Xian's attack. One of them hurriedly released a powerful defense to block the attack of the Void Dragon God. However, the other one spat out a large amount of blood when he faced Wang Xian's terrifying dragon claw. His body was on the verge of collapsing, and he was sent flying backward. This is bad. He is not an ordinary existence at the Great Tao level. His strength is terrifying. The control-level powerhouse who was severely injured by Wang Xian roared loudly with a horrified expression. His strength was merely at the control level. On the other hand, Wang Xian was already stronger than him with the 5 elements grinding Tai Chi dragon coiling and the blessing of the ancestral tree. Not to mention the strength of Wang Xian's actual body. The difference was huge. You guys dare to threaten me, the Dragon King? Wang Xian stared at them and continued to speak with a face full of killing intent. He did not know who gave them the courage to dare to speak such a threat. Boom! 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 When Wang Xian spoke, the 5 elements grinding flew above the control-level powerhouse. The Tai Chi dragon disc formed a Tai Chi pattern and completely surrounded him. Immortal Spirit Cultivator, make your move. We are willing to take out 10,000 high-level life forms to help us block it. The Heaven's Origin Manifestation Powerhouse, who was injured by Wang Xian's attack, felt the might of the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon disc. His expression changed drastically and he immediately roared loudly. If the 3 of you dare to interfere, I will kill my way into your universe. When Wang Xian heard him asking for help from the 3 black-robed elders, he swept his cold gaze across the 3 of them and warned them coldly. Boom! At the same time, Wang Xian stretched out his dragon claw once again and attacked the control-level powerhouse. The 9 types of energy in his body were boiling, even when he waved his dragon claw casually. This terrifying destructive power was not something that a control-level powerhouse could withstand. It's not just a simple Dao-level powerhouse. When his clone is suppressing a control-level powerhouse, he can easily kill a control-level powerhouse. The smiles on the 3 black-robed elders' faces disappeared completely. When they heard the request for help from the Haoyang Saint, they showed a hesitant look. The 3 of them looked at each other and didn't make a move. If Wang Xian was only at the ordinary Great Dao realm, they would be willing to help. This was because it was extremely difficult to kill the Haoyang Saint and the other 2 control-level cultivators at the ordinary Great Dao realm. Could even be said that they couldn't kill them at all. And now, it's a terrifying presence that can easily overwhelm one master and easily overwhelm another. They act, although can help Haoyang Sage, they alleviate the current situation. But to offend such a terrifying existence, their universe is strong enough to stand up to an existence on the level of the Great Way. But if such a terrible power really want to retaliate against them, kill into their universe, then they will suffer heavy losses. It was not worth it. Boom. At this moment, Wang Xian's dragon claws landed on the body of the Haoyang Saint once again. The terrifying dragon claws crushed his body directly. A drop of his flesh and blood escaped to the side. A blood-red flower bloomed on his flesh and blood. His body recovered in an instant. This was a powerful, life-saving treasure. However, the Haoyang Saint, who had recovered from his injuries, was still filled with fear. He quickly took out another life-saving treasure. It was a treasure that could escape in an instant. Bang! When Wang Xian saw the treasure in his hand that was emitting a special aura, a cold expression appeared on his face. With a slight move of his dragon claw, a branch instantly struck the treasure. Following that, countless thorns wrapped around the treasure. The difference in strength was so great that it didn't even have a chance to use the treasure. No! A terrified voice came from the heavenly Genesis realm powerhouse in the universe. He looked at his precious treasure being entangled by thorns, and a look of despair appeared on his face. Too strong. This self-proclaimed Dragon King was too terrifying. It was completely beyond their expectations. They thought that this was only a great Dao level. With their strength, although they weren't his match, they could still block a few of his attacks. However, they had never expected that this wasn't an ordinary great Dao level existence. Instead, it was an existence that could easily crush them. Bang! In the next instant, a terrifying energy landed on his body. The clothes on his body turned into an incomparably terrifying spiritual robe, blocking this attack that was enough to kill him. However, the Dharma robe on his body only lasted for a second before it collapsed. Boom! A terrifying force landed on his body, causing his life force to disappear rapidly. Oh no, itinerant immortal spirit, we are willing to take out 20,000 high-level planet creatures to make a deal with you to help us block them. On the other side, the powerhouse from the Na Tian universe who was fighting against the void dragon body continued to shout at the 3 black-robed elders with a face full of shock and anger when he saw his companion being killed. We don't want to provoke such a strong enemy. The 3 black-robed elders looked at Wang Xian with fear when they saw that Wang Xian had killed a control-level existence so quickly. Boom! At this moment, Wang Xian's body moved. His gaze locked onto another powerhouse from the Nantian universe and he charged forward. Run, run, run! When the heavenly origin creator powerhouse from the Nantian universe saw Wang Xian charging toward him, his face revealed a look of fear. He quickly took out his treasure and crushed it without any hesitation. Buzz! In the next instant, his figure became illusory. Wang Xian saw it and focused his gaze. A bolt of lightning energy covered his illusory figure. Cracks appeared on his illusory figure, but he still managed to escape. When Wang Xian saw this scene, His gaze flickered slightly. He swept his gaze around and his gaze landed on the three black-robed elders. "Scram!" Wang Xian shouted softly. His face was filled with a cold expression. The expressions of the three black-robed elders changed slightly. They looked at each other and immediately flew into the distance. With their strength, they were not qualified to fight against such a terrifying existence. At this moment, leaving was the best choice. That expert is too powerful. The three of them quickly flew into the distance. One of the black-robed elders said with an ugly expression, "There's nothing we can do. Who asked him to be so powerful? We're not his match at all." The black-robed elder in the middle shook his head and said helplessly, "They were already very powerful, but the other party was even more terrifying. Even if they joined forces, they could still kill them. Damn it. I wonder if our deal with the Na-Tian universe can still proceed smoothly." The last elder said in a deep voice, "There should be no problem. Let's go." The three black-robed elders said as they flew rapidly toward the center of the Na-Tian universe. "Stop the breakthrough first." At this moment, they were at the position where Wang Xian and the rest were. Saint He-Tian was still looking at Wang Xian with a shocked expression. He was shocked by the strength that he had displayed just now. Wang Xian's gaze swept toward the scholar who was in the midst of a breakthrough and suddenly spoke. Saint He-Tian was slightly stunned. The scholar also looked at Wang Xian with a stunned expression. "Your Majesty Dragon King, what's wrong?" The scholar stopped absorbing the energy of the universe. He had naturally sensed everything that had happened just now. When he saw that Wang Xian suddenly stopped him from breaking through, his face was filled with astonishment. "I'm going to kill that guy who escaped. In addition, I'm going to break through at the center of the universe. This way, it'll be faster." Wang Xian spoke to the scholar. Dragon King, are you going to kill your way to the center of the universe?" Saint Etienne was slightly shocked and asked Wang Xian. "Yes, these two guys from the universe are not good people. I'm going to destroy them." Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. With a wave of his arm, a wave of energy enveloped Saint Etienne and the scholar. Boom! His body shook and a black hole appeared in front of him. "Let's go, let's go." The black hole was naturally the chasing ability of the Netherworld dragon. The power of wind and thunder had already attached itself to the escaping Na-Tian universe's powerhouse. Wang Xian could immediately chase after him. When the Hetian Saint and the rest saw the scene, they immediately nodded their heads. The energy enveloped them and Wang Xian brought them into the black hole. Buzz. In the next moment, the scene around them underwent a huge change. Not far away from them, the heaven origin creator of the Na-Tian universe who had just escaped was sitting cross-legged on a pool to recover from his injuries. When he saw Wang Xian and the rest suddenly appearing, his eyes were wide open and filled with shock. "You still want to escape after threatening us?" Wang Xian stared at him with a cold expression. We definitely don't dare to attack your universe. You can let your disciples break through here. Don't kill me." The heaven origin creator of the entire universe shouted in horror when he saw Wang Xian chasing after him. "It's too late." Wang Xian stared at him with a hint of disdain on his face. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. He came to his side and penetrated his body. The heaven origin creator of the entire universe wanted to resist, but he was completely unqualified to do so in front of Wang Xian, who was in his full form. The difference was too great. Bang! Wang Xian killed him and scanned his surroundings. "Dragon King, your strength is really terrifying." When he saw the scene, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. After leaving the Nine Origin universe without the support of the universe's artificial intelligence, he was only at the initial stage of the Tianyuan creator level. Although he was a veteran, he would be killed instantly in front of the Dragon King. Wang Xian smiled faintly and flew towards the pool in front of him. When he flew to the front of the pool, a strong vitality and bloody force came over, causing Wang Xian to frown slightly. "Dragon King, the blood essence in this pool seems to be the blood essence of living beings. It seems that some other divine herbs have been added into this pool to create a healing pool." The Hetian sage flew over and sensed the energy in the pool before he spoke. The life energy in this pool could allow a heaven origin creator to recover rapidly. Judging from the energy and blood essence in the pool, even if a control-level cultivator was severely injured and only a drop of blood was left, he could recover rapidly. It could be considered a healing treasure. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. With a wave of his arm, he kept the pool. Let's take a look around. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the palace and spoke to the Hetian saint and the rest. Since they were already here, Wang Xian was prepared to plunder the entire universe. He was going to collect all the resources and treasures. All right, Dragon King. We are not in a hurry. The Hetian saint and the rest also knew of Wang Xian's plan and nodded their heads. Buzz. Wang Xian's body moved and flew out of the palace. He used his mind to sense his surroundings. Hovering in the air, Wang Xian looked around. This place is somewhat similar to the Void Empire. Two heaven origin powerhouses control most of the resources in the universe. He looked at some of the powerhouses in the universe and waved his arm. A powerhouse at the peak of the Dominator realm was immediately caught in front of Wang Xian without the slightest reaction. Soul Catcher. A stream of information was instantly transmitted into Wang Xian's mind. Very soon, Wang Xian frowned slightly and a faint killing intent surged from his body. What's wrong, Dragon King? The Hetian saint who was at the side sensed Wang Xian's killing intent. He was slightly shocked and asked. These two heaven origin creator powerhouses from the Na Tian universe call themselves saints. In the minds of these powerhouses, there is their restriction. This restriction will make their disciples obey their orders 100%. Apart from that, they use all living creatures as livestock and keep them in captivity to carry out transactions. Based on the information I obtained and some speculations, the three black-robed elders are powerhouses from the evil sequence camp. The two heaven origin creator powerhouses from the Na Tian universe use the lives of the universe to carry out transactions with them in exchange for various resources. The blood pool just now was traded by them from the powerhouses from the evil sequence faction. The resources they are trading are the lives of millions of ordinary life planets. Wang Xian opened his mouth and said with a cold glint in his eyes. What? His words shocked the saint who had fused with his body. The three powerhouses from the evil sequence faction are using the souls of their lives to refine treasures. Their flesh and blood are condensed into a blood pool. Wang Xian added another sentence. The powerhouses from the heavens origin realm in this universe are actually so cruel. They actually used the living beings in the universe to refine treasures and conduct transactions. The expression of the Hetian saint changed slightly. Soon after, he thought of something. The three black-robed elders are using the living beings to conduct transactions with them? Wang Xian nodded and shook his head slightly. Let's go. The heavens origin realm powerhouse that I just killed didn't resurrect here. However, the other person called the Hao Yang Saint should be resurrected in his palace not far away. As he spoke, energy enveloped Saint Hetian and Scholar. They immediately flew to the right. There were two saints in the Tianyuan universe. One was called Saint Haoyang and the other was called Saint Futu. They controlled the entire universe. Logically speaking, the two of them could nurture other Tianyuan Destiny Realm powerhouses. However, they didn't do so. They took all the resources for themselves. They used all the living beings in the entire universe as their own resources to trade and upgrade. It could be said that their upgrade was done with the blood and souls of all the living beings in the entire universe. Could be said to be extremely cruel. This was the first heaven origin powerhouse that Wang Xian had seen who was so cruel. In the other universes, the heaven origin creator powerhouses were all thinking of ways to make their own universes stronger. On the other hand, they were thinking of ways to make themselves stronger. As for the other living beings in the universe, they did not care about life and death at all. Wang Xian sighed in his heart. This was the tragedy of a universe. Moreover, there might be more than one such universe. There might be many of them. Damn it! Wang Xian stared at the spot in front of him. There, he could sense a familiar aura. This was the aura of the Haoyang Saint. He was resurrected in his own lair. Damn it, don't let me know which universe you came from. If I know, I will definitely slaughter all the living beings in your universe and slaughter your disciples. I will make you pay a heavy price. So what if you are at the terrifying Great Tao level? If I can't kill you, how can I not kill your disciples? At the same time, in a palace of the Great Sun Saint, the Great Sun Saint stood on a high platform with a gloomy face. He was holding a communication device in his hand and sending a message to Saint Futu. His body was full of killing intent. The reason why they didn't feel the slightest fear when facing a Great Tao-level powerhouse was because they couldn't defeat a Great Tao-level powerhouse. However, they could go to the universe where the Great Tao-level powerhouse resided and take revenge. As for whether they would suffer the revenge of a Great Tao-level powerhouse, they did not care. How vast the chaos was, and how vast the universe was. As long as they hid, Great Tao-level powerhouses would not be able to find them. As for taking revenge on their universe, they didn't care. Other creatures were like livestock in their eyes. This was also why they dared to threaten Great Tao experts. Boom. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura enveloped them. What? Sensing this aura, the vast Sun Saint's expression changed drastically. He immediately knew that this familiar draconic aura was that Great Tao expert rushing over. How is this possible? How can he rush over so quickly at such a long distance? His expression changed drastically. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately fled into the distance. Boom. At this moment, he sensed a terrifying energy attacking him. This caused the vast Sun Saint's expression to change drastically. He gritted his teeth and took out a treasure that could save his life. Wang. However, before he could react, he saw a familiar figure appear 1,000 meters away from him. Looking at this figure, the Great Sun Saint's heart trembled violently. He had just been killed once. He had been resurrected through a powerful true treasure. However, he only had one true treasure that could be resurrected without injury. This one was something he had exchanged from other universe masters with a heaven origin creation quota in the universe. A treasure of this level was too precious. It's over. A look of despair appeared on his face. He saw a terrifying dragon claw clawing towards him. The surrounding void was confined, and the terrifying dragon aura made him unable to move. The dragon claw penetrated his body directly. His eyes were blood red as he stared at Wang Xian, filled with hatred. He wanted revenge. He wanted revenge. He wanted to kill his way into the universe where this powerhouse was and slaughter his disciples. You're courting death. Wang Xian could sense the hatred and killing intent in his mind. His eyes were filled with coldness and fury. He clenched his dragon claw and crushed it. When the Hutian Saint, who was following behind, saw this scene, his heart was filled with hatred once again. The Dragon King's strength should far exceed that of Senior Shadow Devil Emperor. He thought to himself. Wang Xian's powerful attack had killed 2 heaven origin powerhouses in the entire universe. Floating in the air, he scanned his surroundings. This was the nest of the 2 heaven origin powerhouses in the entire universe. There were a lot of treasures and resources here. Some of the treasures and resources might be hidden in very secret places. However, some of the divine trees and grass were planted around their lair. The 2 great heaven origin powerhouses occupied 80% of the resources in the entire universe. The amount of these resources was huge. It was only a little less than the amount in the void universe. To Wang Xian, it was also a huge treasure trove that was hard to come by. Scholar, break through here. Wang Xian moved his body and commanded the body of the void god dragon to plunder all the treasures. He smiled and said to the scholar, "It's His Majesty, the Dragon King." The scholar nodded respectfully to Wang Xian. He was extremely respectful towards the current Dragon King. Even if he made a breakthrough this time, he was just an existence that could be easily killed in front of the Dragon King. The scholar moved his body and continued to make a breakthrough. This was the center of the entire universe. If he were to make a breakthrough here, the time would be reduced by 10 times compared to the previous position. The density of the energy was different. The scholar began to make a rapid breakthrough. Wang Xian stood there and watched quietly. This time, there were no other experts rushing over to interfere. At the same time, in 2 places in the entire universe, Saint Haoyang and Saint Futu were resurrected in a very secret place. They could sense the power of the breakthrough of the experts from the center. Their expressions were abnormally ugly. Damn it, the losses this time are too great. That damn fellow. Their eyes were bloodshot. Their eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. However, this time they didn't dare to provoke them anymore. The two took out their communication stone plates and contacted each other before making a decision. At this moment on a life planet in the sky-bearing universe, 3 black-robed elders from the evil sequence camp suddenly received a message from the vast Sun Saint and the Buddha Saint. They looked at each other. I really didn't expect that the grandson Saint and Saint Futu would be killed by that mysterious expert. That mysterious expert is truly terrifying. He's an existence that can intimidate an entire faction in our evil sequence faction. A black-robed elder couldn't help but speak up. These 2 guys are really not bad. They're willing to trade more with us, but right now they seem to be in an extremely weak state. Hee. A black-robed elder's eyes flickered, filled with a cold and sinister expression. Directly attack? But those 2 guys are a bit ruthless. If we directly attack and rob them, they'll probably take revenge on us, the other black-robed elder said hesitantly. They were experts from the evil sequence faction and they treated other creatures like ants. However, the great Sun Saint and Buddha Saint who were trading with them weren't good people either. They would take revenge for the smallest grievance, and they needed to pay attention to this point. Let's attack directly. Now that they're at their weakest, why do we need to trade with them if we're going to slaughter them directly? Take revenge on us? If they dare to come to our place, we'll make them pay the price, the last black-robed elder said with a cold expression. All right. The other 2 black-robed elders hesitated for a moment before nodding. They licked their lips, and their eyes were filled with a sinister expression. They looked at the living beings on this planet, and the corners of their mouths curled up slightly. Boom! In the next instant, they floated in the air. The 3 of them waved their arms, and the flags flew out one by one. The blood-red flags were filled with a strange, terrifying, and bloody smell. The blood-red energy flowed on them like a sea of blood. In the sea of blood, there were also black creatures phantoms. They stretched out their claws with ferocious faces, as if they wanted to break free and tear apart everything in the world. The 3 strange, terrifying flags grew bigger in the wind and the black creatures phantoms in the sea of blood broke free from them. They flew towards the entire planet at a terrifying speed. What is this thing? What a terrifying and evil aura. Run. Run, run, run. On the planet, all the life forms were shocked by this ominous aura. They felt a deep fear from their souls. All the life forms ran frantically. But the black and strange life form phantom was even more terrifying. They directly pierced through the shadow of a living creature, and that living creature instantly turned into a skeleton. A decaying skeleton. It was as if it had been dead for countless years. As for that strange and sinister black shadow, the black light on its body grew even more intense, and a puddle of blood appeared around it. Countless strange black shadows quickly wreaked havoc on the entire planet. The living beings and humans on the planet didn't even have the slightest bit of strength left to resist. Miserable screams continued to ring out. Fear spread throughout the entire planet. However, this terrifying destructive disaster only lasted for a few minutes. The entire planet was deathly silent. There was not a single living creature. Keek, it's been a long time since I've raised the soul-refining blood sea flag to such a high level. Next, I have to raise it properly. One of the black-robed men could not help but laugh maniacally. Haha. The other 2 men also had ferocious smiles on their faces. There was blood flowing on their black robes. The 3 black-robed elders moved their bodies and entered the teleportation formation directly, heading to the next planet. This was a brutal and inhumane massacre. It was the massacre of weak creatures by the powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin realm. This was also the tragedy of the universe. Wuxia did not know what was happening here. At this moment, he was not far away from the scholar. He was holding a communication stone plate and reading some information. This communication stone plate was obtained from an expert in the ruler realm of the universe. From the communication stone plate, Wang Xian had a detailed understanding of the universe. In the universe, Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang were in charge of the Saint's Palace. They did not participate in anything else in the universe. They allowed them to develop. However, what all the living beings in the universe did not know was that their strong disciples were nothing more than their two saints' livestock. As long as they were useful, they could be traded directly. They could be directly taken away. In the communication stone plate, there was a record of a matter not too long ago. It was said that the living beings in the entire universe had disrespected the saints, and the saints had sent down heavenly punishment. Over 100,000 living beings from the planets were all killed. This matter caused quite a stir, but no living beings in the universe dared to belittle the two saints. Wang Xian looked at the information on the communication stone plate and shook his head. This was because the saint of Haoyang and the saint of Futu had absolute strength. The other life forms did not dare to talk about the two saints. Regarding the destruction of hundreds of thousands of planets, the other life forms would only think that they had angered the saints. The birth of two saints in one universe is really the tragedy of the universe. Wang Xian mumbled. Time passed by little by little. The scholar was making a breakthrough at a rapid speed. A breakthrough at the center would indeed be very, very fast. Boom! 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 The power of the scholar was getting stronger and stronger. He was getting closer and closer to the heavenly Yuan blessed realm. The Unity Saint was watching from the side with a smile on his face. This time, their saint faction would have one more Tian Yuan blessed realm expert. The strength of their saint faction would be greatly improved. The most important thing for a faction was the Tian Yuan blessed realm expert. In the past, every peak faction only had one Tian Yuan blessed realm expert or not at all. But because of the appearance of the Dragon King, they became stronger and stronger. That's the Saint's Palace. Quick! Quick! Let's go and seek help from our saint. Seek help from Saint Haoyang. Seek help from Saint Futu. Just as the scholar was about to break through. At the same time, it was located around the saint's palace. The palace of Saint Haoyang and Saint Futu was forbidden for other disciples to enter. After Wang Xian arrived here, he had already killed all the brainwashed disciples of the saint. At this moment, tens of thousands of strong disciples from the entire universe flew over. Their faces were filled with fear and panic. There's a powerful force over there. The saints are there. We must be respectful when we get there. We must be respectful. The old man in the lead had cold sweat on his forehead. His body was trembling as he flew. His eyes were filled with tears. Even though he had the strength of a ruler, at this moment he looked extremely weak. As he spoke, he looked at the place that was emitting a powerful aura. It's the Elder. The group of people quickly flew over and arrived in front of the saint's palace. They looked up at the place where the terrifying energy was concentrated. A group of planet creatures from the sky-absorbing universe pays their respects to the saint. We beseech the saint to save us weak creatures. Tens of thousands of people came to the front of the saint's palace. They did not dare to step in. Everyone knelt on the ground and shouted loudly. They kept kowtowing to the front. All the living beings from the stars in the universe pay their respects to the saint. We beseech the saint to save us weak living beings. All the strong disciples shouted in unison. There was a trace of sadness and indignation in their voices. Ha! In the saint's palace, Wang Xian and the others were waiting for the scholar to complete his breakthrough. Upon hearing this voice, they raised their eyebrows slightly. Speak! The saint took a glance at Wang Xian. After hesitating for a moment, he replied in a deep voice. Sir Saint, we don't know where these terrifying demons came from. They are slaughtering the lives of the planets crazily. All the lives of the planets they went to were all killed. There are already more than 100,000 lives of the planets that have been slaughtered by them. I beg you, my Lord Saint, to take action and kill the demons. Otherwise, who knows how many lives on these planets have been massacred by them. The old man in the lead shouted with a face full of grief and indignation. He was extremely miserable. Ha! When Wang Xian and the Hetian saint heard their words, their brows raised slightly. Wang Xian waved his arm and the group of strong disciples who were outside instantly arrived in front of them. More than 10,000 strong disciples saw the changes in their surroundings and were stunned. Then they looked at Wang Xian, the Hetian saint, and the rest. This made them stunned again. Are you saying that there are demons massacring the life planets on a large scale? Wang Xian looked at them and asked, "Yes, sir, may I know who you are? Where is our saint?" The group of strong disciples looked at Wang Xian and asked in astonishment. "He was killed by me. He should be resurrected somewhere else." Wang Xian looked at them and said calmly, "Also, don't expect your two saints to save you. He treated you as livestock and made a deal with the strong practitioners from the evil sequence faction. The ones who killed you should be the strong practitioners from the evil sequence faction." "What? How is this possible? Our Lord and the rest." Wang Xian's words made them feel a rumble in their heads. Their faces were filled with disbelief. "You guys are more unlucky. You met two heartless powerhouses from the heaven's origin. Did Shi Mingyu, who has hundreds of thousands of life planets, provoke the saints to be killed? Hee hee. They merely sold the lives on those life planets as resources to the evil sequence faction in exchange for treasures." Wang Xian sneered and continued, "This is impossible, impossible." The more than 10,000 strong disciples in front of them could not accept this fact and shook their heads in a daze. "Why should we, the Dragon King, lie to weaklings like you? You are just a bunch of pitiful people." Saint He looked at them and shook his head. Buzz. At this moment in the sky, the scholar had completed his breakthrough. "Phew!" He exhaled and looked at Wang Xian. "Thank you, Dragon King, for protecting my path and allowing me to achieve my breakthrough. Thank you, Saint He. "No need." Wang Xian smiled and shook his head. Saint He also had a happy expression on his face. The scholar bowed respectfully once again. He couldn't help but glance at the disciples of the heaven-receiving universe beside him and shook his head slightly. Now, he was somewhat glad that he was a disciple of the Nine-Origin universe. In the Nine-Origin universe, a group of heaven-origin creation realm powerhouses faced off against the strong. First, there was Lord Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. He guarded the Nine-Origin universe and didn't come out, guarding the safety of the Nine-Origin universe. Now, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was guarding the path and breaking through for these weak disciples. Compared to the living beings in the entire universe, he was undoubtedly very lucky. The realm of saints. The more than 10,000 strong disciples of the entire universe looked at the scholar who had not restrained his power. Their faces were filled with shock. Then they looked at Wang Xian and the Hetian Saint. Their expressions kept changing. "My Lord Saint, can you save us? Save us poor people. Right now, countless strong disciples are being massacred every minute and every second. Please, can you save them? Save us." The old man in the lead gritted his teeth and kneeled toward Wang Xian and the rest, begging for mercy. Right now, the living beings were being massacred and their two saints had yet to appear. Whatever the reason, now they only hope to save other creatures, other companions. As long as they can save them, no matter who the other is. Please, Saint, save the disciples of our universe. More than 10,000 strong disciples of the universe knelt in front of Wang Xian and begged. They were at the end of their rope. No matter who Wang Xian and the rest were, they only wanted the other party to save them. Wang Xian looked at the more than 10,000 disciples and their pleading expressions. He sighed in his heart. "I am from the Nine-Origin universe. I didn't want to interfere in the matter of your universe, and I shouldn't have." Wang Xian looked at them and said. Then, he waved his arm and a sharp sword that was hanging on the old man at the front flew into his hand. "Take this sword as a reward." He opened his mouth and looked at them. "Wait a moment. Lead the way." After he finished speaking, he looked at Saint Hetian, scholar, and the rest. "Saint Hetian, you guys don't have to get involved in this matter. It's the Dragon King." Saint Hetian nodded and cupped his hands at Wang Xian. "Then I'll be leaving with Scholar first. The kindness of the Dragon King will always be remembered by the saint's lineage. Their involvement in this matter wouldn't be of much use. Moreover, they could clearly tell that the Dragon King had his own arrangements. They wouldn't be of much help if they followed the Dragon King." HMM, pass these two corpses to Senior Fallen Shadow Devil Emperor. Tell him that it's the Dragon King's reward for giving them to the devil race to guard the Nine-Origin universe. Also, ask him to take care of the Dragon Palace while I'm away. Wang Xian waved his arm and passed the bodies of the Haoyang Saint and Saint Fudu to the Hetian Saint. Giving the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor 2 corpses of a control-level existence was also returning the favor. In the following period of time, Wang Xian was prepared to travel in the chaos. He might not stay in the 9 Origin universe often. In that case, the consolation of the 9 Origin universe would depend on the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor. Although the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor had said that he was in charge of the 9 Origin universe. At the very least, Wang Xian had to express his gratitude. In addition, there were still enemies in the Dragon Palace. The Emperor of Phoenix, as well as this Buddha saint and the Vast Sun saint who were killed, might seek revenge. Therefore, giving the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor some treasures would allow him to better take charge of the 9 Origin universe and protect the Dragon Palace. The value of these 2 corpses could be said to be extremely high. If the Buddha saint and the Vast Sun saint were to join forces, the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor would not be able to kill them. It was no exaggeration to say that this level of resources could increase the demon race by 60 to 70 peak stage rulers. It was even possible to give birth to an existence that could break through the shackles. After all, this was the corpse of a control-level expert. Oh, it's the Dragon King. Saint Hetian took the 2 corpses and was somewhat amazed at the Dragon King's generosity. This was too huge compared to the resources. It was so huge that even if he used all the resources of the saint lineage, he would not be able to exchange for these 2 corpses. Even if the Hetian saint used them himself, he was confident that he would be able to improve his strength within a few billion years. Dragon King, we will definitely send the resources to Senior Fallen Shadow Devil Emperor. We will also explain everything. The Saint of Unity spoke again and cupped his hands toward Wang Xian. Okay. Be careful when you go back. Wang Xian nodded. Don't worry, Dragon King. The Saint of Unity nodded. If I encounter danger, I can contact the universe's AI remotely and force my way back. All right. Wang Xian nodded. The Saint of Unity cupped his hands toward Wang Xian. The scholar bowed deeply and the 2 of them left quickly. When Wang Xian saw them leaving, his gaze landed on the tens of thousands of disciples from the universe. I'll bring you there. Wang Xian looked at them and said, It's the Saint. Thank you, thank you. The old man in the lead quickly replied, Sir, they are currently massacring the Southern Light region. Many planets have been massacred by them. Buzz. Wang Xian waved his arm and a soul-absorbing force entered the old man's mind. He immediately grasped the specific information. Let's go. Wang Xian waved his arm and the energy dragon looked for them. In an instant, they arrived at the location of a teleportation formation. In the Saint's Palace, there was a teleportation formation that was used to teleport to various planets. Wang Xian brought them to the teleportation formation. He glanced at them and entered directly. The scene changed and they appeared on another planet. Let's escape quickly. The Cold Spell planet is suffering from a terrifying massacre. Let's escape to the starry sky. Where's our saint? Where is our saint? Buddha saint. The saints from the other universes are here to massacre us. Let's escape. As soon as they were teleported to this planet, there were noises coming from the surroundings. Countless people from the entire universe were fleeing frantically. They were screaming in terror. The lives on the planets were destroyed one by one. Furthermore, one planet was destroyed within a few minutes. Such a terrifying thing made them shudder in fear. My Lord Saint, according to the information I received, the 3 demons are on the Frigid Spell planet. We can teleport over directly from here. Behind them, the old man who was the leader reported to Wang Xian. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. With a movement of his energy, he enveloped them and teleported to another teleportation formation. Following that, they entered the teleportation formation once again. Woo woo woo. No, no, no. Ah. When they arrived at the Frigid Spell planet through the teleportation formation, they heard whistling sounds, miserable screams, and terrified sounds. It's them, it's them. What a terrifying aura. They are the demons. The over 10,000 disciples of the entire sky-holding universe who were following behind Wang Xian looked at their surroundings with horrified expressions. Their bodies were trembling slightly. In the surrounding void space, countless terrifying blood-red shadows passed through the bodies of the disciples of the sky-holding universe. The blood-red phantoms passed by, leaving behind a rotting corpse. These phantoms were originally black, but they were now drenched in blood. The tens of thousands of disciples of the sky-holding universe watched this scene with trembling bodies. At this moment, suddenly, thousands of blood-red ferocious phantoms rushed towards them. This caused them to reveal horrified expressions. Wang Xian stood there quietly. His gaze swept across the surroundings. His pair of dragon eyes penetrated through everything as he looked towards the void space. From there, he saw 3 figures floating in the void. Their eyes were cold and ferocious as they watched this scene. "Damn it!" Wang Xian muttered under his breath. At the same time, an aura burst out from his body. Boom! In the next instant, 9-colored energy burst out from his body and swept across the entire planet. Buzz! 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 Ah! All the terrifying phantoms let out sizzling sounds as they melted. Painful screams came from those strange phantoms. In an instant, the entire planet's evil energy was directly wiped out. Boom! When the energy in Wang Xian's body swept across the entire planet, it was located in the sky above the Cold Law universe. The smiling faces of the 3 black-robed elders suddenly froze. Their expressions changed drastically. Their gazes were all fixed on the spot where Wang Xian was. When they saw Wang Xian's face, the expressions of the 3 black-robed elders changed once again. "It's you, Dragon King." The expression of one of the black-robed elders changed slightly. He stared coldly at Wang Xian and growled in a low voice. They had used the flesh and blood of living beings to upgrade the Blood Sea flag of soul refinement. They had just massacred a large number of planets. Now, they had suffered a terrifying attack in an instant. Everything that they had done previously had gone down the drain. This made them extremely furious. "It's me, the Dragon King, who has accepted the rewards from the living beings of the entire universe to settle your matters." Wang Xian stared at them and said with a cold face, "Dragon King, aren't you being a little nosy? When you killed Fu Tu and Hao Yang, we didn't interfere. Now, you actually interfered in our matters. Are you trying to make an enemy out of us?" A black-robed elder stared at Wang Xian with a cold face and said with a gloomy face, "Those 2 fellows from the entire universe are courting death. They are not worthy of being saints of the same universe. Hee hee. Trading with you guys from the evil sequence faction is really inhumane." Wang Xian said calmly, "The weak are prey to the strong. Dragon King, you are able to reach this level. Not to mention that you have never killed other living beings. Why are you pretending to be a righteous saint now? Moreover, this is not the universe you are in. This is the entire universe." A black-robed elder spoke with a gloomy face. "I have killed many living beings, but I will not kill innocents indiscriminately. I will not treat ordinary living beings as livestock. After I have received my reward, I will intervene." Wang Xian stared at them. His eyes slowly revealed killing intent. "Dragon King, do you really think that we are to be trifled with?" The 3 black-robed elders looked extremely embarrassed. When they sensed Wang Xian's killing intent, their hearts were filled with vigilance. Rumble, crackle. However, as soon as they finished speaking, a terrifying force of wind and thunder surged through the entire void. It completely enveloped the 3 black-robed elders. In the next instant, Wang Xian disappeared and appeared directly in front of the 3 black-robed elders. At the same time, the cold spell universe below flew into the distance under the force of Wang Xian. What happened? "A saint is saving us. Which saint is it? Who is the Dragon King? And why did the 3 demons say that the Dragon King killed Saint Hao Yang and Saint Futu? I don't know. However, that saint is saving us. They are trying to drive the 3 demons out of our universe. We are saved. We are saved." Did we, the Great Sun Saint and Saint Futu, make a deal with these 3 demons? On the cold spell planet, Wang Xian's sudden move saved the lives on the planet that had yet to be massacred. As they survived the calamity, their faces were filled with shock when they heard the words of Wang Xian and the rest. Heavens, did we, the Saint Futu and the Great Sun Saint, really make a deal with these 3 demons? Furthermore, those hundreds of thousands of life planets were destroyed. Was it a deal between the 2 of us and the 3 demons? The more than 10,000 disciples who had followed them from the teleportation array were shocked. They knew more than ordinary creatures. They had invited the saint called the Dragon King in the saint's palace. And the saint's palace was the nest of Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang. Obviously, since the Dragon King could appear there, it was very likely that Saint Haoyang and Saint Futu had been killed by him. Now, from their words, they actually obtained 2 of their saints and made a deal with these 3 demons. What deal? When they thought of how the lives of dozens of planets had angered the saints and been punished by the heavens, their expressions changed drastically. Do we have a reason to be deceived by these saints? The old man laughed bitterly and said, there was a trace of despair on his face. They would never have thought that the saints of their universe would treat them as livestock and trade with the demons. Then the 2 saints of our universe? Some disciples could not accept this fact and were on the verge of collapse. The saints of their universe not only did not protect them, but also traded them with the demons. This? Sigh. The old man sighed helplessly and looked at the sky. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying collision sound was heard. Wang Xian's figure appeared in front of the 3 black-robed old men. He transformed into the body of a divine dragon and swept out with his dragon tail. Let's go. We cannot fight with him. We are not his match. The 3 black-robed elders' faces changed when they saw Wang Xian attacking them. They made a quick decision and made a decision immediately. Boom. 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 The 3 of them raised the Blood Sea flag in their hands. Terrifying black ferocious shadows flew out from it and charged toward Wang Xian. At the same time, they moved and immediately turned into a black flame as they fled into the distance. They had already witnessed Wang Xian's strength and knew that the 3 of them were no match for him. In fact, they might even be killed. Therefore, they had no intention of fighting him. Your speed is too slow. Wang Xian's face was grim. His body trembled as he activated the power of space and teleported directly. Buzz. Buzz. After 2 consecutive teleportations, Wang Xian's figure was only a few thousand kilometers away from them. This distance was too close for experts at their level. Use your secret technique and let your soul waste away. The black-robed elder in the middle roared loudly. A shadow erupted from their bodies and disappeared into the void. Wang Xian stared at them and extended his dragon claws. The dragon claws clawed at their bodies. However, just as they were about to reach their bodies, their figures disappeared instantly. Hee hee. Wang Xian sneered and made a grab at the void in front of him. A black hole appeared in front of him. Wang Xian entered the black hole directly. Buzz. The moment he came out of the black hole, Wang Xian saw 3 black-robed elders. Roar. Roar. Wang Xian let out a low roar. The fragments of the starfield above his head spun, and planets appeared in the surrounding void space. Not good. That Dragon King is chasing after us. Escape. When the 3 black-robed elders who had just escaped saw Wang Xian appearing behind them, their hearts pounded violently as they roared loudly. Damn it. Their hearts sank. Don't be stingy with your treasures. We must flee with all our might for an expert of this level. Otherwise, we will be killed. Boom. 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 The 3 black-robed elders emitted a terrifying black glow to defend against Wang Xian's attack. At the same time, they took out their treasures without any hesitation. Buzz. 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 The 3 black-robed elders looked extremely embarrassed. They didn't expect the Dragon King to kill them. This made them extremely shocked and furious. However, at the same time, they didn't hesitate and used their powerful treasures to escape. Explode. Wang Xian stared at them. His eyes were filled with a cold expression. He extended his dragon claw and clawed at the void where the 3 black-robed elders were. Boom. 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 The entire void started to explode violently. The expressions of the 3 black-robed elders changed drastically. Under this terrifying attack, some of the escaped treasures could not be used. Ah! Ah! Defend! Buzz! Buzz! The 3 black-robed elders roared loudly. 2 of them disappeared in the violently shaking space. However, there was another black-robed elder who didn't use the treasure in his hand due to the violent fluctuations of the space and the terrifying energy impact. This caused his expression to change drastically, revealing a hint of despair. You can stay. Wang Xian stared at the black-robed elder who couldn't escape and teleported in front of him instantly. The void dragon pool appeared around him. The space around him froze. It was as if time had frozen. The black-robed old man's body seemed to have been frozen. He only had a pair of eyes that were filled with fear. Wuxia stared at him and waved his arm with a cold expression. Bang! The dragon claw swept over and destroyed all the life force of the black-robed old man. Then he summoned the corpse over. I killed another powerhouse at the control level. Not bad, not bad. Wuxia smiled. As for the other two black-robed old men escaping, Wuxia did not care too much about it. This treasure for escaping is not bad. I'll take it. Wuxia checked the treasure on the old man. A treasure for escaping was killed by Wuxia before it could be used. Eh? At this moment, Wuxia opened his storage space and suddenly discovered something special. Wuxia had killed quite a number of Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses, but he did not find any items that he was interested in from these powerhouses. However, when he saw the few items on the black-robed old man, he was surprised. A treasure map. A partial map of the chaotic space. There was also a fragment of the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin. Wuxia looked at the three items and his face was filled with pleasant surprise. He picked up the fragment of the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin and examined it carefully. At the same time, he moved his palm and the fragment of the galaxy appeared in his hand. He placed the fragment of the galaxy together with the fragment of the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin, and the two fragments began to fuse slowly. This is the other part of the starfield fragment. Wuxia thought to himself. The starfield fragment was the first piece of the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin creation that he had obtained. This was an extremely terrifying ultimate treasure. However, now that Wuxia's strength had increased, the starfield fragment was no longer of much use to him. Although there were a few more fragments this time and the fusion had taken place, there was still a huge gap between him and the complete ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin creation. It wasn't even at the Heaven's Origin Destiny realm yet. He kept the starfield fragment and looked at the other two items. The map of the chaotic space was indeed of great use to Wuxia. It should be a map created by the powerhouses of the Evil Sequence Camp. This map has a detailed division of the areas where the Evil Sequence Camp and the Justice Alliance are located. Wuxia mumbled. No one knew how big the chaotic space was. It was obviously unrealistic to draw a map of the entire chaotic space. This map had a detailed record of the domain of the chaotic space where Wuxia was located. There were more than 500 universes involved. Among them, the Evil Sequence faction and the Justice Alliance were the main ones. This map was of great use to Wuxia. At the very least, it could let him know where there was a universe in the surrounding void and what this universe was called. The last item was a treasure map. There were some records on the treasure map. The chaotic riot zone. Stepping into the center of the riot zone will allow one to obtain invincible power. This galactic fragment was obtained by the black-robed old man in the riot zone. However, this galactic fragment was not born in the chaotic region. Instead, there was an expert who brought the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan destiny into the chaotic region. He suffered a tremendous horror and the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan destiny was shattered into pieces and scattered. After the death of that ultimate treasure of Tianyuan destiny, it was lost and shattered. Wuxia looked at the information on the treasure map and his eyes flickered slightly. This treasure map was a map that went deep into the riot zone. However, this treasure map was created by the Heaven's Origin creator. Therefore, the exact value of it was still uncertain. However, it was clear that using this treasure map would not allow one to obtain invincible power in the riot zone. What is invincible power? This is the first time I've heard of this chaotic region. Wuxia mumbled. According to the treasure map, there are fragments of the starfield there. I can go and take a look myself. Wuxia thought to himself. The celestial destiny treasure starfield was extremely powerful. If he could find all the fragments and nourish them with energy, the fragments of the starfield might be able to return to its peak. This starfield was an offensive treasure. An offensive treasure could increase one's combat power by one's control level. For example, Tianxi had just stepped into the Heavenly Origin creation realm. Because he had an offensive treasure, it was comparable to the weakest control level and the weakest beginner level. The preciousness of a Heavenly Origin creation treasure could make great beings go crazy. It was equivalent to the Six Paths universe. With just a single piece of news, 70 to 80 powerhouses of the Tianyuan universe had come. Existences at the level of the Great Tao were even willing to take the risk to enter. Tell them to leave on their own. Wang Xian made up his mind. With a move of his body, he immediately flew towards the frigid spell planet. After flying for more than 10 hours, he finally arrived at the frigid spell planet. At this moment, in the frigid spell planet, the more than 10,000 disciples from the heaven-receiving universe were still waiting there. Wang Xian sensed them and teleported directly in front of them. "Greetings, Saint. Thank you for your help, Saint." When the more than 10,000 disciples from the heaven-receiving universe saw Wang Xian, they immediately knelt on the ground and thanked him respectfully. "There's no need. After killing one fellow, the other two escaped. As for whether they will continue to massacre your entire universe, I'm not sure. Also, after the two saints of the entire universe are resurrected, will they treat you as livestock in exchange for resources? I'm not sure either. I can't stay here forever." Wang Xian looked at them and said faintly, "Sir." When the more than 10,000 disciples of the admission universe heard Wang Xian's words, they were at a loss. They were a little terrified. If what the SIR in front of them said was true, what would happen to the future of their admission universe? "I'll give you an item. If the saints of your admission universe resurrect in the future and come to slaughter you all, or if the powerhouses of the evil sequence camp come to slaughter you, carve some words on it. If I have time, I can rush over. If you are killed by accident, I will come here to take a look too." Wang Xian waved his arm and threw a branch of the soul returning wood to the old man at the front. As long as the old man carved some words on the branch of the soul returning wood, Wang Xian would be able to sense it. When he had the time, he could come over and help. Wang Xian was not a saint. However, when he saw this tragic universe, he could not bear to see all the living beings being slaughtered. However, it was obviously impossible for him to keep watch over this place. This method could be considered as a small help to the living beings in the universe. In addition, Wang Xian was very displeased with the Haoyang saint and Buddha saint. They even said that they wanted to take revenge on him and make the 9-origin universe pay the price. Then Wang Xian would play with them to the end. If the disciples of the universe really reported the information to him, then he would not mind coming over and killing the Buddha saint and Haoyang saint. After Wang Xian gave the soul-returning wood to the old man, his figure moved and disappeared immediately. The tens of thousands of disciples of the Nalantian universe were left kneeling there in a daze. "Sigh!" The old man in the lead sighed and treasured the soul-returning wood branch into his arms. Perhaps, at the critical moment, this was their life-saving straw. "Let's go to the riot zone and take a look." Wang Xian flew out of the cashier universe and took a look at the route on the map. He made a decision in his heart. In the chaos, it was not all gray and dead silent. In the chaos, there were giant beasts of chaos and the god of elements. In addition, there were some special domains. The riot zone was one of these special domains. In the chaos, as long as it was not a gray area, it would definitely contain great terror, great danger, and great opportunities. The weakest thing that could be special in the chaos must be at the peak of the ruler realm. In the riot zone, according to the treasure map and some records on the map, this was a domain with extremely violent energy. The violent energy would definitely give birth to treasures that would evolve. However, Wang Xian did not know the specific situation of the riot zone. If I want to reach the riot zone, I need to pass through the Alliance of Justice. Wang Xian thought to himself as he flew rapidly in the chaotic space. Based on such a long distance, it would take at least tens of millions of years for him to fly there. It's a little far. Let's see if there's a teleportation station between the universes after I reach the Alliance of Justice. Wang Xian mumbled. Time passed day by day. A few million years passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Xian flew for more than 100 years and arrived at the boundary of the Justice Union universe. He looked at the universe in front of him and flew straight over. Once he entered the Justice Union universe, the Tianyuan communicator that Wang Xian bought from the Justice Union universe would be able to communicate and check information. The coverage of the Tianyuan communicator was around the Justice Sequence Alliance. If Wang Xian was in the 9-origin universe, he would not be able to receive information. He could not use it. He could use it here. Wang Xian searched for information through the Tianyuan communicator before he continued to fly towards the interior of the Justice Sequence Alliance. In the interior of the Justice Sequence Alliance, many universes were connected to each other by teleportation formations. Originally, it would take more than 10,000 years to travel to another universe. However, it would only take more than 10 days to travel through the teleportation formation. This could be said to have greatly shortened the time. If Wang Xian could use the teleportation formation, he could save 7 to 8 million years of time. He continued to fly forward. After 20,000 years, Wang Xian arrived in a universe. This was a powerful universe. It belonged to a powerful existence within the Justice Sequence Alliance. On this planet, there was a teleportation formation that could be used to teleport to other universes. Wang Xian began to teleport one by one through the teleportation formation. More than 10 days later, he arrived in another universe and continued to teleport. A few months later, he arrived at the Justice Universe. He came to this prosperous universe once again. Wang Xian took a rest here. He opened his Heaven Origin communication device and took a look at it in detail. There are fewer requests for reinforcements from other universes in the Justice Union. However, there are quite a number of universes that have joined the Justice Union. Wang Xian looked at the information and thought to himself. The powers of the Justice Union started to radiate towards their surroundings. More and more universes wanted to join the Justice Union. Joining the Justice Union was indeed beneficial to some weaker universes. At least he would have some protection against powerful invaders. He also received another piece of news. Currently, there were very few people from the Evil Sequence faction attacking the universe of the Alliance of Justice. These experts from the Evil Sequence faction shifted their target to other neutral universes. Wang Xian looked at the information and then exchanged some space attribute treasures into resources that he could use. It was very convenient to trade in the universe of justice. As long as there were sufficient resources, he could exchange for the fragments of the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan. He could even exchange for some spots for breakthroughs. After spending some time in the universe of justice, Wang Xian continued to head towards the riot zone. Through the teleportation formation and flying, he traveled for another 1,000,000 years. I can find quite a number of strong disciples in the surrounding chaos. The closer he got to the riot zone, the more strong disciples he encountered. Strong practitioners in the Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm and disciples at the peak of the Dominator Realm. He could meet them every few years. The density of strong practitioners and disciples was already very high. It seems that many strong disciples in this riot zone know about it. Many strong disciples will rush over. Wang Xian thought to himself. Even a fool would know about the existence of treasures in a special region in the chaos. In fact, the chaos could even give birth to powerful ultimate treasures of the Heaven's Origin. Wang Xian continued to fly forward. Soon, an area that was emitting gray light appeared in his line of sight. Wang Xian looked at the location where the gray light was emitted, and a stunned expression appeared on his face. The area covered by the gray light was much wider and larger than the area covered by the light emitted by a universe. There was an energy inside that made Wang Xian's heart palpitate. The gray light was slightly different from the chaotic, blackish gray. The gray here was lighter and emitted a luster. In the area covered by the gray light, there were some light spots of other colors. Is this the riot zone? The energy it is emitting is really terrifying. Wang Xian looked at the glowing area in front of him from afar. He was shocked. With his strength, he could feel a palpitating power from it. One could imagine how terrifying this place was. This riot zone is very famous in the Justice Alliance and the Evil Sequence faction. Wang Xian mumbled. This place was still very far away from the 9 Origin universe. Especially before the apocalypse, without a teleportation formation, it would be too difficult to find this place. Moreover, there was no map of this area in the 9 Origin universe. He pondered in his heart. However, Wang Xian knew that the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and the rest knew that there was a special place in another region of the chaos. A large number of powerful experts were gathered in that region. Wang Xian did not ask in detail about the specific location. However, he knew that the 6 Paths universe would give birth to the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan. It was spread out in that region. Let's take a look at this chaotic region first and see if we can find the other fragments of the star field. If we can obtain other fortuitous encounters, we can do so too. Wuxia smiled and continued to fly forward. The closer he got to the riot zone, the more powerful disciples there were. When Wuxia arrived at the front of the riot zone, he saw groups of powerful disciples. Some of the disciples in the ruler realm were divided into different camps. There were at least a few thousand rulers in each camp. Most of them were masters of level 5 and above. Powerhouses in the Tianyuan Blessed Realm could be seen almost everywhere here. This made Wuxia slightly amazed. With a glance, there were at least 100 Tianyuan Blessed Realm powerhouses. What kind of concept was this? Even if a powerhouse of the Great Tao level arrived, they would be surrounded and attacked to death if they incurred the wrath of the public. Perhaps even a terrifying existence at the chaos level would have to flee in panic when faced with the siege of over 100 Tianyuan Blessed Realm powerhouses. Most of them are the strong disciples of the Justice Alliance. There is a powerful energy fluctuation here. The cultivation effect is comparable to a top-notch grotto heaven-blessed land in the universe. Wuxia sensed the energy in front of him and thought to himself. It was similar to where the Tree of Chaos was located. The effect of cultivating here was very good. This naturally caused many strong cultivators to bring their disciples here to cultivate. Wuxia flew over and scanned his surroundings. At the surrounding locations, some of the strong practitioner's disciples also swept a glance at him and didn't pay too much attention to it. This place was very bustling. There were also some strong practitioner's disciples who were doing business there and setting up stalls to sell their goods. Wuxia swept his gaze over. With a move of his palm, he took out the treasure map. Looking at the information on the treasure map, his body moved and flew towards the location inside. There was a route on the treasure map. According to the information on the map, he would be able to obtain treasures if he followed this route deep inside. Wuxia was skeptical about the authenticity of the treasure map. The treasure map was obviously made by other powerhouses. If the treasure map was made by powerhouses, why didn't he enter to obtain opportunities and treasures? Furthermore, there were many elemental gods in this chaotic region. The powerful elemental gods couldn't even be approached by an expert of the Great Tao level. Furthermore, why didn't the black-robed elder go over to search for treasures after obtaining the treasure map? These were all suspicious points. Therefore, Wuxia wouldn't believe this so-called treasure map 100%. However, it wasn't a big deal to look at it according to the route above. Wuxia looked at the route and flew in one direction. A few hours later, they arrived at the edge and looked at the riot area ahead. In front of them, there was a gray light. In the distance, there were red and black lights. They were the two elemental gods. The two elemental gods were very close to each other, but there was no major battle. They hovered there quietly, slowly absorbing the surrounding energy. Wuxia flew straight ahead for more than 10 days. The deeper he went, the more majestic the energy became. This area was much larger than a universe. It would take at least a few decades to 100 years to fly into the inner area. There was no danger at the periphery of the riot zone. There were many strong disciples flying around. Some of them were riding on powerful mythical beasts, and some were riding on technological spaceships. It was very magical. There's actually a palace. After flying for more than a month, Wuxia actually saw a palace. Some factions had established a temporary stronghold here. He swept his gaze around and continued flying forward. After flying for a few more days, an elemental god appeared in his line of sight. This was a fire elemental god. It was emitting a fiery red light, illuminating an area. A control-level elemental god. The elemental god King Immortal had seen it before. However, the elemental god he had seen that time was not that powerful. A weak elemental god could be controlled and used to create treasures. However, once the elemental god reached the level of heavenly creation, it was almost an uncontrollable existence. There was a way to make use of such a powerful elemental god. That was to fight it and break it into other fragments. In short, the elemental god was a rare treasure for the strong. The elemental god here was actually floating here and was not taken away by the strong. There must be a special reason for this. Wang Xian took out his Heaven's Origin communicator and checked the specific information regarding the riot zone. Elemental balance? Very soon, Wang Xian got a result from some information on the Heaven's Origin communicator. Elemental balance. There were more than 30 elemental gods in this riot zone. From the initial stage of the Heaven's Origin creation realm to the Great Tao realm, there were all of them. And in the center, there were 4 to 5 Great Tao realm gods. Other than these 4 to 5 Great Tao realm gods, there might be even more terrifying elemental gods. Here, the elemental gods maintained a kind of balance. Once the balance was broken, the various elemental gods would engage in a terrifying battle. At that time, if more than 30 elemental gods were to engage in a battle, then this place would turn into a terrifying existence. Even experts at the Great Tao level would find it hard to get close to it. Therefore, no one dared to touch the elemental gods here. In addition, if cultivators of the same attribute were to enter the elemental god for cultivation, the number could not be too many. Although the elemental god could enter the elemental god for cultivation when it was peaceful. However, if it absorbed too much energy, it would cause a riot and cause it to attack indiscriminately. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. Apart from the elemental god, Wang Xian received another piece of information. At the center of the riot. Deep in the center of the riot was a vast area. It contained all kinds of noisy energy. Upon entering, one would be corroded by all kinds of energy. At the same time, under such circumstances, treasures would be born. But to get treasures, it's too dangerous. Wang Xian continued to fly towards the depths of the riot zone. The surrounding scenery flashed past quickly. He looked at the route on the treasure map and changed his direction. He continued to fly in one direction. After flying for 2 years, Wang Xian arrived at the central area of the riot zone. When he was close to this area, he could feel the terrifying energy coming from the front. The area in front of him was the origin of the riot zone. All the light came from here. In front of him, there were special meteorites floating in the air. These meteorites carried a special and terrifying energy. From time to time, he could see some meteorites attacking each other. The energy released by the meteorites attacking each other was extremely terrifying. Every attack was at the level of a Heaven's Origin creator, and the attacks of these meteorites seemed to come from instinct. It was as if they had met 2 elemental gods with different attributes and engaged in an instinctive battle. Wang Xian looked at the position in front of him and then looked at the treasure map in his hand. He directly crushed the treasure map with a powerful force. The situation recorded in the treasure map had changed. According to the treasure map, there was a huge meteorite at this location. This meteorite exuded a strong vitality. If he could obtain it, he would be able to achieve an incredible improvement. However, the meteorite at this location had disappeared. In other words, this treasure map was useless. He destroyed it immediately. It's hard to tell if the treasure map is real or fake. I shouldn't be disturbed by the information on it. Wang Xian thought to himself as he scanned his surroundings. According to the information he obtained from the Heaven's Origin communication device, the meteorites in the center were called Chaos Stones. Chaos Stones contained all kinds of energy. However, these energies were all condensed together. They couldn't be refined or used. They would be like the elemental gods carrying out unintentional attacks. If one were to go deep inside and suffer the chaos of these chaos gems, then everything in the surroundings would be disturbed. Some of the escaping treasures could not be used. If one could not withstand the energy fluctuations of the chaos gems attacks, then they would fall inside. Such chaos gem riots often happened inside. Therefore, every heavenly fate expert who entered would be extremely cautious. However, there were many fragments of the elemental god in the center. These fragments were also rare treasures for heavenly fate experts. As for those in the ruler realm, they were even more so. Other than the elemental fragments, there were also special polished treasures. The chaos gem contained all kinds of energy. Some of the energy in the chaos gem was polished into a special form and had individual attributes. It could be used as a weapon. Some of the weapons were as powerful as a beginner in the Heaven's Origin realm. Although they were not as powerful as the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin realm, they were still comparable to the 5 elements millstone. Therefore, there were still many powerhouses who could not help but enter and take risks. However, there were also many strong people who died in there. Wuxia did not enter directly. He had to enter such a dangerous place after he had a clear understanding of it. His body moved and Wuxia began to observe the area around him. While he was observing, he could occasionally see some strong people in the heaven's origin realm who were also observing the area. Wuxia did not get close to them. Both parties maintained a safe distance. At the same time, while Wuxia was observing the area at the center of the riot zone. It was located at a location not far away. There were many tall towers here. The tall towers were engraved with magic patterns. The entire magic pattern was emitting a luster. At the top of the tall towers, there were many resplendent fragments of the elemental god. Each fragment seemed to be worth a lot. One could see with the naked eye that waves of energy were entering the elemental god from the center of the riot. The energy guided by the elemental god entered the lower part of the tower. At the lower part of the tower there was a pillar. Within each pillar, there were dozens of ruler realm disciples cultivating. And in the middle of the 8 towers there was a small palace. In the palace, there were 4 powerhouses in the Tianyuan blessed realm sitting cross-legged inside. Suddenly, a bright lamp beside a Tianyuan blessed realm powerhouse suddenly emitted a luster. The light of the bright lamp suddenly began to change and finally, it formed a figure. And this figure was exactly the same as Wuxia, who was not far away. This sudden change stunned the Tianyuan manifestation powerhouse beside him for a moment. Then he stood up immediately. His eyes were filled with excitement. Patriarch, what's the situation? The other 3 Tianyuan manifestation powerhouses looked over in astonishment when they saw his sudden change. The divination lamp has lit up. An expert with a fragment of the starfield has appeared in the surroundings. The heavenly Yuan creation expert said excitedly. Is that so? It's such a coincidence that a starfield fragment has appeared in the surroundings. Sect Ancestor, this is your treasure. We must obtain it. The other 3 heavenly Yuan creation experts were filled with joy. The heavenly Yuan creation treasure starfield was a treasure that was born in their universe. Because their sect master entered the chaotic region with the supreme treasure, he was attacked by the primal chaos stones. Not only did he die in there, even the star field was broken into pieces. The power of the heavenly fate supreme treasure star field was extremely huge, especially in the chaotic region. It had a huge advantage. Once, the exquisite universe's Saint also relied on this heavenly fate supreme treasure to become the supreme master of the exquisite universe. He had also established the most powerful force in the Linglong universe, the heavenly saint realm. He had used the starfield to enter this chaotic region and obtained a large amount of resources. In fact, the 3 of them had been able to break through because of their sect leader. Unfortunately, they had already searched for tens of billions of years for this starfield fragment, but they were still unable to gather it. Now they had actually sensed the existence of the starfield fragment. How could they not be pleasantly surprised? Let's go! Saint Shan Tian's gaze focused. Without any hesitation, he held the divination lamp and flew out instantly. The other 3 heavens origin creation powerhouses followed closely behind. Buzz! Buzz! Soon, they stopped in the void and looked at the figure in front of them. At this moment, Wuxia, who was observing the situation in the riot zone, suddenly felt 4 pairs of eyes staring at him. He revealed a surprised expression. He looked over and sized up the 4 figures. Great Tao level. When Wuxia landed on the old man who was holding an ancient oil lamp, his gaze froze slightly. Great Tao level. His aura was weaker than the fallen shadow devil emperor. It should be in existence who had just stepped into the Great Tao realm. 1 is at the Great Tao level, 1 is at the control level, and 2 are at the beginner level. Wuxia was floating in front of the chaotic meteorite in the center of the riot. When he saw the 4 heaven origin creation stage powerhouses who suddenly flew over and stared at him, his eyes flickered slightly as he thought to himself. A hint of seriousness appeared on his face. The combined strength of the 4 of them was only slightly weaker than him. Moreover, he wasn't sure if they would still have companions. 4 of you, staring at others like that will cause no regrets. Wuxia narrowed his eyes slightly and completely restrained the energy in his body. There was a hint of coldness on his face as well. To any powerhouse, staring at them like that was a provocation. My friend, do you have the fragment of the celestial domain, the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan? The saint of heavenly saints, who was in the lead, stared at Wang Xian and asked with a slightly heated tone. The divination lamp in his hand was still emitting light. Wang Xian's figure was reflected in the light. The fragment of the celestial domain? Upon hearing his words, Wang Xian glanced at the divination lamp beside him and raised his eyebrows slightly. I didn't expect that you guys would have such a treasure. You guys are actually able to detect the treasure on me? The fragment of the starfield belongs to our sect's ancestor. However, it broke due to an accident. Naturally, our treasure can sense it. The old man beside Saint Shan Tian immediately spoke up. Your treasure? Hee, you are going overboard with your words. Why would your treasure appear in my hands? Wang Xian looked at the old man, shook his head, and said with a smile, how many galactic fragments do you have in your hands? If you can take them out, I am willing to trade with you at a high price. Although the fragments of the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan are valuable, they are not of much use to the powerhouses of Tianyuan. Saint Shantian waved his hand at his subordinate and said to Wang Xian, my friend, since you are looking for galactic fragments, you must have galactic fragments in your hands as well. Can I take a look at the galactic fragments in your hands? If possible. I also want to repair this ultimate treasure of Tianyuan. Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly and said, what a joke. Wang Xian also had the idea of repairing the galactic fragment. Of course, this kind of thing was something that could be encountered but not sought. He was only thinking about the possibility. He did not have much hope. However, this great Tao-level powerhouse in front of him clearly had the galactic fragment in his hands. This was a little special. Why don't you take out the starfield fragment in your hands and I'll take out the starfield fragment in mine? Let's take a look. Saint Shan Tian stared at Wang Xian with a twinkle in his eyes as he spoke. Hee, if you take it out, I can naturally take it out too. Wang Xian saw Saint Shan Tian's expression and naturally knew what he was thinking. However, this was also what he was thinking. The fragment of the celestial domain, if both parties only controlled a small portion of it, then they might be safe and sound. However, if the fragment of the celestial domain in both parties' hands could be combined into a complete heaven's origin creation treasure, then everything would be hard to say. As Wang Xian spoke, he moved his palm and held the fragment of the celestial domain in his hand. Saint Shantian stared at Wang Xian and moved his palm as well. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, Wang Xian and the rest did not need to check. When Saint Shantian took out the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation, the galactic fragment in Wang Xian's hand started to tremble violently, even if the galactic fragment was completely refined by him. However, at this moment, the galactic fragment instinctively wanted to fuse with the galactic fragment in Saint Shantian's hand. The same thing happened to Saint Shantian. Good. Good. I've finally found it. Saint Shantian's face revealed an excited expression. He was once the owner of the starfield fragment and now he understood what this meant. The starfield fragment in the other party's hands was actually the part that he was missing. Once he could obtain it, he would be able to completely restore the Heavenly Yuan Destiny Treasure Starfield. This made him extremely excited. The celestial domain was too important to him. The fragment of the celestial domain in the other party's hand, together with the one in my hand, is a complete celestial domain's ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation. When Wang Xian saw the scene, his gaze also focused. Once the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation was shattered, there was a possibility for it to be restored. At that time, he would at most take out some treasures to nourish it. A complete ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin was worth a terrifying amount of money. Wang Xian's eyes also revealed a hint of excitement. Friend, name a price. I want the galactic fragment in your hands. Saint Shan Tian stared at Wang Xian and said with a burning gaze, name a price. I want the galactic fragment in your hands too. Wang Xian stared at him and said the same thing. An offensive type heaven's origin destiny level treasure. This was able to enhance the combat strength of an expert at the control level. The experts at the great Tao level were also envious and tempted. Boom. Just as Wang Xian finished his sentence, Saint Shan Tian started to move from the opposite side. He clearly realized that Wang Xian didn't want to give him the galactic fragment in his hands. Instead, he wanted the galactic fragment in his hands. Since that was the case, there was no need to negotiate anymore. Although he could not sense the strength of this powerhouse, he, Shan Tian, was confident. That was because he was in existence at the level of the Great Tao. In the entire Justice Alliance, an existence at this level could be considered as one of the top existences. He was also one of the higher-ups of the Justice Alliance. He was one of them. Surround him. When the three heavens origin creation powerhouses beside Saint Shan Tian saw their sect leader making a move, their eyes froze. They did not attack but flew to the sides immediately. They wanted to surround Wang Xian and prevent him from escaping. Hee. Wang Xian was not surprised to see Saint Shan Tian making a move. However, when he saw the other heavens origin powerhouses trying to surround him, his face was filled with sarcasm. Boom. Wang Xian looked at Saint Shan Tian who was attacking him. A cold look appeared in his eyes. Saint Shan Tian waved his palm and a huge palm print covered him. Great Heaven Palm Print. Wang Xian extended his dragon claw directly. The power of the five elements Great Grinding Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the body of the Void Divine Dragon were all superimposed on it. When faced with an expert at the level of Great Tao, he would not hold back at all. He could not hold back either. Boom. A terrifying dragon claw headed towards Saint Shan Tian's Great Heaven Palm Print. When Saint Shan Tian sensed the power of Wang Xian's dragon claw, a bad premonition appeared on his face. The dragon claw landed on the Great Heaven Palm Print and broke it. Following that, the terrifying power of the dragon claw rushed in front of Saint Shan Tian. Suppress! Saint Shan Tian's body shook. An energy phantom shot out from his body and headed toward the dragon claw. Bang! 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 The intense collision continued. However, Saint Shan Tian's expression changed drastically. He was still unable to withstand the terrifying dragon claw. He spat out a lot of blood and flew backward. How is this possible? Saint Shan spat out a mouthful of blood as he stared at Wang Xian in shock. He was actually defeated. He was able to determine the winner with just one move. He was an expert at the Great Tao level. He was also a well-known existence in the entire Justice Alliance. However, he was completely no match for this unfamiliar heaven origin creator. Since when did Great Tao realm experts appear everywhere? The reason why he dared to make such a move was because he was confident. He couldn't possibly be extremely unlucky to meet an extremely terrifying existence, right? But he never thought that he would actually meet one. What? Not good. On both sides, the other three Heavenly Fate realm experts saw their sect leader being sent flying with a single strike. They spat out fresh blood and their expressions changed drastically. A powerhouse who has just stepped into the Great Tao level dares to take the initiative to attack me? Wang Xian's face was filled with a cold expression. He moved his body and charged straight towards him. When Saint Shan Tian saw Wang Xian charging towards him, his expression changed drastically. Come here, let's join hands behind me. Saint Shan Tian's expression changed slightly. He quickly dodged and shouted at his three subordinates. It's the leader. The three heavens origin powerhouses did not hesitate at all. They immediately flew towards Saint Shan Tian. Buzz! As Saint Shan Tian dodged, a surge of energy was injected into the divination lamp. Following that, the divination lamp flickered with a luster. There was a message on it. Close to the strength of two Great Tao-level powerhouses? Saint Shan Tian sensed the message on the divination lamp and let out a low growl. He widened his eyes and stared at Wang Xian with an unsightly expression. You want to snatch the galactic fragment from my hands. It's perfect. I also want to obtain it from your hands. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the divination lamp and revealed a hint of surprise. Following that, his body moved and transformed into the body of a divine dragon. Buzz! 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 A wave of fog enveloped them completely. The entire void was enveloped by the fog. Divination went in. Saint Shan Tian's expression changed slightly when he saw that his surroundings were enveloped by the dense fog. A wave of energy surged into the divination lamp. Following that, a message was transmitted into his mind. Attack! Saint Shantian roared loudly and attacked directly to his right. Ha! At the same time, Wang Xian's body trembled and teleported to his right. The moment he completed his teleportation, he felt a terrifying energy attacking him. This gave him a slight shock. The dragon scales on his body glowed and blocked their attacks directly. Bang! 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 Intense sounds of collision rang out. Numerous attacks landed on his dragon scales and were blocked with great difficulty. Roar! Wang Xian let out a low roar. In the sky, a terrifying dragon head headed straight for them. Block it! Saint Shantian continued to roar loudly. The three subordinates who flew behind him attacked according to his orders. A terrifying energy soared into the sky and met the dragon head that was descending from the sky. Don't hold back! Saint Shantian's expression changed slightly when he saw the result of the collision. The lamp wick of the divination lamp emitted a ray of light and met the dragon head. Saint Shantian and the rest joined hands. There was still a gap of 2 people who had just entered the Heaven's Origin blessed realm from Wang Xian. This gap was not huge. However, they would not be able to gain the upper hand when they fought against Wang Xian. My friend, you are very strong. However, the gap between us joining hands is not huge either. Let's have a good talk. Saint Shantian's expression changed drastically as he shouted at Wang Xian. Hehe, you are not my match. Now that you know how to make peace, if I am not your match, wouldn't I be killed by you guys? Wang Xian's face was filled with a cold expression. Even if I can't kill you guys, I can still kill your disciples. As he spoke, his gaze focused as he looked behind Saint Shantian and the rest. Just now, Wang Xian also saw them coming from there. The tall tower buildings were absorbing the energy in the center of the chaotic area. The fragments of the god of elements above were obviously worth a lot. At the bottom of the tall tower, he could sense the aura of the Mastery Realm disciples. The moment Wang Xian finished his sentence, he flew straight ahead. Oh no! When Saint Shantian saw that Wang Xian had set his target at their tower, his expression changed drastically. Stop, we can talk about anything. We each have half of the starfield fragment. If you want to get the other half, if you want to complete it, we need to talk. Otherwise, even if we are not your match, you can forget about getting the starfield fragment in my hands. Saint Shantian's expression changed drastically as he shouted at Wang Xian. Saint Shantian had a complete understanding of Wang Xian's strength. It was obviously impossible for him to take away the galactic fragment from his hands. However, it was also impossible for the other party to take it away from him. However, with his terrifying strength, if he were to deal with the celestial world tower of the Saint Tian world, Saint Shantian would also be unable to organize the other party's disciples here. Boom! Wang Xian heard his words and ignored him. He swayed his huge body and dashed towards the direction of the tower. All disciples of the Shantian world, escape immediately. We will stop him. When the saint of the Shantian world saw that Wang Xian completely ignored him, his expression changed drastically. He immediately shouted at the disciples behind him. Huh? What? Our sect leader and the rest are actually not a match for that powerhouse. Quick, quick, run. At the back, the disciples of the Saint Heaven Realm had sensed and watched the battle between their sect leader and Wang Xian. Now, when they heard their sect leader's voice, their expressions changed drastically. The group of powerhouses who were at the peak of the Overlord realm did not hesitate at all. They immediately led all the disciples into the teleportation formation. This was a cultivation treasure ground built by their sect leader. However, in order to prevent the Chaos Stone's energy from exploding in the center, they were prepared to escape. Therefore, the group of disciples entered the teleportation formation and left this place. If you want to stop me, can you stop me? Wang Xian's eyes were filled with coldness when he saw Saint Shantian and the rest blocking him. 10 types of energy gathered on his body and lingered around him. He was like a world-destroying divine dragon in the chaos as he charged forward. Saint Shantian and the rest circulated the energy in their bodies and bombarded Wang Xian continuously. However, they were still unable to withstand Wang Xian's charge for long. In just 10 seconds, Wang Xian broke through their defenses. He stared ahead. The disciples of the goodness heaven world had all escaped through the teleportation formation. However, the elemental gods on the 8 towers were still floating in the air. These elemental gods were huge treasures and were extremely valuable. He wants to obtain those elemental gods and destroy our elemental divine tower. When Saint Shan Tian saw Wang Xian rushing towards the tower, his face was extremely embarrassed. They could only pin down Wang Xian, but it was impossible to trap him in a single area. Now that Wang Xian was targeting those towers, Saint Shan Tian and the rest couldn't stop him at all. We can't let him take the god of elements away. I'll hold him back. You guys take the god of elements away. Saint Shan Tian continued to roar loudly. His body trembled and began to grow bigger. In an instant, he transformed into an incomparably huge giant that covered the sky. He extended a finger and pointed it directly at Wang Xian. That finger broke off from his palm and carried an invincible might. Beside him, the expressions of the other 3 heavens origin powerhouses changed when they saw their sect leader attacking at the cost of sacrificing his life force. They quickly grabbed at the fragments of the elemental god. These fragments of the elemental god were extremely important to their goodness heaven world. This was the strongest elemental god that their goodness heaven world had gathered over the past tens of billions of years. When Wang Xian saw that the saint of goodness heaven wanted to stop him, a cold expression appeared on his face. Roar! Roar! Wang Xian let out a low roar. He swayed his huge body and went straight for the broken finger of the saint of goodness heaven. At the same time, the body of the void divine dragon flew out from his body. Carrying the 5 elements millstone, the void dragon pool teleported and clawed at the elemental gods one by one. Bang! In the next instant, Wang Xian's dragon claw wrapped around the Tai Chi dragon disc and directly resisted the broken finger of Saint Shan Tian. A huge explosion sounded as the broken finger collided with the dragon claw. A deep wound appeared on Wang Xian's dragon claw. The energy carried by the broken finger caused Wang Xian's dragon claw to be slightly broken. However, the flesh and blood started to heal rapidly at the place where it was broken. When Saint Shan Tian saw this scene, there wasn't the slightest hint of surprise on his face. He looked to the side and his expression sank. He had sacrificed one of his fingers to unleash an attack that had injured his opponent. However, the terrifying existence in front of him had split out a powerful force. This force instantly arrived in front of an elemental god. This is the power of space. From his body, I can feel the power of other attributes. How many abilities and trump cards does this mysterious powerhouse have? The Saint of Good Day's face is embarrassed, low voice roar way. Stop! At this time, the 3 strong Tianyuan creation thought that their patriarch can resist that strong enemy. However, they did not expect that just when they put away the first elemental god, a doppelganger of the powerful enemy instantly arrived in front of a fragment of the elemental god. They could only watch helplessly as he kept the fragment of the god of elements in his bag. This made their expressions extremely awkward. You think you can stop me just because of your sect leader? All of you together won't be able to stop me. Wang Xian looked at them and sneered. He stared at the other god of elements fragments and flew over directly. I'll stop him. All of you put away the fragment of the god of elements. One of the control-level powerhouses roared and attacked the body of the void god dragon. Wang Xian's body of the void god dragon laughed coldly. He waved his arm and the 5 elements grinding mill and the void dragon pool emitted a terrifying energy, forming a powerful defense in front of him. Following that, his figure disappeared instantly and teleported to another fragment of the god of elements. With a wave of his arm, he kept it in his bag. Even though there was an energy protection around the fragment of the god of elements, it was still easily destroyed by Wang Xian. Not good. He has the space attribute and is very difficult to deal with. The expression of the control-level powerhouse changed drastically. Knowing that he could not restrain his opponent, he gave up and started to collect the fragments of the god of elements one by one. Saint Shan Tian swept his gaze over and his expression was abnormally ugly. He took a deep breath and stared at Wang Xian. He stopped his attempts to stop and attack. My friend, I know it's my fault for taking the initiative to attack. Take as many God of Elements fragments as you can. Can we have a talk? Saint Shantian gave up completely. He couldn't beat Wuxia in a fight. He couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. He might as well give up generously. Compared to the fragment of the God of Elements, the fragment of the star field was more important to him. He didn't want to get into a deadlock with Wuxia. If he became his enemy, he would never be able to recover the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin in the star field. Now you know how to have a talk? Wuxia stared at Saint Shantian with a mocking expression on his face. However, Wuxia did not continue to attack. With the Void Dragon body's rapid teleportation, he obtained pieces of the God of Elements. Out of the 8 pieces of the God of Elements, he had snatched a total of 5 pieces. These 5 pieces were much more precious than the ones he had obtained from the surroundings of the Tree of Chaos. One fragment was equivalent to almost all of them. These 5 fragments of the God of Elements are equivalent to your feeble apology just now. Wuxia calmed his mind and the body of the Void Divine Dragon returned to his body. He looked at these 5 fragments of the God of Elements and said with a smile on his face, "You." When the other 3 Heavens Origin Creation Stage powerhouses heard Wuxia's words, a hint of anger appeared on their faces. They had never suffered such humiliation before. However, when they thought of the methods of this mysterious powerhouse, they could only hold back the rest of their words. "My friend, I want to exchange for the galactic fragment in your hands. Name a price." Saint Shantian took a deep breath, looked at Wuxia, and asked, "I want to exchange for the galactic fragment in your hands. What price do you want?" Wuxia asked back when he heard his words. The smile on his face disappeared. Currently, the galactic fragment that the other party possessed could restore the entire galaxy to the state of the heaven's origin creation. This was also very important to Wuxia. A complete treasure of the heaven's origin creation could only be obtained by chance. Even a great Dao expert would fight for it. However, Wuxia already understood the other party's strength. Although it was inferior to him, it was impossible for him to kill the other party. Similarly, the other party wanted to trade with him because he saw how powerful he was. Now, it would depend on who offered the highest price and who could move the other party. The star field used to be my heaven's origin destiny treasure. It was shattered due to an accident. I have been searching for it for tens of billions of years. I will not give it up, nor will I hand it over to others. Saint Shantian said with a determined gaze. He looked at Wuxia and gritted his teeth. "Name a price. As long as I can afford it, I will agree." Saint Shantian looked at Wuxia firmly. It was impossible for him to give up the starfield. It was because of the starfield that he was able to rise to the current stage. It was also the reason why he was able to establish the current good heaven world. The starfield was very, very important to him. Even if he could not obtain it now, he would not hand it over to others. When Wuxia heard Saint Shantian's words and saw his determined expression, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Naturally, he could see Saint Shantian's determination. The galactic fragment was not that important to Wuxia. That was because he had obtained it by accident. Naturally, he wanted to obtain a complete galaxy as well. However, if he did not obtain it, he would not be too disappointed. He was different from the saint of heavenly saints. The starfield fragment in my hand, when combined with the starfield fragment in your hand, is a complete treasure of Tianyuan. You should understand how precious it is. Wuxia fiddled with the starfield fragment in his hand and spoke to the saint of heavenly saints. To you, it's only important if you obtain the starfield fragment in my hand. If you can't obtain the starfield fragment in my hand, it's not important to you. But I also know that you won't give it to me easily. Give me a condition. As long as it's not too excessive, my goodness heaven realm will agree with you. I hope that we can become friends. Saint took a deep breath and said. The starfield lock fragment was now useless in the hands of both sides. Only by gathering it together would it be able to recover to the heavenly Yuan Destiny Supreme Treasure Realm. He was also prepared for the other party to ask for more. The star field was very important to him. As long as he obtained the star field, he would be able to enter the center of the riot and obtain more treasures. This would make the good heaven world even stronger. Make a friend? Hee hee. Wang Xian smiled faintly. His gaze landed on the palm of Saint Shantian and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Then, this friend, can you introduce the lamp in your hand? The lamp in Saint Shantian's hand was not simple in Wang Xian's eyes. He seemed to be able to predict his actions. Furthermore, this lamp also had the ability to investigate. Furthermore, the effect of the investigation was extremely powerful. He had been keeping the galactic fragment in the mother nest. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for it to be discovered. However, Saint Shantian had sensed it. In addition, the lamp could quickly determine his own strength. It was not simple. Wang Xian also wanted to obtain the other party's galactic fragment, but it was obvious that the probability was almost zero. The galactic fragment was not important to him. If he could exchange it for a powerful treasure, he would not be reluctant to give it up. This galactic fragment was indeed of little value to the current him. When Saint Shantian heard Wang Xian's words, his expression changed slightly. He tightened his grip on the divination lamp in his hand. His expression was extremely grave. Divination lamp, a treasure that can be used for divination and prophecy. It is an all-supporting treasure. Saint Shantian introduced it. Please be more specific, my friend. Wang Xian stared at his divination lamp and continued to speak. I will not use this lamp to make a trade. When Saint Shantian saw that Wang Xian was coveting the divination lamp in his hand, his expression changed as he spoke. Hee hee. Forget it then. Wang Xian smiled faintly and kept the star field fragment in his bag. I can use other items to make a trade with you. The fragment of the god of elements and cultivation treasures are both available. Saint Shantian's expression changed again as he spoke. You can't give me what I need, so why should I trade with you? Wang Xian stared at him and said plainly, other than this lamp of divination, what else can tempt me? His words made Saint Shantian clench his fists tightly as he looked at the lamp of divination in his hand. Patriarch, the divination lamp is also incomparably precious. It was a treasure that you risked your life to obtain. Behind Saint Shantian, the control-level expert spoke with an unsightly expression. The divination lamp in their patriarch's hand was a treasure that he had risked his life to obtain. It was also because of that time that he had risked entering the chaotic region with the chaos gems. It was also because of that time that although he had obtained this treasure, the starfield had become a fragment and he had died once. It could be said that the price of obtaining the divination lamp was the starfield shattering and dying once. This price wasn't worth it. Now, they actually had to face such a choice. In order to obtain this divination lamp, the star field fragment shattered that time. Although the divination lamp is a supporting treasure, its functions are incomparably powerful. It can predict and predict. It can predict the opponent's position, predict the opponent's moves, and even predict the opponent's strength. The lamp of divination is an extremely precious treasure to any heaven origin destiny realm powerhouse. Saint Shantian looked at the lamp of divination in his hand and muttered. There was a hint of struggle on his face. Wang Xian was surprised when he heard his words. He didn't expect that the reason why the starfield had become a fragment had something to do with this divination lamp. The ability to predict the future was indeed powerful. This might be fate. It might be destiny. Wang Xian said to Saint Shantian with a smile on his face. Yes, this might be fate. It might be destiny. Saint Shantian stared at Wang Xian and said, give me the starfield fragment in your hand. Also, return the God of Elements fragment to us. This is my condition. Otherwise, there is no need to make a deal. Wang Xian looked at his expression and nodded with a smile. Sure. Congratulations. After obtaining the galactic fragment in my hands, you will be able to recover the full power of the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin. If you want to fully recover the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin, you will need a large number of treasures and resources to nurture it. It will take some time. Saint Shantian said. With a move of his palm, the divination lamp floated in front of him. You cut off the connection with the divination lamp, and I'll cut off the connection with the starfield lock fragment. If you don't want to have a mortal enemy, don't play any tricks. With a move of Wang Xian's palm, the starfield fragment also floated in front of him. Similarly, you have to remember this sentence of yours. Saint Shantian said. Don't worry. The fragment of the star field is not that important to me. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. Let's do it together, Saint Shantian said as he stared at Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded. Their palms moved and the fragment of the starfield flew towards him. At the same time, the divination lamp flew towards Wang Xian. Wang Xian could sense the peculiar energy contained within the divination lamp. This energy was extremely mystical. Wang Xian felt that it was extremely worth it to exchange a galactic fragment for such a treasure. I have finally found the remaining star field fragment. Saint Shantian looked at the star field fragment in his hand with an extremely excited expression on his face. This star field's ultimate treasure of Tianyuan was accompanied by his rise and glory. After more than 30 billion years, it had once again returned to his hands and was restored to its peak. Wang Xian stood at the front and looked at the divination lamp in his hand. He injected energy into it and refined it. Hee, happy business. After briefly feeling the magic of the divination lamp, Wang Xian put it away and said to Saint Shantian with a smile, the divination lamp can predict the direction of the chaos stone in the riot zone. It is a very powerful supplementary treasure. Saint Shantian looked at Wang Xian and said. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. His body moved and he flew into the distance. Saint Shantian looked at Wang Xian's departing figure and didn't say anything. The transaction had been completed. Even though he was a little unhappy in his heart, everything had become a reality. He wouldn't be upset or hold a grudge. Furthermore, Wang Xian's strength. It was obviously irrational for an expert of such a level to make an enemy out of him. It was even a foolish act. In addition, he was the first to make a move this time. He had predicted the strength of his opponent. This might be fate, Saint Shantian said. He returned to the tower and placed the pieces of the God of Elements on top of it again. Wang Xian flew out of the area and came to a distant location. With a wave of his arm, a palace appeared in the void. Wang Xian entered the palace and took out the divination lamp again. A surge of energy was injected into it and Wang Xian began to completely refine it. The energy entered the divination lamp and slowly gathered towards the wick of the divination lamp. Once the divination lamp was used, the divination lamp would light up. If he wanted to perform divination, he would need to light up the divination lamp. However, Wang Xian realized that the energy required to light up the lamp of divination was extremely terrifying. He had been pouring energy into the lamp of divination. The amount of energy that he had poured in for an hour did not even reach 1/10, 0.000 of the amount of energy stored in the wick. Furthermore, Wang Xian realized that the energy that he had poured in could not be used to perform divination. That was because there was not enough energy. As expected, the divination lamp could not be used indefinitely. It needed to store energy. However, he did not know how many divinations it could store once. Wang Xian thought to himself and began to infuse energy continuously. Time passed day by day. I've finally filled it up. A year passed. Wang Xian looked at the divination lamp in his hand and smiled. After a year of continuous energy infusions, the lamp was finally filled. Wang Xian had a thought and began to experiment wholeheartedly. If one wanted to perform divination with the divination lamp, there were some conditions that had to be met. One type of divination was to look at the target and perform divination on the target. Divination of all information about the target, including the birth and future. Of course, this type of divination was more effective for the weaker ones. For example, if Wang Xian used it on a supremacy, he would be able to divine the past of this supremacy-level disciple and what would happen in the next 10,000 years. Of course, there was a prerequisite for this divination. That was, this supremacy-level disciple did not come into contact with a powerhouse in the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm. Otherwise, he would not be prepared or the divination would fail. If Wang Xian were to perform divination on a powerhouse of the great Tao level, he could only divine what happened a second ago and what happened a second later. For a beginner-level powerhouse, he could divine what happened 20 seconds ago and 20 seconds later. The more powerful one was, the shorter the divination time would be. This was a kind of face-to-face divination. There was another type of divination where the opponent was not beside him. This type of divination required Wang Xian to possess the object of the target. Divination was done through this object. Through object divination, the position of the opponent could be divined. For long-distance divination, divination experts could only divine the position at most. It was impossible to divine his past and future. On the other hand, for those who were below the Tianyuan blessed realm, they could obtain more effects by divining objects. Divine the location of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian took out an item from the Dragon Palace and immediately began divination. The next moment, the lamp of divination lit up. Under the light, the image of the Dragon Palace appeared. At the same time, a stream of information surged into Wang Xian's mind. Along with the appearance of the image and information, Wang Xian saw that the energy in the divination lamp was being consumed crazily. In just a few seconds, half of the energy was consumed. Wang Xian immediately stopped this divination. The divination result only showed the appearance of a dragon palace, the appearance of the nine-origin universe. Even the name of the nine-origin universe was not divined. Divination of the Dragon Palace gives me little information. This is because I belong to the Dragon Palace. In addition, the Dragon Palace has the presence of the Green Moon and the Unicorn Ox. There are too many strong people in the Heaven's Origin realm. If they are too strong, the interference and consumption of divination power will increase. Wang Xian calculated in his heart. He had more or less understood about the lamp of divination. If Wang Xian were to divine his opponent of the same level during a battle, he might only be able to divine for 10 seconds before his energy was depleted. Next, if he wanted to predict, he would need to replenish his energy. 10 seconds was very short. If his opponent were to continue to defend, it would be useless. He would not be able to control the outcome of the battle. However, this lamp of divination is very powerful. It is not difficult to lock onto a weakling. Wang Xian thought to himself. In the future, if Wang Xian wanted to completely kill a powerhouse who had just entered the Heaven's Origin realm, he could do so through the lamp of divination. He could lock onto his position and kill his way over. Not bad, not bad. This divination lamp is very useful. Wang Xian's face was full of smiles. With a wave of his arm, the surrounding palaces disappeared. Wang Xian looked at the riot area in front of him and prepared to enter to take a look. The divination lamp could predict danger to a certain extent. He could enter to take a look. In front of him was the core area of the riot zone. If he wanted to obtain treasures, he would have to take the risk and enter. Otherwise, if he wanted to obtain treasures outside, he would have to depend on the probability. I'll enter and take a look. I'll see if I can obtain some treasures. Wang Xian thought to himself. He moved his body and flew straight inside. There were many chaos gems in the core area. Some of the chaos gems were undoubtedly operating. Each of the chaos gems contained a special and powerful energy. Wang Xian flew towards one of the chaos gems. He came before a huge chaos gem and sensed it. Wind, metal, space, darkness, and some special energy are mixed within. They are completely condensed together. Although they contain energy, they cannot be absorbed. Wang Xian sensed the energy in the Chaos Stone and thought to himself. The energy of the Chaos Stones was solidified and could not be absorbed. There were other impure energies mixed within. Even though Wang Xian had 10 attributes, he could not absorb them. Wang Xian sensed for a moment and flew forward. Boom! 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 As he flew deeper into the core region, the speed at which the Chaos Stones revolved became faster. There were no rules to speak of. Furthermore, some of the Chaos Stones collided with each other, resulting in a loud explosion. After the collision, they shot out at an even more terrifying speed. He needed to keep an eye on the Chaos Stones that were shot out. Otherwise, once he was hit, he would suffer some damage. The hardness of these Chaos Stones was something that even Wang Xian could not break. It was extremely sturdy. As he continued to fly inside, Wang Xian sized up his surroundings. Treasures were not as common as he had imagined. Furthermore, the reason why treasures were being born in this chaotic region was because of the collision between the Chaos Stones. It was because of the collision between the Chaos Stones. After the Chaos Stones broke apart, the fragments of the Elemental God were formed. It was possible that a fragment of the Elemental God was born not long after you left this place. Everything depended on fate and luck. Of course, to obtain the elemental god fragment, it didn't mean that it was easy to obtain it. It was possible to search for it for hundreds of millions of years without finding a single piece. However, there was one point. The closer one was to the center, the greater the probability of obtaining the elemental god fragment. The closer one was to the center, the more dangerous it was. The speed of some chaos stones was terrifying. Under the situation where one was caught off guard, even a powerhouse in the heaven's origin-blessed realm wouldn't be able to avoid it. Wang Xian was still relatively strong. Therefore, he flew straight towards the core. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 The deeper he flew, the louder the sounds of collision and the more there were. The deafening sound was accompanied by the splashing of some energy. Flames, lightning, cold rays, and so on. It was to the extent that Wang Xian had to set up a defense around himself at the back to ward off the splashing energy waves. After flying for a month, Wang Xian did not gain anything. He did not even see a single treasure. He was not anxious either. This was a normal phenomenon. Even though he was deep in the area, some control-level powerhouses did not dare to step in. If I want to obtain treasures here, it's either luck or absolute strength. It's just absolute strength to obtain treasures. I still need to go deeper. This area was very large. Wang Xian looked ahead. There were some special situations in front of him. In front of him, there were some elemental gods. Powerful elemental gods. They were moving around unconsciously. Wang Xian also saw that the two elemental gods were engaged in an intense fight. There were even chaos stones colliding in the surroundings. In that area, it was as if everything was going to be destroyed. However, in that area, Wang Xian could clearly see the fragments of the elemental god were located there. There were also special chaos stones. There are fragments of the elemental god at that location. The power of the two elemental gods are at the control level. However, one of the elemental gods is a little special. Wang Xian looked over and frowned slightly. One of the elemental gods was not just a simple attribute. The sea of fire enveloped it, and it also possessed the power of lightning. Streaks of lightning flashed continuously in the sea of fire. This caused Wang Xian to raise his eyebrows slightly. A dual attribute elemental god? Wang Xian had yet to meet a heaven origin creator with two attributes in the chaos. Of course, the special bloodline of the unicorn bull did not count. Wang Xian had yet to meet anyone who possessed the compatibility of the two attributes and had reached the heaven origin realm. However, the magic of the chaos gave birth to the elemental god who possessed two attributes. The elemental god had a unique characteristic. If the elemental god was of the fire attribute, then you were of the fire attribute as well. You would not be attacked if you entered. There were huge benefits to cultivating in there. But if the disciples of other attributes entered the fire elemental god, they would suffer endless attacks. Either you would be expelled, or you would be suppressed by the elemental god. The two elemental gods fought against each other. If the other attributes entered, they would be attacked by the two elemental gods at the same time. Although these two elemental gods were only at the control level, they still contained some berserk chaos gems. Under the guidance of energy, these chaos gems flew and revolved rapidly. They were also extremely destructive. There was an elemental god fragment inside, but if one wanted to obtain it, they would immediately be attacked by the two elemental gods. Even if a great Dao expert entered, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Whether or not they could obtain an elemental god fragment would depend on luck. Fire, lightning, elemental god, and a metal elemental god. Is it the same as before? As long as one has fire, lightning, and metal attributes, after entering, the three attributes will continuously circulate, and they won't be attacked. If that's the case, the chances of me obtaining the fragment of the god of elements will be much higher. Wang Xian thought to himself. He felt that the possibility was very high. After all, he had encountered such a situation in the past. If that was the case, Wang Xian would definitely have a good harvest this time. With this thought in mind, he flew directly towards the location of the god of elements. When he arrived at the edge, the violent energy in front of him surged over. Once he entered, it was equivalent to being attacked by two powerhouses at the control level at all times. Even existences at the Great Tao level could only focus on defense. However, even if he were to open up his defense, he could only last for a few hours inside. After all, an attack could be launched at any time. It shouldn't be a problem for me to enter this place by myself, Wang Xian thought to himself. He moved his body and flew forward. The moment he entered, Wang Xian could instantly sense the violent energy in the surroundings surging towards him. His expression changed slightly when he sensed this terrifying energy. This terrifying energy came wave after wave. He could sense that the violent energy in this space was attacking him. The attacking energy was getting stronger and more terrifying. At the end of the day, the violent energy in the entire area would be concentrated on his body. Buzz. Wang Xian's body shook as he resisted the violent energy. At the same time, he began to sense the energy in this area and started to circulate the energy in his body. Fire, lightning, and metal attributes. Under the circulation of the energy, Wang Xian immediately deactivated the defense in front of him. The next moment, a smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. I've succeeded. It's just as I expected. Wang Xian was at the edge of the two elemental gods. He smiled as he felt the energy around him. The energy in his body could be converted. This conversion was perfect. It was different from the energy of the Kailan bull, which relied on its bloodline. The energy of the bloodline attribute was complicated and could not be perfectly transformed. In other words, Wang Xian was able to enter this place and remain safe and sound within the range of the elemental god. This was a special case. It was a special case that was difficult to replicate. Of course, if there was a heaven's origin creator who broke through with two attributes, he would be able to achieve this if he happened to meet the elemental god who corresponded with his two attributes. However, the probability of such a situation was too slim. It was so slim that there might not even be one in a few billion years. Without the elemental god's attack, I can easily obtain the fragment of the elemental god, Wang Xian thought to himself as he looked ahead. There was a fragment of the elemental god in his line of sight. He immediately flew over and grabbed at the fragment of the god of elements. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, at this moment, Wang Xian sensed that some of the chaos stones in the surroundings were moved and flew towards him. The chaos stones carried a terrifying amount of energy and power. Wang Xian had no choice but to fend them off. What's going on? Why do I feel like my arrival has affected the chaos stones here? Is it because some special balance has been broken? Wang Xian thought to himself and raised his eyebrows slightly. However, these chaos gems were nothing to Wang Xian. Although the terrifying power of each chaos gem was comparable to those who had just entered the heaven's origin creation level. However, these chaos gems did not attack at the same time. Under such circumstances, Wang Xian was able to put up a good defense. Bang! 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 His arms turned into dragon claws and attacked the chaos stones one by one. He directed one of the chaos stones to attack the other chaos stones. At the same time, he flew toward the fragment of the god of elements rapidly. Buzz. Soon, he arrived in front of the fragment of the god of elements and grabbed it in his hand. Very good. This god of elements is very valuable, especially for disciples at the peak of the ruler realm. Wang Xian smiled. He looked to the side. There was a special piece of chaos stone there. This chaos stone belonged to a single attribute chaos stone. In other words, there was only one attribute left after being polished. This kind of chaos stone was similar to the god of elements fragment. However, it was more malleable than the god of elements fragment. Under normal circumstances, this kind of chaos stone would have special functions. Furthermore, under the influence of the chaos, this chaos stone could be forged into an extremely powerful treasure for some special reasons. The lamp of divination was formed by the influence of the chaos. Treasures like the lamp of divination were usually unique existences in the chaos. It was almost impossible to produce a second one. Wang Xian flew over and grabbed the chaos gem in his hand. A surge of lightning energy burst out from within. This was a thunder-attributed chaos gem. When he held it in his hand, Wang Xian only needed to infuse a little lightning energy into it to cause the chaos gem to burst out with terrifying bolts of lightning. This thunder-attributed chaos gem can be used to forge weapons. However, the treasure forged cannot reach the combat strength of the Heaven's Origin creation level. It is not of much use to me. However, to the strong disciples in the ruler realm, this is indeed a rare treasure. Wuxia thought to himself and kept it. Then he looked around. The two elemental gods were still clashing with each other. Wuxia was among them. The energy of the elemental gods did not attack him. Although some chaos stones were clashing violently, it did not affect Wuxia much. However, after obtaining these two treasures, Wuxia didn't obtain any other treasures. In this area, experts of the Great Tao level will enter. As long as they are careful, there won't be too much danger. This might also result in the fact that there aren't many treasures in this area where the God of Elements is battling. Wuxia mumbled. The fragments of the God of Elements that he obtained couldn't be compared to the 8 fragments of the God of Elements that Saint Shantian had. In fact, there was a huge gap between them. However, to be able to obtain such a harvest, it was already very good for any powerhouse. Wuxia flew out from here and flew towards the depths of the place once again. Chaos stones whizzed past the surrounding areas. Wuxia continued to dodge them. When he flew for another 2 days, the chaos stones whizzed past from time to time. It was already enough to almost kill a powerhouse who had just entered the Heaven's Origin blessed realm. Only those who had reached the level of control could fly here. Moreover, they also needed to pay attention to the chaos stones that whistled past from time to time. This place is indeed more dangerous. There seems to be a chaotic torrent ahead. Wuxia's gaze looked ahead as his eyes flickered slightly. Deep inside, there were not only the chaos stones that were constantly flying but also the chaotic torrent. The torrents that were gathered together like sand were as suffocating as the terrifying beasts in the chaos. Furthermore, there were some lights in the deeper parts of the cave. These lights came from the elemental gods. However, some of these elemental gods were already comparable to existences at the level of the Great Tao. Wuxia flew into the cave to avoid the chaotic stones. At this moment, he saw a chaos stone that was emitting a strong vitality. It was a chaos stone that was at least 100 meters in size. One part of it was emitting a majestic vitality while the other part of its energy was very chaotic. The chaotic place had no value. However, the part of it that was emitting vitality was indeed a rare wood-type energy treasure. It could be used. This was equivalent to a treasure that had yet to be completely polished. Wuxia stared at the piece of chaos stone and chased after it rapidly. Boom! 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 The booming sounds in the surroundings were incessant. Some of the energy from the collision of the chaos stones was filling up the surroundings. Those who were at the peak of the ruler realm would not live for more than 2 seconds after arriving here. Wuxia chased after the piece of chaos stone rapidly. His powerful speed allowed him to chase after it rapidly. Here, the power of space was greatly restricted. It was impossible to teleport in space. Wuxia came to the front of the chaos gem and sensed this energy. Then he kept it. The value of this chaos gem was much higher than what he had just obtained. This wood elemental energy could be turned into a treasure ground for cultivation, could be turned into treasures. Wuxia wasn't too happy after obtaining 3 treasures. After all, these treasures weren't of much use to him. It wasn't bad for him to use them to nurture his disciples. There are still too few treasures that can be used by great Tao-level powerhouses. Wuxia looked around and kept dodging the attacks of the chaos stones as he spoke. The higher he went, the more difficult it became. Looking into the depths, Wuxia continued to fly. There was no danger for him here. The deeper he went, the greater the chances of obtaining treasures. He kept flying forward. Soon, Wuxia arrived at a deeper area. Chaotic quicksand. This quicksand was densely packed. It was almost impossible to avoid it. He could only withstand it head-on. Among the quicksand, there were all kinds of chaos stones. What was very peculiar was that they seemed to revolve around a certain center. At the periphery, some chaos stones were being sucked into it. There are some small-scale fragments of the elemental god. When Wuxia approached the periphery, he noticed some fragments of the elemental god as well as some pure attribute chaos stones. As expected, the closer I get to the center, the more treasures there are. However, I'm afraid it's a little dangerous inside. Wang Xian stared at the spot in front of him. The spot he was at now was the very core. The chaotic sand flow, the terrifying chaotic stone in the sand flow. All kinds of violent energy. Some of the sand flow even contains strange energy, making one's heart palpitate. Wang Xian's entire body was wrapped in energy as he tried to enter the sand flow. When he entered the sand flow, he felt a continuous stream of terrifying energy attacking him. This kind of attack was continuous, although the impact of the sand flow was only equivalent to a control-level existence. However, this kind of impact was long-lasting and continuous. I can only stay here for more than 20 hours at most, and this is without encountering the impact of large-scale chaos stones. At this moment, Wang Xian had a solemn expression on his face. The impact of the energy here was too terrifying. Wang Xian could only last for more than 20 hours here. According to Wang Xian's speculation, Saint Shantian could only last for more than 10 hours here. His star field might have been destroyed here. Wang Xian guessed in his heart. A power at the level of Great Tao could destroy the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin. The destructive power here could also be destroyed over a long period of time. Wang Xian's entire body was wrapped in energy as he charged towards a fragment of the God of Elements. The powerful impact of the energy made his speed extremely slow. Meanwhile, that fragment of the God of Elements was still moving forward at a rapid speed. However, this place was located at the periphery. Fortunately, Wang Xian managed to catch up with that fragment of the God of Elements. Holding it in his hand, Wang Xian looked at the other fragments of the God of Elements and the special chaos stones. They had already disappeared. They were mixed in the quicksand. They would appear in 1 second and disappear in the next. It was very difficult to find them. This won't do. This area is very big. I can't stay here forever. Wang Xian frowned slightly. This place was more dangerous than he had imagined. Wang Xian was already very strong, but he wouldn't be able to hold out here for long. He wouldn't be able to enter this place if he was at the weak control level. With a movement, Wang Xian hurriedly flew out of this immeasurable area. Looking at this area, he frowned slightly. As expected, it was not easy to obtain all the treasures. I have to make use of my advantage. I can't just blindly search here. Wang Xian thought to himself. He had an advantage that other experts did not have. That was because he could enter the area of the elemental god. Especially when he entered the area of 2 or 3 elemental gods who were constantly colliding. The stronger the area where the elemental gods were clashing against each other, the easier it was for Wang Xian to obtain powerful treasures. This was his greatest advantage when compared to other Great Tao-level experts. With this thought in mind, Wang Xian began to fly around this area. There were also elemental gods among the chaotic currents. Furthermore, they were elemental gods of Great Tao level. As long as he could touch them, he would be able to enter the area. Perhaps he would be able to obtain some benefits. Wang Xian began to fly around this area. Roar! When he was flying around this area for more than 10 days, a roar suddenly came from within. This made Wang Xian's eyes freeze slightly. There are giant beasts of chaos in the quicksand region. The giant beasts of chaos that are able to survive here are definitely extremely powerful Great Tao existences. Wang Xian had a solemn expression on his face. If they were able to survive in the quicksand region, the gigantic beasts of primordial chaos in there would probably be no weaker than Wang Xian. After all, Wang Xian could not stay in this region for a long time. I need to be careful of such gigantic beasts of primordial chaos. Wang Xian was on high alert as he continued to fly around this region. However, when Wang Xian had been circling this area for a year, he realized that the area of this quicksand region was extremely terrifying. It's much bigger than I imagined. He continued to fly around this area. However, his eyes suddenly lit up as he looked ahead. Wang Xian saw some light in the interior of the quicksand ahead. The white and black rays of light were colliding and distorting. The god of light and the god of darkness. Wang Xian was certain in his heart as his eyes lit up. This was what he was looking for. An elemental god that could stand in the quicksand of chaos and emit such a large amount of light must be at the Great Tao level. In other words, these were 2 Great Tao levels. As long as he could enter the quicksand, he would have a chance to obtain something. and for an elemental god of such a high level to obtain a treasure, the value would definitely be extremely high. With this thought in mind, Wuxia directly entered the quicksand. The violent energy surged into his body, and Wuxia immediately unleashed his strongest defense. This was to prevent the quicksand from containing special energy. This was the information that Wuxia had obtained from his observation of the quicksand over the past year. The quicksand was far more dangerous than he had imagined. There was a peculiar and terrifying energy in the quicksand. He had to guard against this energy. Wuxia entered the quicksand and flew rapidly towards the bright and dark spots. After passing through the quicksand, Wuxia arrived in front of the two elemental gods. The power of light and darkness filled the area in front of him. Wuxia realized that the power of light and darkness had opened up a separate space in the torrent. There was no quicksand in this space. This was good news for Wuxia. However, although there was no quicksand, Wuxia could sense that there were some terrifying light and dark substances in it. These substances were not simple. Buzz. Wuxia moved his body and entered the area where light and darkness intersected. The interior of the elemental god, who was at the level of great Tao, was completely enveloped by the energy radiance. Even quicksand could not enter it. The radiance emitted by the two attributes was close to the center. These two types of energy seemed to be corporeal. The light and darkness energy kept colliding and intersecting in the interior of the two elemental gods, forming a terrifying scene. When Wuxia entered the interior, he immediately felt an extremely terrifying energy invading him. Not only was it the light energy, even the dark energy was attacking him directly. Wuxia's expression changed slightly. The energy in his body began to change immediately. Yin-yang reversal. The coexistence of yin and yang. Under such circumstances, Wuxia was able to avoid the erosion of darkness and light. Entering the interior of the two elemental gods, Wuxia scanned his surroundings. The surrounding energy seemed to be corporeal. Wuxia's vision and perception were greatly obstructed. Fortunately, this area wasn't too big. Even if Wuxia's perception was obstructed, he could still search through everything within a dozen hours. With this thought in mind, Wuxia began to survey his surroundings. There were no rumbling sounds around him. Everything was like a strange black and white pattern. The space was extremely strange. Wuxia surveyed his surroundings and began to search for treasures. Let's not talk about anything else. If I were to cultivate here, my speed would be more than 1,000 times faster than the Tree of Chaos. Wuxia sensed the power of light and darkness. If he could cultivate here, one day would be equivalent to 1,000 days at the Tree of Chaos. For a ruler realm disciple, that was even more so. Of course, it was also very difficult for a ruler realm disciple to cultivate here. He needed to dilute the power here. This also made him think of Saint and the others using the god of elements fragments to attract the energy in the chaotic area and then let the disciple cultivate. A ruler realm disciple cultivating in this situation was probably dozens of times better than the Tree of Chaos. After all, the energy contained in the god of elements fragments of Saint Shantian and the rest was extremely powerful. Buzz. At this moment, Wuxia saw a special glowing substance in front of him. Yes, it was a substance and not just pure energy. This substance was like a mirror. It contained a special type of light energy. The power of light had many different states. The powerhouses of the heavens origin creation with the light attribute could use the power of light to form a passage to escape. They could use the power of light to form a defense or a special attack method. Naturally, the material formed by the power of light also had special methods and abilities. Wuxia focused his gaze and immediately grabbed at the special mirror of light. Buzz. Wuxia grabbed the mirror and held it tightly as he looked at it with joy. A surge of energy was injected into it. In the next instant, the mirror emitted a kind of light. Following that, the power of the light merged into the surrounding area. It could not be seen or touched and completely merged into the surrounding space. However, the mirror could show the surrounding scene. This is a powerful treasure for scouting? This mirror is definitely a treasure. It is much more powerful than the scouting treasure forged by the 12 ancestral warlocks. Wuxia looked at the mirror and was delighted. He did not expect to encounter a treasure not long after he entered this place. This kind of scouting treasure was rare, regardless of whether it was used by him or placed in the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian was pleasantly surprised. He immediately put it away and continued to scan his surroundings. That is the fragment of the God of Elements. Every 20 minutes, Wang Xian was moving slowly inside. He was attracted by a black stone. The fragment of the God of Darkness, which was the size of a human head, contained a powerful energy. This was like the flesh and blood that fell from the corpse of a great Tao master. It was also extremely beneficial to a master who had just entered the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm. The energy of the God of Elements fragment in front of him was comparable to the energy of the 2 pieces of God of Elements fragment from Saint Shan Tian. Very good. Wang Xian was pleasantly surprised. He continued to search inside continuously. Very soon, he found more pieces of God of Elements fragments than he did. In a short 3 hours, he found 6 pieces. The value of these 6 pieces of God of Elements fragments had already far surpassed the 8 pieces of Saint Shan Tian and the rest. TSK, this treasure is practically free for me to pick up. Other great Tao level experts cannot enter this place at all, but I can easily roam around here, so I can easily obtain the fragments of the elemental god here. One was a great Tao level darkness elemental god, and the other was a great Tao level light elemental god. 2 unconscious creatures were engaged in a life and death battle here. Only the existence of the sound of great Tao would be able to enter this place safely. Otherwise, if an ordinary great Tao level creature entered this place, they would be forcefully exhausted to death by the 2 elemental gods. With 3 or 4 great Tao level creatures working together, it might be safe to enter this place. However, if the 2 elemental gods were to riot here, it might break the balance of the surroundings. At that time, other accidents might happen. Therefore, great Tao level experts didn't want to take too big a risk for these treasures. After all, even if there were many treasures here, even if there were no accidents, the treasures here would still need great Tao level experts to split them equally. It wasn't worth the risk. Looks like I'll have to look for more places like this in the future. I can enter it safely. Wang Xian thought to himself as a smile appeared on his face. However, just as Wang Xian was feeling happy, perhaps he was gloating over someone else's misfortune, a surge of energy suddenly rushed towards him. This made Wang Xian's expression change. He quickly dodged to the side. I'm getting closer to the side of the God of Light Elements. Wang Xian quickly looked over and saw a ball of light in front of him. Looking at this ball of light energy, Wang Xian retreated a little. All the energy here burst out from the bodies of the 2 God of Elements. If he were to get close to them, their attacks would be indistinguishable. It would cover everything in front of him. Even if Wang Xian was able to convert yin and yang, it would be useless. Therefore, he had to stay further away from the elemental god. Otherwise, it might cause the elemental god to riot and attack him. There seems to be a treasure near the elemental god of light. At this moment, Wang Xian noticed that there was a treasure that looked like a sharp sword beside the elemental god of light. It looked like a sword without a hilt. It was filled with terrifying and palpitating energy. This is a very powerful treasure. At the very least, it has the offensive power of someone who has just entered the heaven's origin creation stage. Wang Xian thought to himself. Wang Xian moved his body and entered the area where light and darkness intersected. The interior of the elemental god, who was at the level of great Tao, was completely enveloped by the energy radiance. Even quicksand could not enter it. The radiance emitted by the 2 attributes was close to the center. These 2 types of energy seemed to be corporeal. The light and darkness energy kept colliding and intersecting in the interior of the 2 elemental gods, forming a terrifying scene. When Wang Xian entered the interior, he immediately felt an extremely terrifying energy invading him. Not only was it the light energy, even the dark energy was attacking him directly. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. The energy in his body began to change immediately. Yin-yang reversal. The coexistence of yin and yang. Under such circumstances, Wang Xian was able to avoid the erosion of darkness and light. Entering the interior of the 2 elemental gods, Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. The surrounding energy seemed to be corporeal. Wang Xian's vision and perception were greatly obstructed. Fortunately, this area wasn't too big. Even if Wang Xian's perception was obstructed, he could still search through everything within a dozen hours. With this thought in mind, Wang Xian began to survey his surroundings. There were no rumbling sounds around him. Everything was like a strange black and white pattern. The space was extremely strange. Wang Xian surveyed his surroundings and began to search for treasures. Let's not talk about anything else. If I were to cultivate here, my speed would be more than 1,000 times faster than the Tree of Chaos. Wang Xian sensed the power of light and darkness. If he could cultivate here, one day would be equivalent to 1,000 days at the Tree of Chaos. For a ruler realm disciple, that was even more so. Of course, it was also very difficult for a ruler realm disciple to cultivate here. He needed to dilute the power here. This also made him think of Saint and the others using the God of Elements fragments to attract the energy in the chaotic area and then let the disciple cultivate. A ruler realm disciple cultivating in this situation was probably dozens of times better than the Tree of Chaos. After all, the energy contained in the God of Elements fragments of Saint Shantian and the rest was extremely powerful. Buzz. At this moment, Wang Xian saw a special glowing substance in front of him. Yes, it was a substance and not just pure energy. This substance was like a mirror. It contained a special type of light energy. The power of light had many different states. The powerhouses of the heavens origin creation with the light attribute could use the power of light to form a passage to escape. They could use the power of light to form a defense or a special attack method. Naturally, the material formed by the power of light also had special methods and abilities. Wang Xian focused his gaze and immediately grabbed at the special mirror of light. Buzz. Wang Xian grabbed the mirror and held it tightly as he looked at it with joy. A surge of energy was injected into it. In the next instant, the mirror emitted a kind of light. Following that, the power of the light merged into the surrounding area. It could not be seen or touched and completely merged into the surrounding space. However, the mirror could show the surrounding scene. This is a powerful treasure for scouting? This mirror is definitely a treasure. It is much more powerful than the scouting treasure forged by the 12 ancestral warlocks. Wang Xian looked at the mirror and was delighted. He did not expect to encounter a treasure not long after he entered this place. This kind of scouting treasure was rare, regardless of whether it was used by him or placed in the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian was pleasantly surprised. He immediately put it away and continued to scan his surroundings. That is the fragment of the God of Elements. Every 20 minutes, Wang Xian was moving slowly inside. He was attracted by a black stone, the fragment of the God of Darkness, which was the size of a human head, contained a powerful energy. This was like the flesh and blood that fell from the corpse of a great Tao master. It was also extremely beneficial to a master who had just entered the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm. The energy of the God of Elements fragment in front of him was comparable to the energy of the 2 pieces of God of Elements fragment from Saint Shantian. Very good. Wang Xian was pleasantly surprised. He continued to search inside continuously. Very soon, he found more pieces of God of Elements fragments than he did. In a short 3 hours, he found 6 pieces. The value of these 6 pieces of God of Elements fragments had already far surpassed the 8 pieces of Saint Shantian and the rest. TSK. This treasure is practically free for me to pick up. Other Great Tao level experts cannot enter this place at all, but I can easily roam around here, so I can easily obtain the fragments of the elemental god here. One was a Great Tao level darkness elemental god and the other was a Great Tao level light elemental god. 2 unconscious creatures were engaged in a life and death battle here. Only the existence of the sound of Great Tao would be able to enter this place safely. Otherwise, if an ordinary Great Tao level creature entered this place, they would be forcefully exhausted to death by the 2 elemental gods. With 3 or 4 Great Tao level creatures working together, it might be safe to enter this place. However, if the 2 elemental gods were to riot here, it might break the balance of the surroundings. At that time, other accidents might happen. Therefore, Great Tao level experts didn't want to take too big a risk for these treasures. After all, even if there were many treasures here, even if there were no accidents, the treasures here would still need Great Tao level experts to split them equally. It wasn't worth the risk. Looks like I'll have to look for more places like this in the future. I can enter it safely. Wang Xian thought to himself as a smile appeared on his face. Buzz. However, just as Wang Xian was feeling happy, perhaps he was gloating over someone else's misfortune, a surge of energy suddenly rushed towards him. This made Wang Xian's expression change. He quickly dodged to the side. I'm getting closer to the side of the god of light elements. Wang Xian quickly looked over and saw a ball of light in front of him. Looking at this ball of light energy, Wang Xian retreated a little. All the energy here burst out from the bodies of the two god of elements. If he were to get close to them, their attacks would be indistinguishable. It would cover everything in front of him. Even if Wang Xian was able to convert yin and yang, it would be useless. Therefore, he had to stay further away from the elemental god. Otherwise, it might cause the elemental god to riot and attack him. There seems to be a treasure near the elemental god of light. At this moment, Wang Xian noticed that there was a treasure that looked like a sharp sword beside the elemental god of light. It looked like a sword without a hilt. It was filled with terrifying and palpitating energy. This is a very powerful treasure. At the very least, it has the offensive power of someone who has just entered the heaven's origin creation stage. Wang Xian thought to himself. Wang Xian looked at the treasured sword in front of him and felt a little excited. There was a limit to the number of weapons that an expert could control. It was impossible for an expert to control treasures indefinitely. For example, if a beginner-level expert were to control hundreds of heaven's origin fortunes, wouldn't he be invincible in the universe? That was not the case. An beginner-level expert could control a heaven's origin fortunes treasure at most. If he was given another treasure that had the combat power of a beginner-level heavenly yuan creation treasure, he wouldn't be able to control it. In addition, heavenly yuan creation treasures were hard to control even for great Dao-level powerhouses. Especially if a great Dao-level powerhouse had two offensive heavenly yuan creation treasures. If he used them at the same time, it would be difficult for two offensive heavenly yuan creation treasures to give him two control-level combat power. It would be very difficult for him to unleash the power of the two heaven origin destiny-level treasures. At most, it would be slightly better than one heaven origin destiny-level treasure. Of course, there was another possibility. It was possible to maximize his own strength and control more heaven origin destiny-level treasures. That was, he had one offensive, one defensive, and one supporting type. The offensive, defensive, and supporting types did not interfere with each other. He could control more of them. For example, an attack-type weapon. Since the 5 elements grinding mill and the Tai Chi dragon disc contain the dragon soul, in fact, Wang Xian didn't need to control it. The void dragon pool had the body of the void divine dragon to control it, so he didn't need it either. Now that he had the supportive ancestral tree in his body, he could still control an attack-type treasure in his hands. This seemingly powerful sword of light could enhance Wang Xian's strength. This enhancement was calculated based on this sharp sword. And this sharp sword should have the power of a beginner in the heaven's origin creation stage. Wang Xian's heart was burning with passion. If he could obtain this sharp sword and forge it slightly, his combat strength would be comparable to 2 great Tao existences. If I want to obtain this sword of light, I need to be careful. Wang Xian was deep in thought. With a move of his palm, he used the power of light and darkness to create a space. Following that, he took out the lamp of divination. The lamp of divination was purely a supporting treasure. It did not provide much boost to one's combat strength. However, if it was used to predict danger, it would bring great benefits. Buzz. Wang Xian injected a stream of energy into the lamp of divination. At the same time, a stream of information was transmitted into it. Buzz. As the divination lamp lit up, an image was transmitted under the light. Looking at this image, Wang Xian frowned. In the image, he flew towards the god of light elements and grabbed towards the sword of light. This triggered the fluctuations of the god of elements. A terrifying wave of energy attacked him. He used all his strength to resist. Under the resistance, he triggered the fluctuations of the god of darkness elements. A certain balance was broken and a powerful force of darkness attacked him. Facing the direct attack of 2 great Tao-level elemental gods, Wang Xian could not maintain the balance of yin and yang in his body at all. Following that, violent energy covered him. Buzz, 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 buzz. At this moment, Wang Xian saw the energy in the divination lamp burning crazily. It was depleting crazily. According to the burning speed, the energy would burn out in at most 5 seconds. As Wang Xian watched, he extinguished the divination lamp immediately. Looking at the situation before him, there was already a result. He failed. Before he could grab the spatial sword, the balance of yin and yang in his body was broken. Once the balance in his body was broken, he would naturally be attacked. Therefore, he would fail if he tried to snatch it directly. I have to think of another way. Besides, this divination lamp is indeed a powerful treasure. No wonder Saint Shantian risked his life to obtain this divination lamp. Impressive. Wang Xian thought to himself. He put away the divination lamp and looked at the spatial sword again. However, after thinking for a while, he still couldn't think of a way. He could use the light attribute to form a rope to grab it. However, when his energy entered here, it would be assimilated by the power of light as well as the impact of the power of darkness. A power that was too weak would be useless in the face of an attack from an elemental god that was close to the great Tao level. After thinking for a few minutes, Wang Xian could only shake his head in the end. Let's go to other places first and think of a way. Wang Xian could only give up temporarily. He took a stroll around the surroundings before flying towards the direction of the elemental god of darkness. When he arrived at the side of the elemental god of darkness, the dark energy here was much more than the light energy. The surroundings were pitch black and his vision was even worse than the other side. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, when Wang Xian was flying, a corrosive sound was suddenly heard. This gave him a slight shock. He immediately looked in front of him. A dark, substance-like energy that looked like liquid was looking down on his physical body. Good heavens, this substance-like energy that is filled with corrosion is indeed a treasure. I have overlooked it. Wang Xian wrapped it with energy as his eyes sparkled. The corrosive material dark liquid had a radius of 100 meters. This corrosive force could severely injure an expert who had just entered the Heaven's Origin realm. If it was used to forge a weapon, it could be comparable to an expert who had just entered the Heaven's Origin realm. Of course, this was different from the sharp sword. This special dark liquid needed to be refined at a later stage. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to control and use. After putting it away, he continued to search around. After a few hours, he once again obtained 4 darkness elemental god fragments. This made him very pleasantly surprised. This is... When he continued to search, he was suddenly slightly stunned and looked ahead with a face full of surprise. There was a dark elemental god fragment in front of him. However, this elemental god fragment had the appearance of a special demonic beast. It had a blood-red pupil and looked like a living creature. There was a thin rope above the elemental god fragment. This rope was connected to this special elemental god fragment. The thin rope extended all the way to the top. It looked extremely strange. What's going on? Wang Xian looked at this special scene and his face was filled with astonishment. This was obviously not formed in this area. The fragment of the god of elements that was tied by the thin rope? The thin rope? At this moment, Wang Xian saw the fragment of the god of elements moving towards him. However, Wang Xian could clearly sense that the fragment of the god of elements did not sense him. He hesitated for a moment before retreating immediately. Then he took out the lamp of divination again. A special thin rope and a special fragment of the god of elements. This caught Wang Xian's attention and curiosity. This situation was a little special. The divination lamp appeared in front of him once again. Wang Xian's mind stirred and he began to perform divination. Buzz. The divination lamp lit up and an image appeared under the light. Looking at this image, Wang Xian was slightly stunned and revealed a stunned expression. In the image, there was a figure standing at the side of the battlefield of the 2 elemental gods. He was holding a long fishing rod in his hand. The fishing rod was tied with a fishing line. The location of the hook and the bait was the fragment of the elemental god. What is this? Fishing? It can actually fish in the battlefield of the elemental god. Wang Xian's face was filled with astonishment. The energy here was so intense that darkness and light were striking everything. How did he manage to fish here? Furthermore, to be able to stand outside and fish, even if his strength was not at the level of the Great Tao, he was probably close to this level. Wuxia put away his divination lamp and pondered for a moment before flying in the direction of the fisherman. He didn't make any rash moves. This was just in case. Divination could be used to divine this angler. However, was there any other angler beside this angler? Wuxia needed to know more about this. According to the information on the divination lamp, Wuxia flew towards the back of the god of darkness. When he flew over, he could vaguely sense the aura of a figure outside. The darkness attribute is very strong. It should be at the level of the Great Tao. Furthermore, there seems to be more than one aura. Wuxia sensed something and hesitated for a moment. Then, he flew out from the battlefield of the two elemental gods from the side. After flying out of the domain of the elemental god and supporting an area in the surrounding quicksand, Wuxia flew in the direction of the angler. He was a little curious. These anglers were obviously using a special method to search for the treasures in the elemental god. How did they do it? If he had this method, Wuxia would have a high chance of obtaining the sword with the light attribute. This was very important to him. Although it was said that if he were to recklessly make contact with other powerhouses in such an area, it would arouse their vigilance. However, as long as one maintained a distance, there wouldn't be any problems. After all, when two experts met, they wouldn't choose to make a move when both parties couldn't do anything to each other. On the contrary, it was more of a trade. Wuxia wanted to make a trade with them to see if he could learn about their fishing methods and fishing treasures. Ha! Wuxia flew over. Soon, two figures in front of him noticed his appearance. Two pairs of eyes were focused on him, sizing him up. An old man even took out a treasure that looked like a pagoda. Information was flashing on it. Wuxia did not hide his strength too much. He was emitting the might of the Great Tao. After all, it was impossible for a weakling to be able to carry out activities in this area. While they were looking at Wuxia was also sizing them up. Both of them were of the darkness attribute. One of them was in the form of a human. However, the other form of an expert surprised Wuxia. He had the appearance of a sharp sword. Although he had a body of flesh and blood, his appearance was the same as a sharp sword. On the hilt of the sword was the head. It was a very special creature. The strength of both of them should be at the Great Tao level. Nice to meet you both. I didn't mean to offend you. Wuxia cupped his hands at them and said indifferently, If there's nothing else, don't disturb our fishing. The sword-shaped powerhouse looked at Wuxia and said calmly, I've just arrived at this chaotic area not too long ago. I'm a little curious about your fishing. Can you tell me about it? Also, I've obtained some items of darkness attribute here. I can also make a trade with you too. Wuxia said this to convey his goodwill. Oh, not far away. The old man holding the pagoda raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at Wuxia and said, You're not an expert from the Alliance of Justice and the Evil Sequence faction, are you? Our fishing line is made from the material inside the elemental god. Then we use the fragments of the elemental god as spiritual bait to search for treasures inside. This method is not a secret. The old man who was holding the pagoda replied. Wuxia nodded his head slightly. It's true that I don't come from the two factions. I wonder if you can approach the elemental god with this method. If you do, will you be attacked? No. Both the fishing line and the bait come from the main body of the elemental god. Naturally, you won't be attacked. However, there's another point. When faced with the energy impact inside, the bait will lose control. After all, the closer you are to the elemental god, the greater the impact. Even if you won't be attacked by the elemental god, there will still be an impact. The old man who was holding the pagoda answered without hiding anything. Thank you very much. I have 2 large pieces of the god of darkness elemental fragment in my hands. I wonder if you are interested in trading. I would like to exchange the fishing line and the way to make the bait. As for the other items, I can trade them for some ordinary resources. Wuxia spoke. With a move of his palm, he took out 2 pieces of the god of darkness elemental fragment. Oh, the 2 pieces of the god of elements in your hands are indeed powerful. They are rare and have the same aura as the god of darkness in front of you. Did you obtain them from here? The old man who was holding the pagoda looked at the two pieces of the god of elements with a surprised expression and asked, "Yes." Wang Xian nodded. "You entered with your body? TSK. I can sense that your aura is relatively young. Do all young people work so hard?" Old man Jian, you have a set of fishing line in your hand. You can trade with him." The old man smiled as he spoke. He glanced at the sword-shaped powerhouse beside him, then he said to Wang Xian, "The bait can use the god of elements fragment in your hand to guide your spirit into it using a special method to control it. This method of spiritual guidance is rather simple. I'll give it to you for free." As the old man spoke, he spat out a symbol. The symbol came in front of Wang Xian and formed words and information. Wang Xian sensed this symbol. When there was no danger, he immediately absorbed the information. "Let's exchange for equal value. I'll take out some resources for you." The sword-shaped old man waved his arm, and a fishing line made of a special material floated in front of him. Then there were some resources, all of which were divine fruits and herbs at the peak of the ruler realm. There were hundreds of them. The fragment of the god of elements in Wang Xian's hands was very valuable. The old man with the sword form was one of the transactions with Wang Xian. Wang Xian saw the resources in front of him and nodded. With a wave of his arm, a fragment of the god of elements flew in front of him. The resources in front of him also flew over. Wang Xian grabbed the fishing line and sensed it carefully. This was indeed the same aura that the god of dark elements emitted earlier. This was forged from the material produced by the god of dark elements. Wang Xian grabbed the fishing line, and the fishing information that the old man in the pagoda gave him surfaced in his mind. To fish, one must first refine some of the fragments of the god of elements. After refining it, a wisp of his spirit could sink into it. Then, he tied the fishing line to the fragment of the elemental god and threw it into it. As it was the same material, it would not be attacked. He controlled the fragment of the elemental god with his spirit and searched for other treasures in it. Then, he used the fishing line to bind it. This was the method of the fisherman. "I am Wang Xian. Thank you for your advice." After Wang Xian understood everything, he cupped his hands at the two of them. "My name is Song Ta. You can call him Geezer Jian. He's not good with words." Song Ta, who was holding the pagoda, cupped his hands at Wang Xian with a smile. "It's just a small matter. Since this brother is fine, you can fish here too." "I won't fish for the time being. I want to go in and take a look later." Wang Xian smiled and shook his head. Song Ta and Geezer Jian were both strong practitioners of the Great Tao. Wang Xian would give them a lot of face. The two of them naturally knew that Wang Xian was not simple, so he was very polite to him. This was the respect brought about by strength. Wang Xian cupped his hands at the two of them once again. His body moved and he flew into the distance. "This Wang Xian is very strong. I wonder which universe he is from." Watching Wang Xian leave, Song Ta opened his mouth and said, "He is very strong." Old man Jian echoed. The two of them did not say anything else. The universe was vast and chaotic. Similarly, there were countless experts. Before the arrival of the apocalypse, they were invincible existences in their own universe. However, when the apocalypse arrived, the experts from the other universes would also come out to gain experience and search for treasures and opportunities. There were too many mysterious powerhouses. They did not delve too deeply into it. After Wang Xian entered the battlefield and distanced himself from the two powerhouses, he once again entered the battlefield of the two elemental gods. The power of yin and yang circulated. After Wang Xian entered the battlefield, he immediately flew toward the elemental god of light. 2 days later, he arrived in front of the elemental god of light and stared at the sharp sword once again. The sword of light was still floating there and did not disappear. Wang Xian's eyes were shining. "I wonder if I can get it with the fishing method," Wang Xian thought to himself. He took out a fishing line and tied a bait to it. Following that, he threw the bait with his arm and wrapped it around the sharp sword. This fishing line was very special. It was made from the light and dark substances in this area. The condition of this material was similar to Wang Xian's current condition. Furthermore, this fishing line was very soft and wet. Its interior was extremely sturdy and would not break under the impact. As long as the bait was used to entangle the sharp sword, there was a chance to pull the sword over. The bait was made using a special method. Wang Xian could control it, and he was also Wang Xian's other eye. Under Wang Xian's control, the bait approached the sharp sword. Buzz! Buzz! When the bait approached, a bright force suddenly charged over. The bait made from the god of elements fragments flew into the distance under this force. Wang Xian frowned slightly when he saw this scene. He couldn't use energy to resist the force of the impact. Although the fishing line was very strong, there was a prerequisite that it could not compete with the energy of the elemental god. Otherwise, once it was resisted, the fishing line would be melted. It could follow the energy fluctuations and could not compete with the energy. When Wang Xian saw this, he could only helplessly control the bait to approach the Sword of Light bit by bit. The Sword of Light was located next to the elemental god. All the light elemental energy in the surroundings originated from the elemental god of light. It would erupt waves of light elemental energy tides in the surroundings. There were no rules regarding the time when the tides would erupt. Once the tides erupted and struck the fishing line, it would not be able to approach the Sword of Light at all. In addition, there would be dark tides that would sometimes come charging over. If there was such a situation, it would be easy for the bait to get close to the Sword of Light. However, there was another point. When the dark tide arrived, the direction of impact was not fixed. It might be able to impact the bait to another part of the Sword of Light. In short, after Wang Xian had tried for 2 whole days, the bait had only recently reached the position of 1,000 meters away from the Sword of Light. It could be said that there was still a huge gap between them. This is very difficult. It is too difficult to obtain the treasures beside the God of Elements. It is almost impossible to fish in such a manner unless one's luck is heaven-defying. Wang Xian thought to himself as a helpless expression appeared on his face. However, for now, this was the only chance for Wang Xian. If he were to fish outside the elemental god, the probability of obtaining the sharp sword was 1 in 10 billion. If he were to fish here, the probability would be 1 in a million. The probability was much higher, but it still required countless attempts. Let's take it slow. After all, this is a treasure that is comparable to the combat strength of a beginner in the heaven's origin creation. How can it be so easy to obtain? Wang Xian thought to himself. He was not in a hurry. He was calmly fishing in the battlefield of the god of elements. As he failed time and time again, time passed day by day. Soon, tens of thousands of years passed. However, Wang Xian still did not manage to catch the Sword of Light. Time passed again. Wang Xian tried tens of billions of times but failed every time. This made him feel that the probability of success was much lower than what he had predicted. Oh right, I forgot about the divination lamp. I can use the divination lamp to perform divination again and again. The efficiency is tens of thousands of times faster than my current speed. Right? Another 100,000 years passed. Wang Xian suddenly patted his head and took out the divination lamp. The divination lamp could not predict whether he would succeed or not in advance. Therefore, it could save him a lot of time. The only drawback was that the lamp of divination could only perform divination for 5 minutes. Using it for 5 minutes would take more than a year to recharge. This was still many times faster than before. This was because after these 5 minutes, Wang Xian could obtain countless results. With this thought in mind, Wang Xian immediately took out the lamp of divination to test the success rate. Failure. 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 Wang Xian looked at the results in the lamp of divination. His eyes sparkled. He had been quietly waiting and checking. As long as he had an idea in his mind, there would be an ending. He did not have to try it step by step. The energy in the lamp of divination was exhausted. Wang Xian used another year to replenish it. Time passed quickly once again. However, this time, in just 5 years, a successful result appeared under the lamp of divination. When Wang Xian saw this scene, an excited expression appeared on his face. He didn't dare to hesitate. With a wave of his arm, he threw the bait out. Following that, in Wang Xian's vision, a dark tide surged towards the bait, surging towards the position of the Sword of Light. With this force, the bait surged to the back of the Sword of Light. At this moment, Wang Xian focused his attention and directed the bait towards the Sword of Light. Buzz! In the next instant, The bait carried the fishing line and circled the sword of light twice. "I've succeeded." Wang Xian was pleasantly surprised. The result was exactly the same as the result in the lamp of divination. However, although he had succeeded now, he still needed to pull the sword of light over. The sword of light contained a terrifying power. If Wang Xian pulled the fishing line directly, the sword of light might be able to cut the fishing line. Therefore, to be on the safe side, it was best for Wang Xian to transfer the energy to the fishing line so that the sturdiness of the fishing line would be enhanced. If it was not enough, the balance might be broken the moment he made his move. The energy in Wang Xian's body would also overflow and he would be attacked by the surrounding energy. Although these two elemental gods are very terrifying, my strength is not weak either. Even if I were to be attacked by two elemental gods at the same time, I would be able to withstand them for some time. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. For the sake of safety, he was prepared to make a move and use force. Buzz. A surge of energy surged along the fishing line at a rapid speed. The entire fishing line emitted a ray of luster. In the next moment, he pulled forcefully with his arm. The fishing line wrapped around the sword of light and flew towards him at a rapid speed. When Wang Xian saw that the sharp sword did not put up too much of a resistance, his eyes were filled with joy. Boom! 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 However, at this moment Wang Xian's actions had affected the impact of the surrounding energy. The source of the energy was Wang Xian. The surrounding forces of darkness and light were also surging towards him. After all, Wang Xian was a living being. Under such circumstances, he had to resist. Once he resisted with all his might, the balance in his body would be broken. Boom! However, at this moment Wang Xian's body trembled. He quickly flew to the side of the sword of light and kept it away. Boom! 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 The moment Wang Xian moved, the surrounding light and dark energy seemed to have completely boiled up and attacked Wang Xian directly. The terrifying tides were filled with the penetration of light and the corrosion of darkness. The terrifying characteristics of the two elemental energies were completely unleashed. The slightly calm battlefield was like a huge tsunami as it charged towards Wang Xian. Boom! At this moment, Wang Xian could no longer maintain the balance between light and darkness. This was because the energy had already charged towards him. He could only defend himself and escape quickly. His body trembled and he flew out like a sharp sword. The surrounding energy was pressing towards him. The energy in Wang Xian's entire body was boiling as it broke through all the energy. Boom! 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 At this moment, the god of light and the god of darkness seemed to have locked onto Wang Xian. Streams of vast energy were chasing after him. Boom! Boom! Wang Xian did not turn back and continued to attack. Originally, he would need 2 days to fly out of this area. However, at this moment, he only needed 1 to 2 minutes to unleash his full strength. However, he had to withstand the full strength attack of these two elemental gods for 1 to 2 minutes. The 5 elements millstone appeared around him and wrapped him up. The Tai Chi dragon disc continued to wrap him up. The powers of the void dragon body and the void dragon pool surged into Wang Xian's body and tore apart the obstacles in front of him. Roar! 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 The roars of the two elemental gods seemed to be coming from the back. The sudden appearance of such a powerful existence at Wang Xian's level in their territory made the two elemental gods extremely violent. The two elemental gods even began to move their bodies and get closer to Wang Xian. However, they did not give chase with all their might unconsciously. However, at this moment, due to Wang Xian's attack, the balance of the entire area was broken. The power of light and darkness in the entire area was boiling. It was as though a calm lake was stirring up huge waves. What's going on? At another location, Song Ta and Old Man Sword were fishing with their eyes closed. The sudden violent energy caused their expressions to change slightly. They hurriedly pulled out the fishing line to prevent the violent energy from cutting off the fishing line and losing the bait. The two elemental gods have experienced violent fluctuations. An extremely powerful existence has entered and destroyed the balance within. This area is about to be changed. Old Man Sword frowned as he watched the scene in front of him. The riot area has been in a state of balance for a very long time. Now that the balance has been broken, it will affect the entire body. I reckon that the entire riot area will undergo some changes. This may be a good thing or it may be a very bad thing. I have to make preparations. Before the other balance is reached, it won't be safe for the time being. Song Ta's eyes flickered as he said, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. It's time for us to move. Every time the equilibrium is broken, there will be opportunities. The sword old man swept his gaze around and said. Song Ta also nodded. Under normal circumstances, very few people would break the equilibrium of the riot zone. Especially when the riot zone had not been completely explored, or when he knew that there was a treasure somewhere that he had yet to obtain. Once the balance was broken, everything might be broken. However, this was something that Wang Xian, who had just arrived here, did not know about. At this moment, Wang Xian had already rushed out of the area of the two elemental gods and flew to the quicksand region. At this moment, Wang Xian also noticed the movement behind him. It seemed to be much bigger than he had imagined. The balance between the two elemental gods was broken, and the range of their battlefield had also changed. They were even moving as they fought, looking for the next balance. The two elemental gods had changed, and the quicksand around them had also changed drastically. I seem to have broken the balance here. Wang Xian looked at the changes in the surroundings and raised his eyebrows slightly. The entire region was beginning to change due to the changes of the two elemental gods. This change was extremely huge. It was radiating towards the surroundings at a rapid speed. Wang Xian looked at it for a while and did not continue to pay attention to it. He flew towards the back rapidly. After 2 days, he flew out of the quicksand region and arrived at the location outside. With a move of his palm, Wang Xian took out the sword of light and examined it carefully. This sword did not have a hilt. It looked a little simple. Wang Xian took out some materials and made a simple sword hilt. Following that, he injected a beam of light power into it. In an instant, small sharp swords appeared around the sword of light. He waved his arm and countless sharp swords covered the area in front of him. They carried a terrifying amount of energy and power. The Great Tao was simple. This sharp sword didn't have many abilities. Just by injecting energy into it, a large number of swords of light could be produced. Each sword of light contained the killing power of light. It was indeed a little terrifying. There was another characteristic. This sword of light could be hidden in one's body all the time. After it was integrated into one's body, one would be able to unleash powerful swords of light from all over the body when he activated the energy. This was very useful for Wang Xian. After all, when he transformed into the body of the divine dragon, it was impossible for him to fight with a sharp sword. He fused it into his body in satisfaction and began to nurture and refine it bit by bit. Curly, my strength is already comparable to 2 existences of the Great Tao, Wang Xian said with a smile on his face. The reward this time could be said to be very huge for Wang Xian. A powerful sword of light. There were also some fragments of the elemental god in his hands, as well as a powerful corrosive treasure with the dark matter attribute. That treasure could also be forged into a powerful weapon. After playing with it for a while, Wang Xian took out the divination lamp and prepared to fill the energy in the divination lamp. However, when Wang Xian was filling the energy in the divination lamp, the quicksand region in front of him suddenly changed. The originally huge quicksand region actually slowly separated into a region from the center. To be more precise, it was more like a road. The quicksand region was located on both sides. The center was a relatively calm and safe region. This road extended towards the interior of the front. It seemed to extend for a very, very long distance. What's going on? Could it be that the change in the entire region was triggered by the change of the god of light and dark elements? Wang Xian was astonished. Following that, under his astonished gaze, he actually saw some chaos gems that contained powerful energy floating slowly in the middle of the empty road area. Buzz. Wang Xian's body moved and he immediately flew over. It was a very strange change. The quicksand that was filled with danger split into a hollow space. Wang Xian flew over and arrived in front of the chaos gem. Half of this chaos gem was of the water attribute. It was a full 1,000 meters in size. The portion of the water attribute contained an enormous amount of energy. It was much more than the amount of energy that Wang Xian obtained from the god of elements. This is equivalent to picking up a precious treasure for free. Wang Xian opened his mouth and said, "There was no risk at all. It was a complete waste of money. What is this situation? Is it related to me?" Wang Xian muttered as he looked at the area that was completely safe. He hesitated for a moment and looked forward. Then he moved his body and flew into the area. He wanted to see what changes had happened in this area. When Wang Xian flew for an hour, the safe road still hadn't reached its end. However, Wang Xian saw two familiar figures in front of him. One was sword-shaped and the other was a human elder. "Song Ta and that sword elder," Wang Xian muttered. After hesitating for a moment, he flew over quickly. "The two of you, we meet again." Wang Xian flew over and took the initiative to greet them. "Oh, brother Wang Xian. Hehe, what a coincidence." Song Ta turned around and looked at Wang Xian with a smile on his face. "What happened in the riot zone? How did such a huge change happen?" Wang Xian asked the two of them. Song Ta and Old Man Jian had obviously stayed here for a long time and understood this place very well. Therefore, even though Wang Xian had a vague feeling that this place had something to do with him, he still wanted to ask. "This has something to do with the place where we met. The balance between the two elemental gods has been greatly disturbed. If the balance is broken in one place, it will affect other areas. I have seen this many times. Some of the changes are not very big, but some will be very big. It is possible that some of the treasures that were not successfully obtained will be buried by the energy tide due to this change. It is also possible that some of the treasures that are buried in other places will be washed out." Song Ta introduced the treasures to Wang Xian with a smile. "Oh, I see." Wang Xian nodded his head slightly and asked again, "Where are the two of you planning to go?" "Hehe, let's go to the core area where there are more great Tao-level elemental gods. Let's see if there are any changes there. If there are treasures that were washed out, it would be a huge profit if we can pick them up." Song Ta replied with a smile. He didn't hide anything. "If you are interested, let's go and take a look together." Song Ta continued to speak to Wang Xian. "All right. I am indeed curious about this place." Wang Xian nodded and flew to the side of them. "The change this time is really interesting. A special path has appeared. I wonder if it can lead to the core area." Old Man Jian looked at Wang Xian and spoke after that. "The possibility of reaching the core is almost zero." Song Ta shook his head. "What's in the core?" Wang Xian followed them and asked curiously as they flew forward. "According to the rumors, if one can enter the core and obtain the treasures inside, one can obtain invincible power. There are also rumors that the formation of this region is due to a treasure in the core." Song Ta replied with a smile. "However, this can't be trusted. How can an invincible power be so easy to control? Not to mention, there are 10 great Tao-level elemental gods mixed together in the center." 10 great Tao-level elemental gods in one region? Wang Xian was astonished. 10 great Tao-level. What kind of change was this? Even if it was a primal chaos-level existence, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long after entering this region. The area where the 10 great Tao-level elemental gods were mixed together. It contained invincible power. When Wang Xian heard Song Ta and the rest's words, he thought of the information he obtained from the treasure map. Invincible power? Invincible power. It's just a rumor. Such a rumor might be spread by some bored and evil-minded powerhouse. Wang Xian thought to himself. There was no such thing as invincible power. If he knew about the invincible power, why didn't the rumored powerhouse possess it? If he didn't possess it, why would he say that he was invincible? However, the 10 great Tao-level elemental gods were indeed equivalent to invincible power. However, if there were more than 100 Heaven Origin Creator powerhouses who entered the area, they would be able to suppress this invincible power. Of course, the prerequisite was that the 100-strong cultivators in the Heaven's Origin realm would be able to enter the region. One must know that the deeper they went, the more terrifying the quicksand's energy became. At the end of the journey, those who didn't have the ability to control the quicksand wouldn't be able to walk in the region. Wang Xian followed Old Man Song Ta Jian and flew forward. After flying for 2 days, They arrived at the end of the road. This is considered an extremely deep region. After flying for 3 days, we should be able to reach the core region. Wang Xian and the rest were moving at a very fast speed. Song Ta looked at the end of the road. He continued, "If this road doesn't disappear, this is a treasured land used to nurture disciples. We can set up a formation and absorb the energy from both sides. TSK. It will be quite crazy." Song Ta looked around and sighed. When Wang Xian heard his words, he thought of the precious place of cultivation that Saint Shan Tian and the rest had set up for their disciples. That precious place was a holy place of cultivation for powerhouses in the ruler realm. It was not a holy place that was born in the universe or could be compared to a holy place that was born according to the ordinary elemental gods. And the heavenly saints, they are very far away in the periphery of the layout of the precious land of practice. Now here is a road. If this road does not disappear, it must cause a lot of disputes, because it would be unthinkable to lay down a training ground here and absorb the energy of the surroundings to cultivate disciples. Under this kind of energy washing, there are all kinds of energy fluctuation evolution around. If a first-level ruler realm expert cultivated here for 100 million years, it was equivalent to cultivating in his own universe for tens of billions of years. That was how terrifying it was. After all, the violent energy in the surroundings could threaten control-level existences. Even if it was a beginner-level heaven creation realm expert cultivating here, there would be huge benefits. Of course, there might also be risks. In addition, setting up a cultivation treasure ground required a huge amount of treasures and resources like the elemental god. The amount of resources would definitely be able to absorb the amount of energy. If this path doesn't disappear, I can indeed come here to cultivate. Wang Xian nodded his head. Currently, the Dragon Palace had 50 to 60 disciples at the peak of the ruler realm as well as millions of disciples at the ruler realm. If they were to cultivate here, it would be able to increase the combat strength of the Dragon Palace in a short period of time. The number of disciples at the peak of the ruler realm who could break through the threshold of the Dragon Palace would increase by at least several times. Everything is unstable at the moment. It's hard to say. The balance hasn't been completely formed yet. Old Man Jian glanced around and said faintly, "Let's go to the center and see if there are any changes in there. Let's see if any treasures have been attacked." Song Ta looked at the quicksand area in front of him and flew straight in. It would be great if that ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin was attacked to the outside. Huh? Ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin. Wang Xian was slightly shocked when he heard that. Yes, there is an ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin in the core area of the cross-shaped primordial spirit. It is located within the range of the spatial elemental god. It has been over 10 billion years and no powerhouse has been able to obtain it. Song Ta nodded. Then, he introduced the heavenly creation true treasure to him. It was a space elemental heavenly creation true treasure. As for whether it was an attack or a support, it was unknown. One could only see that it was a gourd. A great being used a true treasure to forcefully enter the space elemental god's place. But he instantly lost his way. There were countless spaces there. He had no idea where the ultimate treasure of space elements was located. Unless he could completely destroy the god of space elements, it would be difficult to get his hands on it. Wang Xian was slightly surprised when he heard Song Ta's words. This chaotic area was really a treasure land filled with opportunities and dangers. The three of them flew deeper into the place. The energy became more and more violent the deeper they went. When Wang Xian and the rest arrived in front of a multicolored light, the violent quicksand energy here could already kill an ordinary control-level powerhouse. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. Is the core area of the cross-shaped primordial spirit ahead? Wang Xian looked ahead and mumbled. The scene in front of him was extremely magnificent and gorgeous. The terrifying energy of 10 attributes was like a terrifying planet that was about to erupt at any moment. A heart-palpitating feeling surged into his heart. Even Wang Xian felt that he was a little tiny in his heart. These elemental gods are not the ordinary elemental gods of the great Tao level. Wang Xian was feeling proud. Just like the current Wang Xian. Although he was also an expert of the great Tao level, he was able to deal with 2 ordinary elemental gods of the great Tao level. It was the same for the 10 elemental gods. Let's act on our own for the time being. If there's a need to join forces, we can contact them. Old Man Jian looked at Wang Xian and said, "All right." Wang Xian nodded his head. He wasn't too familiar with the two of them. If they acted together, there would be conflicts due to some treasures. Of course, if there were treasures that a few of them couldn't obtain by themselves, they could also join forces. Wang Xian already had the means to contact the two of them. The three of them separated and Wang Xian continued to move forward. Very soon, he arrived at the edge of the core of the cross-shaped primordial spirit. Wang Xian stood in front and looked inside with a surprised expression on his face. There were 10 types of energy mixed in the area in front of him. The 10 types of energy were almost interwoven together. The interwoven energy gave people a feeling of dead silence. It was as if the apocalypse had not arrived yet. It was a chaotic feeling. Besides that, standing at the edge, other than causing Wang Xian to feel palpitations in his heart, he could not sense how powerful the energy inside was. When the 10 types of energy were interwoven together, he could not sense how terrifying the destructive power was. Wang Xian stretched out his arm and extended it directly into his body. Instantly, streams of energy surged crazily into his body like poisonous snakes. This caused Wang Xian's expression to change slightly. He quickly pulled it out. At this moment, there were many terrifying patterns on his arm. These patterns seemed to be the result of being poisoned. They looked extremely terrifying. The energy in here is very terrifying. It's even more terrifying than I imagined. I merely used my hand to reach the edge of the area before I was attacked by a powerful force. Wang Xian looked at his arm. His face was filled with a solemn expression. The area where many types of energy were fused was much more terrifying than he imagined. Wang Xian looked ahead and pondered for a moment. Then, his body entered the area completely. Of course, after entering the area, Wang Xian was immediately attacked. With a thought, he circulated the energy in his body. The current Wang Xian had the body of the Void Dragon in his main body. His body also possessed 10 different attributes. Logically speaking, Wang Xian could try to circulate 10 different types of energy and fuse them into this area. However, Wang Xian soon discovered a huge problem. The energy of the space attribute in his body could not fuse perfectly with the 9 attributes in his body. This also caused the energy in his body to be different from the energy in this region. The energy in this region treated him as an intruder. Waves of energy invaded his body. In just a few seconds, Wang Xian flew out of it hurriedly. He couldn't hold on for long in this place. A Dao-level person, even if he had powerful treasures, could only stay in this place for a few dozen seconds at most. The space attribute is not completely compatible with me, nor is it in balance with the energy in my body. Therefore, it's basically impossible for me to enter the domain of the elemental god like before. Wang Xian was deep in thought. He moved his palm and extracted some of the energy within. Then he sensed it quietly. Very soon, an idea popped up in Wang Xian's mind. Since he could not integrate himself into an area, could he disguise himself as the energy in this area? As long as he disguised himself as the same energy as this area, would he not be attacked by the energy in this area? Wang Xian thought to himself and prepared to give it a try. The so-called disguise was to put on a piece of clothing for himself. The energy in this piece of clothing was exactly the same as the energy in this area. If that was the case, would he be able to withstand the attack of the energy in this area? Wang Xian felt that there was a possibility of success. He could feel the characteristics of the 10 types of energy in this area mixing together. Then he began to control the energy in his body to simulate this type of energy. After a few hours, Wang Xian had successfully simulated it. His body moved and his surroundings were enveloped by the energy of the 10 types of attributes, forming a colorful shirt. Wang Xian stared ahead and slowly stepped into this area. Buzz! When he entered this area, the feeling of being attacked didn't appear immediately. However, Wang Xian frowned very quickly. It's somewhat useful, but I can't completely avoid the invasion of this energy. Wang Xian mumbled. In this cross-shaped primordial spirit area, the 10 elemental gods were all at the level of the powerful Great Tao. The stronger the elemental gods were, the more characteristics they possessed. For example, erosion, detection, and so on. Although Wang Xian's disguise was very perfect, he could still be seen through by the energy here and attacked. However, his disguise was still useful. The amount of energy that invaded him was much less. The time he could last in this area was also much longer. In the past, he might be able to stay in this area for a minute if he went all out. But now, he could stay in this area for at least 2 minutes. There was a prerequisite that he could not make a move while he was in there. Once he mobilized the energy in his body, the disguise would fail. Regardless, this disguise would be of great benefit to Wang Xian. I can take a look around. There were some effects. Wang Xian smiled and began to explore the surroundings. Song Ta, Old Man Jian, and the rest wouldn't enter the place after they arrived. However, according to Wang Xian's guess, they should have bait in their hands. There should be fishing lines in this area. They should be able to obtain treasures through fishing. Wang Xian observed the surroundings. The treasures that he expected to find easily did not appear. After searching for a few days, he still did not find anything. The main reason was that Wang Xian did not enter the place. Boom! On this day, when Wang Xian continued to search the surroundings, a strong energy fluctuation was transmitted. Wang Xian focused his gaze and sped up to look ahead. In his line of sight, a figure wearing a black bamboo hat and emitting an evil aura was floating above the area of the cross primordial spirit. A part of this figure's body was a little strange. In front of his strange black arm, there was a creature connected to it. Under Wang Xian's perception, this creature actually possessed 10 different attributes. The strange creature connected to his arm was long and slender like a python, extending all the way inside. According to Wang Xian's perception, he could sense that this strange existence connected to his body was only at the level of the Void God Emperor. Who is spying on us? Leave immediately. The figure wearing the bamboo hat sensed Wang Xian. A pair of triangular blood-red glowing eyes flashed under the bamboo hat as he spoke with a sinister expression. I rushed over after hearing the commotion. I didn't mean to offend you. Wang Xian sensed the aura of this figure and frowned slightly before explaining. The bloody aura of this figure wearing the bamboo hat was abnormally dense. The darkness attribute on his body was different from that of the old man from Song Pagoda Sword. The aura on his body was even more bloody. Then get lost. The figure wearing the bamboo hat continued to speak coldly. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Then, he looked at the strange creature that extended into the area of the cross-shaped primordial spirit. He turned around and left. Those who were able to come here were at least at the level of the Great Tao. However, this fellow is a little arrogant. There's also that strange creature on his arm. Wang Xian didn't leave too far away. He muttered as he thought of the strange creature on the figure in the bamboo hat. That strange creature should be an existence created by the figure in the bamboo hat. A creature with 10 attributes fused into one. It was exactly the same as the energy in the area of the cross's primordial spirit. Such a python-like creature would not be attacked when it entered the cross's primordial spirit region. Similarly, the special creature created by the hooded figure was not very strong. It was only at the level of an emperor god. In this region, it was like an ant that could be destroyed at any time. However, Wang Xian could also guess that it was not that the hooded figure did not want to create a powerful creature with 10 attributes. Instead, it was extremely difficult to create such a creature. After all, it was a creature with 10 perfectly fused attributes. With so many attributes, it was extremely difficult for a great Tao-level heaven origin creator to solve the problem of fusion and rejection. Wang Xian left the detection range of the old man in the bamboo hat. He squinted his eyes slightly and looked in that direction. However, after hesitating for a moment, Wang Xian did not engage in a fight with the old man in the bamboo hat. Even if he were to make a move now, it would be difficult for him to do anything to the old man. There was no point in engaging in a fight with the old man. Moreover, Wang Xian had no idea about the old man's background at all. With this thought in mind, he flew in another direction. At the same time, Wang Xian was very curious about the special creature on the old man. This creature had 10 attributes and was able to enter the region of the cross-shaped primordial spirit. This was an inspiration to Wang Xian. This method was somewhat similar to the fishing method. However, Wang Xian felt that this method might be more suitable for him. After all, he had 10 attributes at the moment. If he were to create a living creature, he would definitely be able to create something even more powerful. Putting everything else aside, he was still confident in the ruler realm. And the ruler realm was something that the divine emperor realm could not compare to. However, this kind of living creature is not something that I can create casually. After all, this is the aspect of creation. I need to master secret techniques, or I need to continue researching. Wang Xian thought to himself and temporarily gave up on this idea. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and continued to search the area. However, if he were to search from the outside, it was purely a matter of luck. Wang Xian's luck could not always be very good. This time, Wang Xian did not discover any treasures just from the outside. I still have to go deep inside. For example, Sword Elder Song Ta and the rest should have fishing tools here. After all, this is the core area. Wang Xian thought to himself. Currently, Wang Xian's background here was considered the worst. I still have to go in. Wang Xian moved his body and entered the cross-shaped primordial spirit area directly. There was an energy camouflage around him. 2 minutes was not a short time for him, but it was definitely not a long time either. Especially in this place where his movement speed was greatly reduced. There were not many places that could be explored in 2 minutes. Once it was more than 2 minutes, it would be dangerous. As for the divination lamp, it was useless here. If one wanted to divine the 10 elemental gods of the great Tao level, it was possible to exhaust all their energy in 1 second. Wang Xian could only use such a stupid method to start the search. At the very least, he needed to find some materials so that he could create his own fishing tool. In that case, he could try fishing. Although it was only 2 minutes, the other great Tao level experts would probably only be able to stay in there for a few dozen seconds. After entering the area of the cross-primordial spirit, Wang Xian quickly looked around. After a minute and a half, he came out immediately to prevent any accidents. In the next few months, Wang Xian managed to find some special materials. It was a material that was like a weed. There were 10 kinds of energy attributes on it. Wang Xian could use this material to create fishing lines. I might as well go to those ordinary areas of the elemental god. A few months later, Wang Xian shook his head. He didn't gain much. This gave him the idea of leaving this place. After all, obtaining treasures didn't mean that he could only obtain them in the core. It was easier to obtain treasures in a place that was more suitable for him. This won't do. There's a special vortex inside this place. It won't be able to last long if we rely on our strength. At the same time, they were at another location in the cross-shaped primordial spirit region. Old Man Jian and Song Ta were floating together. They were staring at the location in front of them with their brows knitted tightly. Both Old Man Jian and Song Ta had stayed in this region for a very, very long time. They also knew a lot about everything in the cross-shaped primordial spirit region. It was completely incomparable to Wang Xian. After they separated from Wang Xian, the two of them separated as well. However, Song Ta had found this place not long ago. He discovered that there were a few pieces of the God of Elements fragments as well as fire-type treasures inside. However, there was a small whirlpool formed here. If he wanted to obtain these treasures, he had to enter the whirlpool. Although this place wasn't far from the safe zone outside, he couldn't hold on for long due to the existence of this whirlpool. Therefore, he called Old Man Jian over. However, the result of the two of them working together was still unable to bring him up. They would not be able to hold on for so long. I need to continue to look for helpers. Only by combining the powers of the two powerhouses on my body can I obtain those few treasures. Song Ta opened his mouth and said, there are not many old fellows here. Moreover, our relationship with them is just average. Why don't we look for that Wang Xian? Him? Sure, his strength isn't weak. However, we aren't afraid of any accidents if we join forces. He should be around and can rush over quickly. The old man with the sword thought for a while and nodded his head in agreement. All right, Song Ta replied. Then he took out his Heaven Origin communication device and sent a message to Wang Xian. On the other side, Wang Xian, who was about to leave, suddenly received a message from Song Ta. He had a surprised expression on his face. Huh? Are you looking for me to join forces? When Wang Xian received this message, he also had a surprised expression on his face. He was not familiar with the old man Song Ta Jian. Inviting him to join forces at this moment was obviously a problem that both of them could not solve. Wang Xian did not hesitate. He replied a message directly and flew towards their location. Since the other party was looking for him to join forces, he believed that they were extremely confident. Since they were working together, they would gain something. Wang Xian had stayed here for a period of time and did not gain anything. Now that there was an opportunity, he naturally went over to take a look. Buzz. 2 days later, Wang Xian arrived at the location where Song Ta, Old Man Jian, and the rest were. When he saw the two of them, Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately approached them. "Brother Wang Xian, sorry to disturb you." Song Ta greeted Wang Xian with a smile when he saw him approaching. "There's no need to disturb me. It's very beneficial for me to be called over by the two of you." Wang Xian smiled and replied, "Since I've called you over, Brother Wang Xian, I'm confident that I'll be able to obtain the treasures in there with your help." Song Ta said. He pointed to the bottom and said, "There is a special vortex there. In the center of this vortex, there are some fragments of the god of elements and treasures. If I were to join forces with Old Man Sword, I wouldn't be confident. If I were to join forces with you, Brother Wang Xian, I would be confident. Brother Wang Xian, you can go in and take a look. The treasures are those. When the time comes, we can distribute them." "Oh, all right." When Wang Xian heard his words, he looked at the place he was pointing at and nodded. Under Song Ta's signal with a smile, Wang Xian moved his body and flew down. Buzz. Wang Xian entered the area where Song Ta was pointing at and entered the area of the cross-shaped primordial spirit. He didn't go deep for long when he saw a special vortex not far away. It was a vortex located in the area of the cross-shaped primordial spirit. The vortex was spinning crazily. In the center of the vortex were 5 pieces of the god of elements fragments and treasures that were unknown for a year. It was unknown whether the fire attribute gemstones could be absorbed or forged into weapons. However, just the 5 fragments of the elemental god made Wang Xian's eyes freeze. The fragments of the 5 elemental gods were much larger than the ones he had obtained before. Furthermore, the energy contained in them was even more terrifying. He scanned his surroundings and flew out when he sensed that his defense was being destroyed crazily. "What do you think, Brother Wang Xian?" Song Ta looked at him and asked. 5 pieces of the god of elements fragment and 1 fire-type treasure. It's extremely precious. Wang Xian nodded his head. Hee, all right. Let's talk about the distribution of the treasures first. As the discoverer, I will take 1 more piece of the god of elements fragment. We will split the rest equally. Song Ta smiled and nodded his head. "All right." Wang Xian and Geezer Jian nodded. As the discoverer, Song Ta naturally had to obtain more. "All right. The attack power of the vortex is very strong. I won't be able to last long in there. However, I have a treasure that can store energy for a short period of time. All of you need to channel your defensive means into the treasure. I will bring this treasure with me and go down to get all the fragments of the god of elements." Song Ta continued speaking to Wang Xian and the rest. With a move of his palm, a black shirt appeared on his body. The shirt was extremely deep as though it contained an abyss. Wang Xian looked over and nodded his head slightly. "No problem. All right, let's begin then. I need all of you to input a powerful defensive technique. Otherwise, I won't be able to pass through that vortex." Song Ta reminded them. Wang Xian and the rest nodded. With a move of his palm, a powerful defensive energy shield appeared in front of Song Ta. Under his instructions, he transferred the defensive energy shield into his special clothes. Following that, Wang Xian consecutively released a large amount of defensive energy shield into the black clothes. Old Man Jian also laid down a series of defensive means and inserted them into the black clothes. 20 minutes later, Wang Xian and the rest stopped. This set of clothes could store defensive and offensive measures. However, the storage time was very short. They had to enter the area now. "I'll enter the area first. Geezer Jian, Brother Wang Xian, wait for me here." Song Ta wrapped his black clothes and said to them, "Be careful." Wang Xian and Geezer Jian reminded Song Ta. Song Ta nodded and flew down. Boom, 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 boom. After Song Ta entered the bottom for more than 10 seconds, a violent sound suddenly came from below. An extremely terrifying power came from below. When Wang Xian and Geezer Jian saw this scene, they raised their eyebrows slightly. Song Ta should be fighting against the vortex now. The power of the fight caused an energy riot from below. The terrifying rumbling continued for dozens of seconds, and it wasn't over yet. This made Wang Xian, Geezer Jian, and the rest of them look solemn. "Brother Wang Xian, I'll go down and take a look. You can wait for us outside," Geezer Jian said to Wang Xian. "All right, you go and wait for Brother Song Ta. See if there's an accident." Wang Xian nodded and replied to Old Man Jian. Old Man Jian moved his body and entered directly. When he had just entered the inner area of the cross-shaped primordial spirit, Wang Xian suddenly had a thought and looked to the right. On the right, a figure wearing a bamboo hat with his arms tucked under a wide black robe was flying over quickly. Clearly, he was attracted by the commotion over here. When Wang Xian saw this figure, he raised his eyebrows slightly. His gaze swept down and landed on him again. The figure wearing a bamboo hat had a blood-red glow in his eyes. He also saw Wang Xian. After sizing him up, his blood-red gaze turned towards the direction where the commotion was coming from. A second later, the blood-red light in his pupils started to throb. His figure approached again. Scram! Wang Xian stared at the figure wearing the bamboo hat and spat out a word coldly. Wang Xian did not have a good impression of this fellow. When he approached the figure wearing the bamboo hat, the figure berated him. Wang Xian could understand that he had entered the other party's territory. But now he had entered his territory as well. No matter how the other party treated him, he would not give him a good look. As soon as Wang Xian finished his sentence, the figure with the bamboo hat narrowed his eyes slightly and stood there without moving. Wang Xian slowly faced him with killing intent in his eyes. The figure with the bamboo hat still stood there and did not retreat. "Very good." Wang Xian laughed. Boom! Roar! Roar! In the next moment, he did not hesitate and transformed into the body of a divine dragon. "Bastard, if you don't get out of my range, you will die." Wang Xian let out a furious roar filled with killing intent as he swayed his huge body. He did not hold back at all. All the energy in his body was activated. The Tai Chi Dragon Disc, the body of the Void Divine Dragon, and the Void Dragon Pool were all activated. The nine-colored light around Wang Xian's body began to revolve. Finally, it formed a terrifying energy that surged toward his head. He opened his dragon mouth and an extremely terrifying sword of light surged toward the old man with the bamboo hat. Around the sword of light, there was also a powerful spatial force. This sword of light was comparable to the sword of light that was at the initial stage of the heaven's origin creation realm. Wang Xian called it the Light Dragon Sword. The power of the Light Dragon Sword carried all the power in Wang Xian's body. This was an attack that belonged to two great Tao levels. It went straight for the figure with the bamboo hat. The speed was terrifying and the power was fierce. The eyes of the figure with the bamboo hat narrowed slightly. He quickly dodged to the side. Buzz! 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 When he dodged, Wang Xian locked onto him completely and charged over again. His speed was equally terrifying. The figure wearing the bamboo hat waved his arm, and a huge dark flag appeared in front of him. The figure of a terrifying monster appeared on the flag, and it covered a large area of Wang Xian. Covered the entire void. Bang! At this moment, the sword of light was still locked onto the figure with the bamboo hat under Wang Xian's control. It directly penetrated the terrifying demonic beast that flew out from the flag. Crack! Crack! Let's bathe in the divine dragon lightning. The energy in Wang Xian's body circulated crazily once again and transformed into the power of lightning, bathing the entire space in the lightning. One killer move after another. Damn it! Faced with Wang Xian's killer moves one after another, the figure wearing the bamboo hat was a little moved at this moment. Naturally, he still remembered Wang Xian. The last time they met, he left after giving a reprimand. This made the figure wearing the bamboo hat think that Wang Xian was just an ordinary Great Tao expert. Therefore, there was a huge commotion over here. It was suspected that there was a treasure. After he rushed over, he didn't pay too much attention to Wang Xian's warning. However, when he saw his opponent's killing moves that were getting more and more terrifying, his expression changed completely. He waved the flag in his hand and a terrifying phantom image of a monster appeared. This monster was behind him. It opened its huge mouth and directly swallowed the figure in the bamboo hat, completely protecting it. The sword of light landed on the head of this terrifying monster. Countless thunderbolts landed on its body. The entire phantom of the monster began to dissipate slowly, revealing the figure in the bamboo hat. However, it managed to fend off Wang Xian's 2 attacks. Roar! At this moment, Wang Xian had already arrived in front of him. Both parties were very close to each other. You are courting death. The figure in the bamboo hat was a little angry. Looking at Wang Xian, who was attacking him, he roared furiously. Being killed one after another made him angry. Evil spirit, kill him. He raised the flag in his hand. The flag emitted a glow and a terrifying evil spirit pounced on Wang Xian. The moment the evil spirit pounced on him, the figure in the bamboo hat waved his arm. Waves of energy and means entered the evil spirit's body directly. This made the evil spirit's aura even more terrifying. Buzz! Wang Xian stared at the figure in the bamboo hat. His eyes were filled with awe. The divination lamp appeared directly at his side. The strength of the figure in the bamboo hat appeared in his mind. It was comparable to a great Tao level, a control level, and a beginner level. This strength was similar to the strength of the king of the Void dynasty in the Void universe. How dare a dog like you act so presumptuously in front of me? Wang Xian stared at the figure in the bamboo hat. 2 streams of energy bloomed from his dragon horn and attacked the evil spirit directly. At the same time, numerous densely packed swords of light around him attacked him as well. Awe! The extremely powerful evil spirit let out a blood-curdling scream in the face of Wang Xian's attack. A mournful scream came out from his mouth. The energy in his body was slowly melting. Boom! Wang Xian swept his dragon tail across and landed heavily on the evil spirit. The evil spirit was somewhat illusory, as if it was going to disappear at any moment. It flew directly toward the figure in the bamboo hat. This fighting strength! The figure in the bamboo hat looked at Wang Xian's destructive power and saw that the evil spirit he released was defeated. An ugly expression appeared on his face. At this moment, he could also sense how strong Wang Xian was. He could also roughly estimate that Wang Xian's strength was at the level of 2 great Tao. He was no match for him. If he were to fight, he would not be able to gain the upper hand. If he were to fight for a long time, he would be injured and suffer some losses. 8-sided dragon pillar. Mighty heavenly dragon. The figure in the bamboo had had the intention to retreat. However, Wang Xian would not let him off so easily. Wang Xian did not have a good impression of this figure in the bamboo hat. He did not say anything about the last time. This time, he actually dared to offend him. He would have to pay a price. 8 terrifying dragon pillars surrounded him and sealed him in the middle. In the sky, an extremely huge divine dragon swooped down. Ha! At the same time, at the back, in the cross-shaped primordial spirit region, Song Ta and Old Man Jian came out with joyful expressions on their faces. However, the moment they came out, they sensed the battle ahead. The 2 of them focused their gaze and looked over immediately. Wang Xian is fighting against a powerhouse. Old Man Jian looked over and said immediately, "That is? It's that dog, the spirit needer. It's him." Song Ta landed on the figure in the bamboo hat that was surrounded by energy. His gaze focused as he spoke. Wang Xian is at the upper hand now. He has suppressed the spirit needer. Song Ta. Old Man Jian's gaze turned cold as he looked at Song Ta. Fuck! Song Ta did not hesitate at all. His eyes were filled with killing intent. With a move of his palm, a pagoda appeared in his hand. The pagoda rose straight up and released a terrifying energy. This was the power of the ultimate treasure of the heavens' origin. The pagoda enlarged and flew directly to the side of the mighty heavenly dragon. Old Man Jian closed his eyes slowly. His entire person had turned into an extremely terrifying demonic sword. In an instant, he disappeared. Brother Wang Xian, we are here to help you kill that evil sequence alignment spirit needer. Song Ta's figure moved and appeared above the pagoda as if he had teleported. He shouted at Wang Xian, "Song Ta, you are here too? And you, demonic sword, When the spirit Neater, who was surrounded by the 8 dragon pillars, heard Song Ta's voice and saw the pagoda that was the most precious treasure of the heaven's origin creation, his expression changed drastically. When he sensed Old Man Jian's aura again, his heart pounded violently and he roared, "Haha! It's me, your ancestor. I didn't expect that we would be able to catch you today. Haha!" Song Ta's eyes shone brightly. Evil sequence spirit Neater? Wang Xian heard their conversation and gained some understanding of the figure in the bamboo hat. His gaze focused and the powers of the 8 dragon pillars and the mighty heavenly dragon descended at the same time. Oh no! The spirit Neater revealed a panicked expression. He gritted his teeth and pressed his palms together. Palm of the gods, break the boundary and divide the spirit. He pressed his palms together, and it was as if there were countless gods contained within. He spread his hands open, and the countless gods attacked the 8-sided dragon pillar and the mighty heavenly dragon. In the next instant, the flag beside him included him as he fled downwards. Abyss gaze. At this moment, Old Man Jian appeared below him. He was like a sword, a terrifying demonic sword from the abyss. Old Man Jian was an extremely extreme and terrifying expert who had turned himself into a demonic sword. His strength was not weaker than the spirit Neater. An abyss seemed to have appeared below the spirit Neater, and this abyss was like a terrifying demonic sword. The abyss wanted to devour the spirit Neater and pierce through it. "Ha ha, spirit Neater, you have such a day." Above him, Song Ta laughed maniacally. The pagoda beneath him released a stream of power. A pagoda's phantom image covered him, as if it wanted to completely suppress him. Song Ta and Old Man Sword didn't expect to see the scene just as they flew out of the cross-shaped primordial spirit region. They were experts of the Justice Alliance, while the spirit Neater was an expert of the evil sequence. Moreover, the two sides had many conflicts. However, the difference in strength between them wasn't that great, and neither of them had gained any advantages. Now, they didn't expect to see the spirit Neater being suppressed and beaten as soon as they came out. They were shocked by Wang Xian's strength. Being able to suppress the spirit Neater meant that Wang Xian was stronger than them. This was an opportunity for Song Ta and Old Man Jian. With Wang Xian joining forces this time, the spirit Neater would definitely pay a heavy price. Damn it, since when did your Justice Alliance have such a strong expert? The spirit Neater's heart sank when he saw this scene, and he could not help but growl in a low voice. Hee hee. I'm not a member of the Justice Union. I met you not long ago and you told me to scram. I didn't hold it against you. Now that you're in my territory, you actually dare not scram when I tell you to scram. Dog. I thought that you were very strong. But this is just so-so. I wonder who gave you the confidence to be so arrogant. Wang Xian stared coldly at the spirit Neater. The mighty heavenly dragon and the 8 dragon pillars slowly disappeared under his strong resistance. However, at this moment, the spirit Neater would be facing the attacks of Song Ta and Geezer Jian. Wang Xian could also see that they were enemies. If there was a chance, the powerhouses from 2 different camps would definitely not let the other party off. Now, he was facing 3 great Dao-level powerhouses, especially since each of them was not weaker than him. In a 3 versus 1 situation, he could definitely kill them. Boom, 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 boom. While Wang Xian was speaking, 2 terrifying energies had already arrived in front of the spirit Neater. The attacks of the 2 powerhouses were almost fatal when the spirit Neater was not prepared. The spirit Neater's heart sank when he saw the 2 attacks. He moved his palm and a clay figurine appeared in his hand. Bang! Bang! All the attacks landed on his body, but the spirit Neater did not put up any resistance. The clay figurine in his hand collapsed and vanished into thin air. His original body was not injured at all. The damage was transferred. He transferred the fatal damage to the clay figurine. Hee hee, let me see how many trump cards you have. Wang Xian was not surprised by the trump cards of such a strong person. He also had a similar trump card in his hands. Wang Xian extended his dragon claw, which was condensed with 10 kinds of terrifying and vast energy. He clawed at the spiritual Neater. Haha, I want to see it too. Song Ta saw that he had used up a powerful treasure. He laughed out loud and continued to prepare for the second round of attack. The old man with the sword was also preparing for the second round of attack. They would launch a fatal attack the moment Wang Xian's attack landed. With the strength of the Spirit Needer, it was already very difficult for him to defend against Wang Xian's attack. In addition to the attacks from the two top-notch experts, he could only use his trump cards to defend or take it head-on. Every time, it was good to use up a powerful treasure like the clay figurine. Spirit waste. The Spirit Needer also realized this problem. He gritted his teeth and did not hesitate at all. He used his powerful escaping ability and his body turned illusory as he fled in all directions. Spirit Needer, have you forgotten me? The pagoda suppresses the void. Song Ta saw that the Spirit Needer wanted to escape, and his gaze focused. The entire pagoda shook slightly in the void. Buzz. In an instant, everything in the surroundings seemed to freeze. The illusory image of a pagoda enveloped the entire world. Even quicksand stopped moving. If he wanted to escape from this world, he needed to break through this pagoda. Embrace the abyss. Old Man Jian also let out a low growl. His body transformed into terrifying demonic swords. The demonic swords connected together and formed an abyss that enveloped the surroundings. Wang Xian's dragon claws continued to attack the illusionary figure of the Spirit Needer. Song Ta, the demon sword, and you. I will remember all of you. Just you wait. I will make all of you pay for everything that happened today. The Spirit Needer sensed the terrifying powers around him and roared with an extremely ugly expression. He knew that he was no match for Wang Xian and the rest who were working together. The longer the battle went on, the greater his losses would be. At this moment, he broke his wrist. The body of the Spirit Needer gradually solidified. However, he could sense that his life force and soul seemed to be draining away from his body. This move of his was suicide. Similarly, this move of his was also a form of escape. Haha, life disintegration. A strong man breaking his wrist, a Spirit Needer. Good move. Haha. Thank you for sending such a great gift. We will accept this great gift. Song Ta saw the pinching of the spiritual man's action and laughed out loud. He stopped his attack. The old sword man also stopped his attack. Ha! Wang Xian looked at this scene and revealed a surprised expression. Under his senses, the pinching of the spiritual man had abandoned his body. Half of his life force and soul were escaping into the distance. Don't you need to leave behind his escaping life force and soul? Wang Xian looked at Song Ta and the rest and asked. Ha, brother Wang Xian, there's no need. Song Ta laughed in excitement. This is a means of escape for the spiritual pinchman. Half of his life force and soul are escaping, leaving behind his body and the other half of his life force. If we stop his life force and soul from escaping, his body will explode. When the time comes, our harvest will not be as good as 1/10 of what we have now. Oh! Upon hearing his words, Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and watched as the life force and soul of the spiritual Needer disappeared rapidly. In the middle, there was a corpse. Although the corpse still contained a huge amount of life force, it was already dead in reality. It had already become an unconscious corpse. I really didn't expect it to be so detailed. Old Man Jian looked at the corpse with a glint in his eyes. Brother Wang Xian, how about we divide this corpse according to merit and strength? You were the one who discovered the Spirit Needer and you were the first to suppress it. Furthermore, your strength is the strongest. You will take half and we will split the other half. What do you think? Song Ta looked at the corpse of the Spirit Needer with a fiery gaze. He looked at Wang Xian and said, Of course. Wang Xian nodded and was in a great mood. Without Song Ta and Geezer Jian, it was impossible for him to make the Spirit Needer leave a corpse here. Although this was not a complete corpse of a great Tao-level powerhouse, it was equivalent to 70% of it. The energy contained in it was of great benefit to experts like Song Ta and Old Man Jian. In addition, he had left behind some treasures that had not been completely refined. The items that could be placed on the body of a great Tao-level expert were naturally valuable. This time, it was a huge gain for Wang Xian. Wang Xian's body moved and returned to his human form. He flew towards the corpse of the spiritual Needer. Song Ta and Old Man Jian also flew over. They were preparing to split this treasure. Hee hee. Let's see if there are any treasures in this dog's corpse. Song Ta flew to Wang Xian's side and said while staring at the corpse of the spirit-needing man with a fiery gaze, "Search it." Wang Xian smiled. Under his sensing, he took out a spatial treasure from the spirit-needing man's body. Then he opened it directly. Gone, there are so few treasures. There are only some fragments of the elemental god. There isn't even a heaven origin creation-level treasure. Song Ta couldn't help but grumble as he sensed the treasures inside. Wang Xian smiled. There were quite a number of treasures in the spiritual needer storage space. There were more than a dozen fragments of the elemental god. Their value wasn't low at all. There was also a recording tablet. It contained some divine herbs and divine fruits that were extremely useful to powerhouses in the heaven origin creation level. This was quite a lot of resources. However, Wang Xian and the rest were of a high level. Therefore, these treasures were not of much use to them. There were no unexpected surprises. Divide them according to their value. Wang Xian took out all the treasures and took out the recording tablet. When he sensed the contents on the recording tablet, he narrowed his eyes slightly. This is the recording tablet of the spiritual needer's creation of creatures. There are records of his research on creatures with 10 attributes on it. Wang Xian scanned through the huge amount of information on it and spoke to Old Man Song Pagoda Jian. "Oh, is that so?" Both Old Man Song Pagoda Jian and Old Man Song Pagoda Jian immediately looked over. The spiritual needer's specialty is to create powerful demonic spirits and powerful creatures. He once created a demonic spirit at the Heaven's Fate level. Old Man Sword said there's no record of him creating a demon spirit on this record tablet. There is only a record of him creating creatures. The spirit needer would not use a secret technique like creating a demon spirit on himself. I think he would imprint it in his mind. After all, this is his specialty. However, this guy's method of creating creatures is also very powerful. Song Ta nodded his head. Let's make a copy of this information. Each of us will get a copy. On it, we will create creatures with 10 attributes. It is used by this fellow to search for treasures in the cross-primordial spirit region. To a certain extent, the effect is better than us fishing. Wang Xian nodded his head. He was also very curious about the method of creating creatures with 10 attributes that the spirit needer used. He felt that this secret method should be of great benefit to him. Following that, Wang Xian looked at the position of his right arm. There was a creature hidden in his right arm. It was a creature that looked like a giant python. It was not dead yet. Instead, it was stored in his arm. The entire creature was very long. However, it only had the combat strength of an emperor god. I want to study the creature inside the corpse of the spiritual pinchman. Wang Xian spoke to Song Ta and Geezer Jian. No problem. It's just a small toy. Geezer Song Ta and Geezer Jian nodded nonchalantly. Following that, the three of them began to divide the corpse of the spiritual pinchman. According to the distribution of energy, Wang Xian took up half of it while the other half belonged to Song Ta and Geezer Jian. They also distributed the resources of the spirit needer. I still have 5 pieces of the God of Elements fragments here. I'll take one away first. There's also a fire attribute treasure. Song Ta took out the treasure that he obtained from the cross-shaped primordial spirit region and distributed it among them. The fire attribute treasure can be absorbed. It contains the good fortune of the fire attribute. There's a high possibility that it can allow a ruler at the peak of the realm to touch the good fortune of the Tianyuan realm. This fire attribute treasure is the most precious. Song Ta continued, holding the fire-type treasure. He said, there are not many fire-type treasures in my disciples' possession. If there is a need, the three of us will take out some elemental god fragments to exchange for them. If none of us want them, we will sell them at the market price. I want them. Wang Xian looked at the fire-type energy gem. His eyes sparkled as he immediately bought it. This fire elemental gemstone was worth a lot. It was a great fortune for a fire elemental master. At the moment, Wang Xian wanted to nurture some heaven origin powerhouses from the Dragon Palace. This gemstone was definitely a rare existence. Its value was even higher than 2 to 3 pieces of the God of Elements fragment. One must know that the value of the God of Elements fragment was not low. They might have obtained 5 pieces easily. However, this was due to the change in the riot zone, and Song Ta had discovered it by accident. In addition, in order to obtain these 5 pieces of God of Elements fragments, 3 existences at the level of the Great Tao were mobilized. This was especially so for Wang Xian, who was not an ordinary powerhouse at the level of the Great Tao. Haha, good. We have a good cooperation this time. After the 3 of them shared all the resources, Song Ta said loudly happily. Even the stern old sword who was in his sword form revealed a smile. The gains this time far exceeded the gains they had made in the past 30 to 40 billion years. If there's a chance, we can continue to work together. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. He was also very satisfied. This half-corpse of a spiritual needer was twice as much as what he had gained from hunting the space beasts in the universe. Haha, all right. Brother Wang Xian, your strength is stronger than all of us. If there's a chance, let's work together. The joint battle had also brought their relationship closer. I'll find a place to study something. We'll contact each other if there's anything. Wang Xian chatted with them for a while before leaving. He was prepared to study some methods to create creatures with 10 attributes. He wanted to see if he could gain anything from it. He's very strong. He's an existence that has reached the level of 2 great Taos. The energy in his body is also extremely abundant. Looking at the place where Wang Xian disappeared, Song Ta's eyes flickered as he spoke. His original form is not human. I wonder which universe he came from. Old Man Jian spoke. There are still many strong beings in the chaos. There isn't any strong killing intent from him. At the moment, he is still amiable. Song Ta nodded his head. At their level, there were some things that they had to pay attention to. Wang Xian did not continue to stay at the location of the cross-shaped primordial spirit. Instead, he flew towards the back. A few days later, he arrived at the path where there were no energy attacks. With a wave of his arm, a palace appeared there. Wang Xian stepped into the palace. It was easier for him to search for treasures in other places than in the region of the primordial spirit of the cross. Therefore, Wang Xian did not plan to stay there any longer. However, now that he had obtained the method to create 10 types of elemental creatures, he could do some research. If he could succeed in his research, Wang Xian could return to the region of the primordial spirit of the cross. After all, the level of the treasures in the cross primordial spirit was the highest. When he arrived at the palace, Wang Xian took out the recording tablet and read the records on it. The records on the tablet were the research process, research plan, and research direction of the spirit needer. Wang Xian could totally conduct research based on the records on it. Creation was very simple for an expert at Wang Xian's level. If they were willing, they could easily create a living being. If Wang Xian was serious, he could even create a disciple at the overlord level. It would not be a big problem for him to attempt to create a peak race. However, it was very easy to create a simple creation. It would not be so easy to create a special living being. This was especially so for a creature that had 10 attributes fused together. Such a creature was an existence as strong as the spirit needer. Experts at the Great Tao level focused on creating, but they still only created an existence at the Divine Emperor level. It was impossible to create a supremacy-level creature. To create a creature, one had to consider the creature's potential and lifespan. For a creature with 10 attributes fused together, survival and potential were a huge problem. This was related to the repulsion and fusion of the attributes. Wang Xian, a creature with 9 attributes fused together, was completely an accident in the chaos. Just like in Lai, he was an existence that was difficult to replicate. In the future, there would be repulsion and some fusion between attributes. For the 10 attributes, the problem of repulsion had to be solved first. Otherwise, even if it was created, this creature would not be able to survive for long. Wang Xian looked at the information recorded by the spirit needer and understood it bit by bit. Very soon, he realized that the early stage of creation was about the use of attributes. As for the aspect of flesh and blood, it was very simple for a heaven origin creator. Even for the soul, it was also very simple. The most important aspect was the attributes. The strong absorption of attribute power represented a creature's talent. Of course, there was also the bloodline power. The bloodline power was even simpler. When the spirit needer created a creature with 10 attributes, the most difficult problem was the fusion of 10 attributes. He could achieve the fusion of 5 elements, wind and thunder, and yin and yang. But he could not fuse the 5 elements, the wind and thunder, and the yin and yang. The power of space was fine, but space could contain everything. This was more of a fusion. But he could not do the other fusion methods. At the moment, he only used a special method to make the 10 elemental creatures he created have 10 attributes. And this method was the blood vessel. The spirit kneader had achieved the fusion of the 5 elements, wind, thunder, and yin-yang power, but the final fusion could not be achieved. So he separated these powers separately. He made the 5 elements power stored in a blood vessel, wind, thunder power stored in a blood vessel, and yin-yang power stored in a blood vessel. He made the body of this creature with the power of space. The most important point was that it used a kind of chaos gem as a transit. This chaos gem was obtained from the cross-shaped primordial spirit region. This kind of chaos gem was also unique to the cross-shaped primordial spirit region. It was called the cross-shaped chaos gem. The cross-shaped chaos gem was a perfect fusion of 10 types of energy. The spirit kneader could not fuse 10 types of attributes, so he used this chaos gem to place it into the body of a living creature as a transit. The energy from the blood vessels entered the chaos gem one by one before it was transferred. A living being with 10 attributes had been created here. However, this kind of living being had pseudo-10 attributes. It had a huge flaw and had no potential. Wuxia moved his palm and took out the 10 attributes living being created by the spirit kneader. He took out the 10 attributes of the chaos gem directly. If I can analyze the essence of this chaos gem, I might be able to create a perfect 10 elemental creature. However, it's obvious that I can't analyze this chaos gem. Wuxia looked at the chaos gem and began to study the creature at the side. Time passed little by little. Wuxia was completely immersed in the research of this creature. 10 million years, 20 million years, 50 million years passed very quickly. Wuxia had studied everything thoroughly and had a new research according to his own situation. At this moment, in front of him, there was a special divine dragon. 9 colored rays of light enveloped it. Its flesh and scales were emitting the power of space. The aura of this special divine dragon had reached the combat strength of the peak of the universe dominator. I'm still a little lacking. Using the power of my bloodline to create, I can indeed create creatures with 9 attributes. In addition, I can transform my flesh and blood into flesh and blood condensed from the power of space. The power of space was the body, while the other 9 attributes were the internal organs. Wuxia looked at the creature he created and mumbled. This was the result of his 50 million years of effort. Initially, Wuxia created according to the idea of the spirit kneader. However, he could not solve one thing, which was the fusion of the 9 attributes. Even though Wuxia had 9 attributes, he still could not create a creature that was the same as him. Subsequently, he changed his method and created the creature with his bloodline. The creature created by his bloodline naturally had its own characteristics. Hence, he created the divine dragon with the perfect fusion of 9 attributes. However, this was no longer a creation. More accurately, it was a clone of Wuxia himself. It was a forgery. Apart from that, Wuxia changed the body of the divine dragon that he created with the space attribute. There was another problem in the process. It was a problem of potential. The body could be created, but the divine dragon that he created could not be upgraded. This was because once he absorbed the 9 attributes, it was possible for his body to explode. Once he absorbed the space attribute, it was possible for him to suppress the 9 attributes in his body. In the end, this was not a complete creation. Fusing 10 attributes is simply too difficult. It's even impossible. I really don't know how this cross-chaos gem was formed. Wuxia shook his head. Looking at the results in front of him, a satisfied look appeared on his face. Although he could not cultivate, the combat strength of the creatures created had reached the peak of the Overlord realm. Such a creature with such strength entered the cross-shaped primordial spirit region. Although it could not be said to roam freely inside, it was still very safe as long as it did not encounter the whirlpool that he encountered last time. There was another point. It was not difficult for Wuxia to create such a creature now. Yes, let it enter the region of the primordial spirit of the cross. Perhaps I can obtain some treasures. Wuxia's eyes sparkled. He moved his body and kept the divine dragon that he created. Then, He flew toward the region of the primordial spirit of the cross again. Compared to the 10 types of celestial emperor-level creatures created by the Spirit Needer, Wuxia was much more powerful. It could be said that the 10 types of celestial emperor-level creatures could only move 1 meter in a minute in the area of the cross primordial spirit. However, the creatures created by Wuxia could move around 100 meters in a minute. If they didn't encounter any special circumstances, they could even search the entire area of the cross primordial spirit. Wuxia flew and arrived at the region of the cross primordial spirit once again. When he arrived at this region once again, he scanned his surroundings with a smile on his face. The last time, Wuxia could only stay in the region of the cross primordial spirit for 2 minutes even though he had 10 attributes and a disguise. Therefore, other than working with Old Man Song Tajian, he did not gain anything. This time, with the creation of the divine dragon with 10 attributes, Wuxia had a huge advantage in exploring the area. In the area of the cross primordial spirit, regardless of whether it was anglers or creatures with 10 attributes like the Spirit Needer, it was very difficult to explore the area of the cross primordial spirit. In the area of the other elemental gods, they could make the bait swim quickly. However, the energy here was complicated. It was impossible to move quickly. Wuxia stared at the spot in front of him. He circulated the energy around his body and put on a disguise of 10 attributes. Following that, Wuxia entered the area of the cross primordial spirit. Buzz! The moment he entered, waves of erosive energy came over and melted Wuxia's disguise. With a move of his palm, he released the divine dragon that he had created. This divine dragon with 10 attributes was similar to Wuxia's clone. His consciousness also belonged to Wuxia. When the divine dragon appeared here, Wuxia could feel that the surrounding energy with 10 attributes did not attack the divine dragon. This divine dragon clone with 10 attributes seemed to be a part of this place. In the region of the 10 elemental gods, all the attributes were entangled together. Wuxia controlled this 10 attribute divine dragon avatar and continuously circulated the energy in his body. In the yin-yang 5 elemental wind and thunder space, all kinds of energy circulated around his body. It was used to simulate the energy here so that he would not be attacked violently. Entanglement and entanglement were the main theme of this place. The energy that was entangled together no longer had a strong destructive force. Of course, there were also places that had yet to form a balance, forming a special vortex and a special collision. Wuxia's original body moved and flew to the position outside. After that, he focused his attention on his clone. The 10 elemental divine dragon swayed his body and scanned his surroundings. Then he began to move. Although the 10 attribute divine dragon was slightly weaker here, he was at least at the peak of the overlord realm. It was still possible for him to traverse through the area and guide the energy in the surrounding 1 meter. It was as though he had merged into the cross-shaped primordial spirit region. His pair of yin-yang dragon eyes scanned his surroundings. Search! Wuxia placed his target in the interior of the cross-shaped primordial spirit region. The location inside was a place where even great Dao-level powerhouses would find it difficult to enter. Even if great Dao-level powerhouses were fishing or were like the Spirit Needer, it would be difficult for them to enter the depths. They could only search at the edge of the cross-shaped primordial spirit region. Now, Wuxia was trying to wander into the depths. The speed of the 10 attribute divine dragons inside was not fast, but it was not slow either. They could move 100 meters per second. After all, it was more dangerous here. If the speed was too fast, something might happen. He moved and explored little by little. Time passed day by day. Buzz. 2 days later, Wuxia focused his gaze and stared at the spot in front of him. In front of him, there was a resplendent primal chaos stone that was emitting a blue glow. This primal chaos stone emitted an energy that made one's heart palpitate. The energy of the 10 attributes in the surroundings revolved around it continuously. It floated there quietly and was very dazzling. This is. Wuxia stared at this chaos gem and his eyes immediately lit up. His body moved and he flew over immediately. An extremely cold energy surged towards Wuxia. When he got closer, he could even feel a bone-piercing coldness. Damn! The energy of this chaos gem can actually cause my body of 10 attributes to collapse. This? Wuxia looked at the chaos gem in shock. This was a powerful treasure. It was like an extremely cold ice cube. A mutated water-type chaos gem should belong to the ice attribute. It had already surpassed the boundary of the peak of the ruler realm and had reached the heaven's origin level. The energy contained in this ice-type chaos gem was much more valuable than the elemental god and the fire-type gem that Song Ta had obtained previously. As expected of the cross-primordial spirit region, the core of the riot region, Wang Xian was a little excited. He extended his dragon claw and condensed 10 types of elemental energy on it before wrapping it around the ice attribute gem. When the energy wrapped around the GM, the wrapping energy was slowly frozen and dissipated rapidly. When Wang Xian saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. He hurriedly injected his energy and pulled the ice attribute gem towards the edge. The ice-attributed gemstone corroded the entangled energy while Wang Xian's 10-attributed divine dragon body continued to pour energy into it. Even so, Wang Xian had to take a break after moving it for dozens of kilometers to recover his energy and continue to pull it. It took him a full 5 hours to move it to the edge. Buzz. Wang Xian's original body jumped down and grabbed the ice-attributed gemstone. It was a gemstone that even a master at the peak of the Dominator realm could not touch. One could imagine how powerful it was. Wang Xian grabbed it in his hand and an icy force was transmitted. The icy force can be absorbed. It is a gemstone that can increase one's strength. Furthermore, it contains various powers of the icy force. One can comprehend the powers within. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. His disciple, Bei Shuang, was the frost divine dragon. Perhaps she could make use of this stone of ice to achieve a breakthrough in her strength. Wang Xian's heart was burning with passion. Bei Shuang was a mutated divine dragon. A mutated divine dragon indeed had a huge advantage. However, when one reached the peak of the Overlord realm, there was a huge flaw. That was, the difficulty of breaking through to the heaven's origin realm was 10 times that of an ordinary divine dragon. This was because she did not know how to cultivate anymore. She did not know where to go. Now that she had this gemstone, the chances of northern frost breaking through would increase by dozens of times. After all, this gemstone was too precious. The energy it contained was too strong. Moreover, if northern frost could break through, there was one benefit. It was that he could break through in the 9 origin universe. Although there were 9 slots in the 9 origin universe, anyone who could achieve a breakthrough with the wind and thunder attributes and the light and dark attributes could do so too. Not bad, not bad. I have gained so much in just 2 days. Let's continue. Wang Xian was in a great mood. He controlled the divine dragon with 10 attributes and flew into the 9 origin universe again. For the next period of time, Wang Xian stayed there quietly. Along with Wang Xian's exploration, he obtained the God of Elements fragments and gemstones one by one. The energy of the God of Elements lock fragments here was much higher than that of the God of Light and Dark Elements fragments. In just a few years, Wang Xian had obtained more than 30 God of Elements fragments. This was a huge number. It was also a terrifying resource. Wang Xian had stayed in the area of the cross-primordial spirit for a few years. During these few years, he had searched the surroundings thoroughly. He had even arrived in front of the God of Elements a few times. However, Wang Xian did not rashly approach the positions of the God of Elements. In these few years, he had reaped abnormally bountiful harvests. Basically, he had already explored the periphery of the cross-shaped primordial spirit region. He did not manage to get all the treasures. In this region, there were more than a dozen areas where energy collided. There were also treasures such as the fragments of the God of Elements in those areas. Moreover, there were quite a number of them. However, these were not places that Wang Xian could approach. As he was in a deeper position, Wang Xian could not approach them either. However, he had gained a lot this time. I have basically explored the outer perimeter. Should I go to the core to take a look? Wang Xian thought to himself. The location of the core was extremely risky. However, even if these 10 elemental dragons were to die, the loss would not be too great. Wang Xian made a prompt decision and immediately controlled the 10 elemental dragons to fly towards the core. He approached it little by little to avoid some chaotic energy. Very soon, an elemental god appeared in Wang Xian's line of sight. This was the elemental god of fire attribute, which was emitting a huge amount of fire attribute energy. Wang Xian could not get close to this elemental god. Once he got close to it, the blazing flames would burn it to ashes. After deviating from the elemental god of fire attribute, Wang Xian continued to fly in. That's the god of metal element over there. After avoiding the god of fire element, Wang Xian saw the god of metal element very quickly. The two god of elements were not close to each other. There were many terrifying impact zones in the middle of the two god of elements. The energy there was not completely fused. Flames and golden rays were extremely violent. Wang Xian searched for a few days before he found a relatively safe place and continued flying forward. After he passed through the area where the flames and golden rays were violent, he traveled for an hour. The scene in front of him shocked him. In front of him, there was an extremely calm sea surface. Yes, it was very calm and quiet. There was no energy fluctuation at all. The entire area, which was close to the elemental god, was the color of the elemental god. It was like the red color of the flames and the gold color of the metal attribute. The deeper one went the grayish color of the chaos. It was grayish, as if the apocalypse had not arrived yet. That grayish energy. Wang Xian looked at it and his face was filled with astonishment. He could vaguely see that the elemental gods in the distance were emitting a luster. The 10 elemental gods seemed to have completed a circle. In front of him was the center of the circle. It was a peaceful area. What's going on? Why is the center area so peaceful? Furthermore, it has formed a gray energy. This gray energy seems to have completely fused the 10 attributes together. Wang Xian thought to himself, although there were also 10 different attributes mixed together in the location outside. However, this kind of fusion was the kind where metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were separated. Various attributes were interwoven together. The location in front of him seemed to be more than just energy interweaving together. It seemed to be completely fused, forming a new type of energy. Wang Xian pondered in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he moved his body and continued flying in. His speed was very slow. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen. After flying for an hour, he finally arrived in front of the gray energy. Wang Xian extended his dragon claw and entered the gray energy. Buzz. A deathly stillness was felt. This feeling was somewhat similar. This is the feeling of entering the chaos before the apocalypse. Wang Xian thought to himself. The gray energy was filled with deathly stillness. He couldn't absorb any energy from it. Wang Xian extended his entire body into it. This feeling was exactly the same as when he entered the chaos back then. What's going on? 10 attributes fused together to form the deathly stillness energy of the chaos. Wang Xian's face was filled with astonishment. He moved his body and entered the dead energy. A powerhouse who was at the peak of the Dominator realm could enter this place. It was just that he couldn't live for too long. However, there was no problem for him to survive for a few years. Wang Xian entered the place and scanned his surroundings. It was gray and dead silent. There was no energy fluctuation at all. There was nothing in there either. He continued to fly deeper and deeper, wanting to explore this place. Everything in the core was full of astonishment. Could it be that the core of the cross-shaped primordial spirit region was like this? He kept driving and driving. Wang Xian felt that he had been driving for a very long time, but he still hadn't reached the end. This made him a little surprised. What was going on? For example, with the range of the 10 elemental gods, he should have reached the end long ago and flown to the position of the other elemental god. But now? Was it because of the spatial attribute of the elemental god that made this area look small, but there was a huge space inside? Wang Xian guessed as he continued to fly in. Following that, Wang Xian continued to fly forward. Year after year passed. Just when Wang Xian thought he couldn't fly to the end, something suddenly appeared in front of him. Wang Xian was shocked. There was a ball in Wang Xian's line of sight. The ball was about 10 meters in size. It was filled with the aura of death and vitality. This was a very peculiar feeling. Death and vitality were contained on the same item at the same time. Wang Xian's eyes glowed as he flew over immediately. To be able to exist in this space, it must be a rare and powerful treasure. It might even be in existence on the level of the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin. Wang Xian approached the ball and came to 100 meters away from it. He sized it up quietly. No matter what it is, I must get rid of it. Wang Xian couldn't figure out what was going on. He went straight to the ball and prepared to take it away. The dragon claw reached out and landed on it. However, in the next moment, Wang Xian felt an extremely powerful devouring force. This devouring force wanted to engulf him into the interior of the ball. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly and he hurriedly tried to defend himself. However, the devouring force of this sphere was too terrifying. It was not something that he, who was at the peak of the Dominator realm, could withstand. Buzz. In the next instant, Wang Xian felt his body being sucked into the sphere. Following that, his consciousness was slowly absorbed by the sphere as though he had fused with it. However, in less than 2 seconds, his consciousness was completely destroyed and he was dead. Wang Xian, who was outside the cross-primordial spirit region, sensed all of this and his gaze focused. Terrifying. A terrifying feeling spread throughout Wang Xian's entire body. When the divine dragon of the 10 attributes was strangely devoured and died, Wang Xian felt a faint palpitation in his heart. It was as if he was completely devoured. This feeling made him feel hopeless. What grade is this treasure? What is its use? Wang Xian revealed a look of astonishment. It was a treasure that existed at the core of the cross-primordial spirit region. A ball at the center of the 10 elemental gods. This was definitely an extremely powerful treasure. As he thought to himself, his eyes sparkled. Looking at the cross-primordial spirit region in front of him, Wang Xian was a little tempted. He estimated that the value of that ball should be more than a heaven origin treasure. The possibility is very high, Wang Xian mumbled. However, that place was too far away. Although the divine dragons with 10 attributes could approach it, they could not subdue it. Perhaps only Wang Xian himself could enter that place and obtain it. However, it was simply impossible for Wang Xian to enter it himself. Unless I can transform myself into a divine dragon with 10 attributes. Wang Xian thought to himself. This was not impossible. However, the risk of transforming himself was too great. Furthermore, the pain he would have to endure would be extremely terrifying. He had to transform himself into one with 10 different attributes. Firstly, he had to balance the energy of the 10 different attributes in his body. In other words, the energy would be equally powerful. Under such circumstances, he would need to remove the external items such as the Tai Chi Dragon Coiling Divine Sword, the Void Dragon Pool, and the Ancestral Tree. After removing these external items, Wang Xian's combat strength would be reduced by 6 people who had just entered the initial stage of the Heaven's Origin creation. In other words, it was equivalent to the strength of 12 people who had just entered the initial stage of the Heaven's Origin creation. Excluding the enhancement of the space attribute, Wang Xian's 9 attributes had already reached a balance. However, the space attribute was still a little stronger. This required Wang Xian to weaken the energy of the Void Dragon's body. It was equivalent to crippling his martial arts and lowering the level of the Void Dragon. There was another point. He had to rebuild his dragon body. Wang Xian's dragon body had flesh and blood. It was a fusion of 9 attributes. If he were to transform himself into 10 attributes, he would need to tear his flesh and turn the Void Dragon into his own flesh and blood. This way, with the space attribute as the shell and the other 9 attributes as the internal organs, the 10 attributes could be completely fused. As for the benefits of the fusion, apart from being able to enter the region of the cross-primordial spirit, there were no other benefits. On the contrary, there were disadvantages. On the contrary, his strength would be reduced. This was not worth it. Another important point was that Wang Xian did not know if he could still cultivate after transforming himself. This was very important. There's another way. Wang Xian stood there and said, there's another way. It's to temporarily transform your body into 10 different attributes. After that, you can commit suicide and revive without any injuries through the mother's womb fruit. This was indeed a method. If that treasure was really precious, Wang Xian could consider sacrificing 1 mother's womb fruit. Now 8 mother's womb fruits had matured. He gave Shaolan 1, the Unicorn Ox 1, the Heaven Bestowed 1, and 5 more. However, before that, I have to find out whether that item is a powerful treasure or not. Can I get it away? Wang Xian made up his mind and began to create a divine dragon with 10 attributes. He let Xiao Lan continue to explore the interior. He had to check the sphere. After all, the mother's womb fruit was too precious. One fruit was less than one fruit. Time passed little by little. The second divine dragon with 10 attributes was being created little by little. However, when Wang Xian was creating the second divine dragon, it was located in the region of the cross-shaped primordial spirit. One was wearing a bamboo hat while the other had an illusory black body. A figure with 2 antennae on his head and no eyes or nose came here. These 3 figures had a terrifying aura. There was no doubt that there would be no weaklings who could enter this region. It wouldn't be anyone below the level of the Great Tao. Heaven's duty, did you sense that fellow? The one wearing the black bamboo hat was naturally the Spirit Kneader. Ever since he was besieged by Wang Xian and the rest, the Spirit Kneader had abandoned half of his body and lost the treasures in his body. This made him extremely furious. While he was recuperating, he used all his strength to check the information of the person who claimed to be the Dragon King. In the end, according to the information he received, the Justice Sequence Alliance did not have this powerhouse. And based on his understanding of the Song Pagoda Sword Old Man, that Dragon King should have appeared recently. In other words, he was not a powerful expert of the Justice Sequence Alliance. However, he did not care whether the other party was from the Justice Sequence Alliance or not. How could he be willing to accept the fact that he had been harmed so badly by him? He had fought with the powerful experts of the Justice Sequence Alliance for so long, but he had never been so miserable. He had to take revenge. But it was easier said than done to take revenge on such experts. However, he still found 2 experts. By sensing the condition of his flesh and blood, he could lock onto the location of his target. Since he had given up his body, he would be divided among the 3 of them. He found a seer of the Evil Sequence Alliance in existence of the same level as the Great Tao, the divine duty, to help him lock onto the location of his body. As long as he could lock onto it, it would definitely be in the hands of his enemy. I've sensed the location of your body. I wonder if it's the Dragon King you're looking for. With antennae on top of his head and no face, Heaven's duty spoke out. Those 3 fellows will definitely split my body. Song Ta and that demonic sword are basically together. Have you only sensed one now? That guy might be the only one for a long time. The Spirit Kneader's eyes were filled with ruthlessness as he analyzed. Spirit Kneader, according to what you said, that Dragon King's strength is comparable to 2 Great Tao Realm experts. If we want to kill him, I'm afraid it won't be easy. The possibility of him escaping is very high. Tianji said. That's why I called the illusory realm brother over. When the time comes, we just need to send him directly into the Cross-Yuanshan region. He won't be able to come out. The Spirit Kneader sneered and said, the illusionary realm plus his weapon, coupled with my prophecy, can indeed work. Tianji nodded. Tianji, you lead the way, causing me to lose so much. I want his life. After killing him, you can trace back to the universe he's in. The Spirit Kneader said with a face full of killing intent. Tianji nodded, and very quickly looked in a direction, flying straight over. The Spirit Kneader and the other expert immediately followed. After flying for 5 days, Tianji waved his hand and pointed ahead. Even though we can't see or sense anything, it's just ahead. We can sense it within 10 breaths and the other party can sense us as well. Tianji said, each of you take a position and attack at the same time. That way he can escape. Skyjob, you and I will trap that fellow. Illusory realm, you will find an opportunity to send him into the cross-shaped primordial spirit zone. The Spirit Kneader stared at them and said, no problem. Skyjob and Illusory Realm nodded. They had been invited by the Spirit Kneader, so they were naturally prepared for everything. Let me predict it. The antennae on top of his head glowed as he spoke. Since it involved a heavenly Yuan creator who was stronger than him, he could only predict the insignificant problem. As for whether he could kill the Dragon King with his prediction, he couldn't predict it. The other party was too strong. If we go from this direction, the other party can't escape. Very soon, Heaven's duty planned out 3 positions and spoke to the illusionary realm of the Spirit Kneader. The 2 people from the illusionary realm of the Spirit Kneader nodded their heads. Their bodies moved and they immediately flew towards the 2 positions. Following that, the 3 of them surrounded Wang Xian at the same time. Their speed was very fast. After 10 breaths, they had already sensed Wang Xian's existence. However, at this moment Wang Xian, who was in front of the cross-shaped primordial spirit region, did not notice them immediately. Wang Xian focused his attention on creating the divine dragon with 10 attributes. Attack! At this moment, the spiritual leader and the rest sensed Wang Xian's location. Their eyes focused as they charged forward with killing intent. When the energy in their bodies rose, Wang Xian instantly sensed something. He turned around and immediately swept his gaze around. Damn you, you reptile! You actually dared to hurt me last time. This time, I will take your life. A cold voice filled with killing intent came from behind. When Wang Xian heard this voice, his gaze froze slightly. Spirit Neater. This fellow actually came to take revenge on him? His gaze immediately swept to 2 other places. He could sense that there were 2 existences at the Great Tao level there. Although their strength was inferior to his, Wang Xian was completely no match for the 3 of them working together. Run! Wang Xian did not hesitate and immediately prepared to escape. You want to escape? A cold expression appeared on the Spirit Neater's face. He waved his arm and countless dark shadows covered Wang Xian, sealing off all his positions. Void God Burial. Tianji stared at Wang Xian and shouted in a low voice. In the next moment, terrifying claws appeared beneath Wang Xian and clawed at him. When Wang Xian saw the sudden attack and entanglement, his eyes narrowed. Boom! He stomped his foot and a terrifying energy surged downwards. He waved his arm and turned it into a dragon claw. 9 types of elemental energy blasted forward. Dragon King, don't even think about escaping this time. Last time, you joined forces with the Song Pagoda Demon Sword to attack me. This time, I will make you pay 10 times the price. I will make you die here. The Spirit Neater roared with a cold face. Behind him, countless black shadows emerged. The black shadows attacked Wang Xian. They were densely packed and endless. The Spirit Neater unleashed all his strength without holding back. He wanted to leave Wang Xian here completely. He wanted to kill him completely. When Wang Xian saw the scene, his expression changed slightly. The strength of the Spirit Neater was not as strong as him. However, with the addition of another Great Tao expert, it would be difficult for Wang Xian to resist. Furthermore, there was another expert who had yet to make a move. Buzz! Without any hesitation, Wang Xian moved his palm and a fleeing treasure appeared in his hand. Wang Xian had many treasures that were used for escaping. All of them were obtained from the 6 Paths universe. He immediately opened a scroll. A wisp of energy enveloped him. Wang Xian saw that there was an additional path in front of him. This path led to an extremely far location. However, he was able to take a step forward. Illusory realm forbidden. Illusory realm illusory. However, at this moment, a cold voice was heard. Following that, Wang Xian saw that the path in front of him disappeared instantly as though it had never appeared. The scroll in his hand had lost its effect. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. However, a sense of crisis engulfed him immediately. His gaze was fixed in front of him, but he could not sense the location of the crisis. However, the crisis was still lingering in his heart. There was some kind of mysterious and strange attack that was attacking him. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. Without any hesitation, the energy in his entire body wrapped around his entire body. The Tai Chi dragon plate on his body transformed into a dragon cannon. With the support of various types of energy, it looked extremely heavy. It had an invincible defensive power. Buzz. In the next instant, Wang Xian sensed an energy coming from in front of him. This energy was extremely gentle, but it seemed to be enveloping the entire void around him. He was within this encirclement. As Wang Xian sensed this energy, he had a bad premonition in his heart. Buzz. At this moment, he could feel his body rushing down rapidly. This caused his expression to change slightly. He rushed up quickly. Suppress him. Tian Gong roared in a low voice. With a wave of his arm, a sword of judgment appeared above Wang Xian and pressed down on him directly. Die, 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 die. The Spirit Neater let out an excited roar. Countless phantoms were entangled in the void around Wang Xian. Along with the void and Wang Xian in the void, he was pulled down. In addition, there was a vast force in the sky. It wanted to suppress Wang Xian's body and make him fall into it. Wang Xian sensed the force and his expression changed slightly. He looked down and saw the area of the cross-primordial spirit. Are they trying to push themselves into the area of the cross-primordial spirit just to push themselves into it? What exactly are they trying to do to me? Wang Xian was bewildered. What the other party was doing was not something he could fight against. Although the current situation was better than the previous situation of the Spirit Needer, however, it wasn't much better. The opponent's attacks were very strange. Boom. In the next instant, Wang Xian's body was thrown into the cross-shaped primordial spirit zone. When Wang Xian entered the zone, the attacks of the Spirit Needer and the rest disappeared as well. He frowned slightly and didn't fly out immediately. Instead, he fled upwards. He moved his palm and created a space. The divination lamp appeared in front of him. At the same time, waves of energy simulated his surroundings, allowing him to stay in the cross-shaped primordial spirit region for a longer period of time. Buzz! A wave of energy was injected into the divination lamp. Divination. What would he encounter if he flew out of the cross-shaped primordial spirit region? Buzz buzz. The divination lamp emitted light and an image appeared. The moment he went out, he would be attacked by 3 terrifying attacks. Wang Xian looked at the scene and frowned slightly. He immediately flew into the distance. He's moving at this position. When Wang Xian was shuttling through the region of the cross-primordial spirit. At the position above, the Heaven's Duty tentacle emitted a luster as it spoke to the Spirit Needer and the illusory realm. When the Spirit Needer and the rest heard the words of Heaven's Duty, their bodies moved and they flew towards a certain location. At the position below, Wang Xian immediately changed his position after performing a divination through the divination lamp. The Spirit Needer and the rest had sent him into the region of the primordial spirit cross. It was obvious that they were going to deal a fatal blow the moment he came out. This was because it was extremely difficult for Wang Xian to dodge from the region of the primordial spirit cross. Therefore, this blow was almost guaranteed to hit him. It could cause him to be severely injured in an instant. It would be difficult for him to escape after being severely injured. Therefore, Wang Xian changed his location and flew out. When Wang Xian flew in the area of the cross-shaped primordial spirit for more than 20 seconds, he stopped. In the area of the cross-shaped primordial spirit, he couldn't sense the situation outside. Similarly, the Spirit Needer outside couldn't sense him inside either. However, Wang Xian still used the divination lamp to perform divination again in order to be careful. However, what made Wang Xian frown was that the divination lamp showed that he would still be attacked by a powerful force. What's going on? I will still be attacked if I leave this place. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. He moved his body and traveled for 30 seconds. He could only stay in the cross-shaped primordial spirit region for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, Wang Xian would be attacked by a terrifying force. He wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack for long. Buzz. After Wang Xian flew for 30 seconds, he took out the divination lamp and continued to perform divination. However, the result of the divination was that he would still be attacked. This made Wang Xian frown. They sent themselves into the region of the cross-shaped primordial spirit because they could lock onto themselves. Things are getting worse. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. The Spirit Needer and the rest wanted to kill him. Now he had a lot of treasures in his hands. Especially the body of the Spirit Needer. It was extremely valuable. If he were to die, these treasures would be gone too. This was something that Wang Xian found hard to accept. This place was too far away from the 9 origin universe. Furthermore, there was the energy interference from the region of the cross-shaped primordial spirit. He could not contact and lie at all. Wang Xian kept thinking in his mind. He flew in another direction for more than 10 seconds. Following that, his body moved and he flew out directly. His flying speed was very slow. He carefully poked his head out. Dragon King, you want to escape? Impossible. Today I will bury you here. TSK, TSK, TSK. I will make you pay 10 times the price. Just as he stuck his head out, 3 extremely terrifying attacks came at him. When Wang Xian saw the scene, his expression changed drastically. He immediately entered the cross-shaped primordial spirit region. Boom! A tremor came from above. Wang Xian's expression was a little ugly. Damn it, he has forced himself into a desperate situation. As Wang Xian spoke, his mind was spinning nonstop. Now, there was only one way. That Dragon King has entered the region of the primordial spirit of the cross. He should be able to guess that we can ambush him from the outside. Tian Dui spoke when he saw Wang Xian entering the region of the primordial spirit of the cross. This fellow probably doesn't want to leave his corpse to us. The illusory realm looked on and spoke as well. Wang Xian entered the region of the cross primordial spirit once again and didn't come out. This seemed very normal to them. This was because if he died in the region of the cross primordial spirit, at least his body and the treasures in his body couldn't be obtained by the enemy. If it were them, they would do the same. Kiki. In order to prevent any accidents, we have been guarding here for a period of time. The spirit leader spoke steadily. He wanted to ensure that the Dragon King was completely killed so that he could take revenge. Ah! At the same time, Wang Xian let out a painful scream in the area of the cross-shaped primordial spirit. Want to kill him? It wouldn't be that easy? Wang Xian wouldn't die if he were to need in the area of the cross-shaped primordial spirit. He could turn himself into a 10 attribute state. Although he had been hesitating about this matter and had not prepared for it. At this moment, Wang Xian had no choice but to take the step. He would forge himself into a state with 10 attributes to escape this crisis. Then, he would call and lie over and take away all the treasures in his hands. After that, he would enter the core of the cross primordial spirit. With this thought in mind, Wang Xian began to tear apart his physical body. Now, he couldn't hold on for much longer. He had to act as soon as possible. Tearing apart his flesh and blood piece by piece was an extremely painful thing. It wasn't just a matter of flesh and blood. He wanted to tear apart his body of the Void Dragon God. The energy contained in the body of the Void Dragon God was much more than that of the other attributes. Time is running out. Wang Xian could feel the surrounding energy attacking him. He had to resist it all the time. At this moment, he had to modify his body. It was too late for him. Damn it, I can't do it at all. I don't have enough time. Although Wang Xian had some confidence in modifying his body, he couldn't withstand the attack of the surrounding energy in such a short period of time. He gritted his teeth and took out a fruit. This was a wood-attributed fruit that contained a huge amount of vitality. This was a burning fruit. It was a fruit that was born from the heaven-bestowed ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin. There were only 8 fruits in total, and heaven bestowed one to him. The burning fruit could turn his surroundings into a forest. In this forest, all the trees could provide Wang Xian with a huge amount of vitality. As long as the forest was not destroyed, he would not die. During this period of time, any injuries that he suffered could be healed quickly. At this moment, Wang Xian could only take out the burning fruit. He could use the burning fruit to support himself for a while. Buzz! He swallowed the burning fruit directly into his stomach. At the position around him, trees were formed one by one. These trees helped him withstand the attacks of the elemental god's energy. He seized this time to quickly transform his body and tear it apart. The spatial attribute had the strongest wrapping effect, so he used space as his body. He used the other 9 attributes as his internal organs. This was the result of the research of the spirit leader. Now, Wang Xian was using it on his body. Intense pain was felt. Fortunately, he had the energy from burning the fruit, which reduced his pain by a lot. Burning the fruit can last for 1 minute. Wang Xian had a feeling in his heart. He quickly brought his body to a balanced state. His flesh and blood flowed into the surroundings and was quickly melted by the surrounding energy. Wang Xian's transformation was also carried out quickly. Intense pain was felt. Wang Xian's transformation had come to the final step. Due to his experience in transformation, his transformation time was not very long. Huff! 1 minute later, Wang Xian heaved a heavy sigh. The aura on his body had decreased by a lot. His strength had also decreased by a lot. However, at the same time, Wang Xian could feel that the attacks from the surrounding energy had also decreased by a lot. It's a little different from the divine dragons of the 10 attributes that I modified. The divine dragons of the 10 attributes will not be attacked by the surrounding energy. They will still be slowly corroded by the surrounding energy. Wang Xian looked at his body. He was much weaker now. He had kept all the treasures and did not integrate them into his body. It's because of the impurities. Although I placed the treasures in my storage space, in this space, the treasures in my storage space can still be sensed by the surrounding energy. If there are impurities, I will definitely be attacked. But the good thing is that the power of this attack is very weak. At most, it will be able to kill a beginner Tianyuan creator. It won't cause any fatal damage to me. Of course, if I enter the interior of the cross-shaped primordial spirit, I might not be able to hold on for long, he guessed in his heart. However, at this moment, he could move around at the edge of this place for a very long time. At least, he wouldn't encounter any life-threatening situations for a few years. Wang Xian began to restrain his mind and aura to the extreme. The energy in his body circulated. After the transformation, Wang Xian's aura had indeed changed. He dived deeper into the depths. How is it? Is that guy dead? At the same time, the spirit Neater, who was located at the top, stared at the area of the cross of primordial spirit. Seeing that Wang Xian did not appear again, he asked Tianji, who was at the side. The antennae on Tianji's head were emitting a luster as he was sensing his premonition bit by bit. The other party is very strong. I can't be sure, but what I can be sure of is that he is bleeding and is starting to get injured. Tianji replied. What about my body? Did you sense anything? The spirit Neater continued to ask. Under my sensing, that part of your body is falling downwards and entering deeper into the area of the cross-primordial spirit. The exact situation is unknown. Heaven's vocation continued to reply. He could make a prediction, but this kind of prediction was similar to the divination land. The powerful creature of the other party was not prepared for the prediction and could not even predict. Even Wang Xian could not get an accurate answer from Heaven's vocation's prediction. Has my body fallen deeper into the region? If that fellow is dead, it is possible that he would be sucked deeper into the region of the primordial spirit of the cross by the energy. The spirit Neater revealed a smile. Tiangong, let's wait here for a while longer. Tiangong nodded his head. He had no objections. Time ticked by and Wang Xian dived deeper into the region. When he sensed that the corrosion on him was getting stronger and stronger, he stopped and waited there quietly. The depth that Wang Xian was at was no longer something that other experts could explore. He had to be careful when he entered this place to prevent any accidents from happening. Time passed day by day. Soon, a few months had passed. Let's go. That fellow might be dead. It's impossible for a great Dao expert to stay in this place for so long. 3 months later, the spirit Neater opened his eyes and said with a smile, he should be dead. Tianju nodded at the side. Well, Tianju, tell me which universe that guy is in and where he is. I intercepted his energy at the beginning of the battle. The spirit Neater said with satisfaction and put a ball of energy in front of Tianju. He wanted to take revenge. Not just this time to destroy the Dragon King. He wanted to find his universe and destroy his universe. He wanted to make him pay 10 times or 100 times the price. Okay. Tianju nodded. If I use the tracking prophecy, it might not be very accurate to rely on this mass of energy alone. It doesn't matter. I believe in your strength, Tianju. The spirit Neater said with a smile. Tianju nodded. The mass of energy floated above his head and immediately began to predict. But soon he shook his head. No, I can't predict it at all, Tianji said with a solemn tone. What happened? How did it fail? The spirit Neater was slightly surprised. There are 2 possibilities. The first is that the planet where the Dragon King is too far away, so far away that I can't predict it at all. The second possibility is that this universe is very strong, so strong that I can't predict it. Tiandui said solemnly. However, I am more inclined to the second possibility. The second possibility? In a universe that you cannot predict, there should be at least 3 or 4 great Dao-level powerhouses guarding it, right? Then the Dragon King counts as 2. In other words, there might be 2 great Dao-level powerhouses in this universe. The spirit Neater's expression changed slightly as he spoke. Yes, at least 2 great Dao-level experts. Tiangong nodded. Spirit Neater, the universe that the Dragon King lives in is not simple. If you want revenge, I will not participate. If the universe he lives in is really so strong, I will not continue to take revenge. The spirit Neater said with an unsightly expression. A universe had the combat strength of about 4 great Tao levels. The strength of such a universe was already extremely terrifying. Even if he was an expert from the evil sequence faction, he wouldn't rashly provoke such a powerful universe. Then forget it. That Dragon King has already paid a terrible price. The illusory realm suggested from the side. The spirit Neater nodded with a solemn expression. Let's go back. The 3 of them moved and flew into the distance quickly. If Wuxia knew all of this, he wouldn't be surprised. The current strength of the 9-origin universe was indeed very strong. Other than himself, the Shadow Devil Emperor was also in existence at the Great Tao level. In addition, the 9-origin universe had many experts. The Elven Empress, Patriarch Xuanwu, and the Abyss Race's Patriarch, their combined strength was comparable to an existence at the Great Tao level. In addition, the Hetian Saint's combat strength in the 9-origin universe was also at the control level. With the 12 ancestral witches and 3 existences at the beginner level, he was comparable to an expert at the Heavenly Yuan creation level. The strength of the 9-origin universe was now comparable to 5 experts at the Great Tao level. It was impossible for him to predict such a powerful universe. The difference was too great. When the spirit Neater and the rest left, Wuxia was still waiting quietly in the area of the cross primordial spirit. Wuxia didn't know when the spirit Neater and the rest would leave. Therefore, he had been waiting in the region of the cross primordial spirit. He would use the divination lamp to perform divination from time to time to see if he would be attacked again. When he continued his 5th divination, he got a good result. Looks like they have left. Wuxia revealed a smile and heaved a sigh of relief. His body moved and he flew towards the location outside. Wuxia did not go to the core of the cross primordial spirit to look for the treasure immediately. In order to avoid any accidents, Wuxia had to make a trip back first. He asked Enlai to bring the treasures and resources he had to the Dragon Palace. He had too many resources and treasures in his hands now. He had obtained more than 30 God of Elements fragments in the cross primordial spirit region. Including the God of Elements fragments obtained from the spirit Neater and the others, he had more than 40 of them in his hands. In addition, he had to place the Tai Chi Dragon Disc in the Dragon Palace. This was because if he wanted to enter the core region, he couldn't have any impurities on his body. Otherwise, he would be attacked. After flying out of the cross-shaped primordial spirit area, Wuxia flew straight out. Although his strength was weaker now, it was not something that an ordinary Great Tao could contend against. Wuxia flew out of the chaotic area. Without the interference of this energy, Wuxia could vaguely contact the Dragon Palace through the ancestral tree. Then he summoned Enlai over. Dragon King. Not long after, Enlai came up to him and bowed respectfully. Yes, Enlai. Tell me to bring all these treasures to the Dragon Palace. I don't have time to go back for now. As for the treasures, I'll deal with them when I get back. Wuxia instructed Enlai. It's the Dragon King. Enlai nodded immediately and replied. After Wuxia gave all the treasures and resources to Enlai, he stepped into the area of the cross primordial spirit once again. Without all the treasures and resources, Wuxia was much weaker now. Fortunately, there was no problem for him to enter the area of the cross primordial spirit. When he came to the area of the cross primordial spirit again, Wuxia stared at it with anticipation in his eyes. He had paid a huge price to enter the cross-shaped primordial spirit region this time, although it was also because of the spirit Neater. However, after entering the core region, if Wuxia wanted to recover to his previous state, he would have to commit suicide and resurrect himself. This was because his current body was already fixed by himself. He could not cultivate nor could he recover to his previous state. He had to commit suicide and resurrect himself. With this thought in mind, Wuxia entered the area and swam towards that area. His speed was very fast. It was far from what the body of a 10-elemental divine dragon could compare to. The last time, I used the body of a 10-elemental divine dragon to search for treasures here. There were many treasures that I could not get my hands on in the area where the energy was unstable. This time, with my body, I should be able to get my hands on them. Also, according to Song Ta and the rest, There are supreme treasures of the heaven's origin. I didn't manage to find them last time. Should I look for them this time? Wang Xian thought to himself. A thoughtful look appeared on his face. This cross-shaped primordial spirit area was a huge treasure trove. If he could get his hands on all the treasures here, the resources would definitely be insane. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Xian put down the treasures temporarily. The most important thing now was to get his hands on the sphere at the core. After confirming the location in front of him, Wang Xian flew over quickly. It took him a long time to reach the place last time. This time, Wang Xian only used 1 day. This was because there were no impurities on Wang Xian's body. He wouldn't be attacked by the surrounding energy at all. Hovering beside an elemental god, Wang Xian looked at the chaotic region in front of him. Since Wang Xian came here in his true form, his perception of the surroundings was wider. He could see that the 10 elemental gods were in a circular shape around him. The elemental gods were releasing powerful elemental energy as they surged forward. One elemental god was like the source of a long river, flowing forward. The place where the 10 elemental gods' energy rivers intersected formed a chaotic region. Wang Xian moved his body and continued swimming forward. Soon, Wang Xian entered the place where the energy rivers intersected. Upon entering, Wang Xian had the exact same feeling as if he was staying in a chaotic space. What's going on? Why is the place where the 10 elemental gods' energy intersected a dead silence of chaos? Is it because the power of chaos is formed from the combination of 10 elemental energies? Or could it be that this chaotic region is caused by other reasons? The sphere in the core region. Wang Xian kept guessing in his heart. He looked at his surroundings and continued flying in. Half a day later, Wang Xian bumped into the sphere that he bumped into the last time. Looking at the sphere that was emitting a strange energy, his eyes sparkled. The ball, which was a fusion of life force and deathly stillness, was extremely unique and strange. This feeling was even more peculiar than when the two types of energy, light and darkness, were intertwined together. Wang Xian didn't move the ball immediately. This ball contained a strange energy. The last time he devoured the divine dragon with 10 attributes, Wang Xian had to deal with it carefully. In addition, he was prepared to completely explore this area. After sizing up the sphere for a while, Wang Xian continued to explore the surroundings. However, after exploring for a full 2 days, Wang Xian went through every part of this area. Apart from the sphere in the middle, he did not find any other items. This is the core of the cross-primordial spirit region, the core of the 10 elemental gods, and the core of the entire riot region. Wang Xian came to the front of the ball once again. His eyes were sparkling as he looked at the ball. What kind of existence was the core of everything? What kind of treasure was it? A treasure that surpassed the heaven's origin creation? If he were to obtain it, would he be able to possess invincible strength? Wang Xian had some anticipation in his heart. At the same time, he was also somewhat vigilant. He slowly approached the ball. When he was about 10 meters away from the ball, Wang Xian slowly extended his arm. His arm turned into a huge dragon claw and grabbed towards the ball. Buzz! When Wang Xian's dragon claw touched the ball, which had been in a peaceful state, suddenly trembled slightly. Following that, Wang Xian felt a terrifying suction force surging towards him. This suction force was extremely vast. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly, and he wanted to resist it. However, the strength of this suction force was far beyond his imagination. Buzz! Before Wang Xian could react, his entire body was pulled into the sphere. Roar! Roar! Wang Xian let out a low roar and transformed into the body of a divine dragon. However, his huge body was still useless. What a terrifying, attractive force! Wang Xian's body was sucked into the sphere rapidly. This caused his expression to change drastically. After transforming into the body of the divine dragon, Wang Xian's body was extremely huge. However, even so, he was instantly pulled into the interior of the sphere. What shocked Wang Xian was that the sphere actually wanted to completely devour and fuse Wang Xian. It wanted to devour his consciousness. This caused Wang Xian's expression to change drastically. He sensed that he had entered a pitch-black world. This world was filled with deathly silent energy. The entire world was incomparably vast and boundless. This was completely different from everything in the outside world. It was as though time had stopped inside. Wang Xian's consciousness was melted and fused by this space. He wanted to completely destroy it and make it a part of this place. Wang Xian's heart was beating violently as he urged all the energy in his body to resist. At the same time, his soul-stirring body emitted a luster. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Wang Xian roared with all his might. However, very soon, he felt that his body was disappearing bit by bit as he fused with the surrounding energy. This made Wang Xian a little scared. He mobilized all the energy in his body to resist. However, no matter how hard he tried to resist, he couldn't resist the melting of his body. He couldn't feel the pain in his body, but he could feel that his body was losing. Along with it was his soul. No, I can't be swallowed by this ball. Otherwise, all my efforts will go down the drain. Wang Xian's expression was extremely ugly. Once he was merged, he would die. This operation would fail. This caused him to suffer a huge loss. Moreover, at this moment his heart was palpitating. There was always a strong sense of danger. This sense of danger caused him to be horrified from the bottom of his heart. He felt that he was not truly dead when he was merged by this ball. Instead, he was merging with this ball. Merging did not mean that he would die. In that case, he might not be able to resurrect. This was an instinct that came from the depths of his heart. This instinct made him feel a little terrified. If he was really merged and survived in another way, it would be equivalent to his complete annihilation. It would be equivalent to the complete disappearance of the Dragon King. No, my consciousness cannot disappear. Otherwise, I might really die. Wang Xian did not expect to encounter such a situation. If he knew that there was such a risk, he would definitely not take it. At the same time, he was deeply shocked by this ball. The energy contained in this ball and the ability it displayed was too terrifying. It would assimilate you directly instead of destroying you completely. You were still alive, but it was equivalent to you being dead. Wang Xian took a deep breath. The energy wrapped around his remaining body and he wanted to fly out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, Wang Xian soon realized that he couldn't get out at all. It was as if the space was endless. This caused Wang Xian's expression to change drastically again. Ding! The system has detected that the host is encountering a huge crisis. Please separate your soul and enter the system Dragon Palace to avoid complete death. Ding! The system has detected that the host is encountering a huge crisis. Please separate your soul and enter the system Dragon Palace to avoid complete death. Just when Wang Xian was unable to escape from the space and was being melted bit by bit, the system's voice suddenly rang out. The Divine Dragon system was the cheat that allowed Wang Xian to grow so quickly. However, ever since Wang Xian became stronger and stronger, the system's role became less and less useful. This was because this system was created by the strongest person of the Divine Dragon clan in the past. He was not as strong as the current Wang Xian. Therefore, the system was now just a simple support. Regardless, this system was created by the Divine Dragon clan in the past. They perished together with the peak race of the Insect clan. It also had many unique features. Another point was that the system was connected to the Dragon Palace. Now, the system sensed Wang Xian's danger and forcefully connected to the Dragon Palace. When Wang Xian heard the system's voice, he quickly separated his consciousness. At this moment, he could sense the existence of the Dragon Palace. He quickly separated his soul and used the power of the system to open the passage to the Dragon Palace. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Such a long-distance teleportation caused the entire Dragon Palace to shake. The ancestral tree of the Dragon Palace shone with light, especially the branches of the soul-returning tree. The soul-returning fruits slowly withered, fell, and disappeared. A large number of soul-returning fruits died. Soon after, the maternal fruit above the ancestral tree began to fall. The fruits on top started to wither and dissipate. In just a few seconds, 3 mother embryo fruits had withered. At this moment, the connection between Wang Xian and the Dragon Palace was getting stronger. An invisible passageway seemed to have opened up. A wisp of Wang Xian's soul passed through this passageway and entered the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian's soul entered the Dragon Palace. He looked at the location of the passageway in horror. He could see that at the end of the passageway, most of his body was in an unfamiliar world. He was being absorbed by this world. That world seemed to be able to assimilate everything. Just when Wang Xian thought that he had escaped this calamity, the passageway opened by the system slowly turned gray. Wang Xian could sense that an energy was spreading towards the Dragon Palace through this passageway. What? Wang Xian was shocked when he saw this scene. A shocked expression appeared on his face. What was this? The energy in the sphere was spreading through the passageway opened by the system. Was it trying to assimilate the entire Dragon Palace? Was it trying to assimilate everything? His expression changed drastically. With a wave of his arm, a stream of energy entered the passageway. This stream of energy was quickly assimilated. When Wang Xian saw the scene, his expression changed drastically. The energy in the sphere was about to invade. It was like a universe that could devour everything and assimilate everything. Wang Xian's soul trembled slightly as he stared at it with an embarrassed expression. Huff! Huff! His breathing was rapid as he forced himself to calm down. He waved his arm and mobilized the energy of the Dragon Palace to enter the passageway in an attempt to block the passageway. However, when the energy entered the passageway, it was assimilated bit by bit. That's not right. The speed at which this sphere assimilates individual elemental energy is much slower. At this moment, Wang Xian suddenly noticed a problem. His gaze focused as he sensed that the body that was still in the sphere had exploded. Roar, roar, roar! Wang Xian's body that was in the sphere was directly divided into 10 divine dragons that were dripping with blood. They were divided into individual elemental beings. After the separation, Wang Xian immediately sensed that the speed of assimilation was reduced by dozens of times compared to before. However, it was still being assimilated. This won't do. Although the speed of my assimilation within the ball has decreased by a lot, and even though a portion of my soul has escaped, this strange ball has actually invaded through the passageway. Wang Xian's face was filled with shock. He didn't understand what kind of existence this ball was. How could it be so terrifying? The system had forcefully connected to the Dragon Palace and consumed a large number of fruits of the mother's womb. Only after consuming a large number of soul-returning embryo fruits did he manage to pull a portion of Wang Xian's soul over. However, this passageway had actually been invaded by the energy within this sphere. This strange sphere was like a bottomless pit, wanting to devour any kind of energy. It won't be long before the sphere can pass through this passageway and enter the Dragon Palace. At that time, the entire Dragon Palace will probably be devoured by it. Wang Xian's expression was a little awkward. He had never expected to encounter such a situation. He had actually suffered such a huge loss. I have to solve the problem at hand. Otherwise, the Dragon Palace will be in danger. Wang Xian looked at this scene with an extremely grave expression. The system's confrontation with the sphere was considered a failure. This sphere wanted to absorb all kinds of energy. Wang Xian's mind was constantly running as he pondered over the problem in front of him. At this moment, his gaze focused as his soul moved. He went straight to the teleportation formation. Although he only had one soul left, his strength could still burst out to the level of a ruler. In addition, with a wave of his arm, the 5 elements grinding Tai Chi dragon plate and the other treasures entered his body. Wang Xian teleported to the location of the Tree of Chaos through the teleportation formation. His expression turned fierce. Didn't you want to absorb energy? Couldn't you assimilate anything? Then try calling the Tree of Chaos. Wang Xian arrived at the location of the Tree of Chaos. Under his telepathic perception, a passageway immediately appeared in his chest. The passageway was gradually eroded. It would only take a few hours at most before it would invade. Wang Xian connected the tunnel to the Tree of Chaos and waited quietly. Time passed little by little. The invisible tunnel had been completely assimilated by the sphere. Following that, Wang Xian could sense a force of assimilation coming from the tunnel. He watched nervously. That was because he was not sure what would happen next. Buzz. However, at this moment, he could feel that the area where he was connected to the Tree of Chaos was yellowish. It seemed to have withered a little. The energy of the sphere is absorbing and assimilating the Tree of Chaos. Wang Xian's heart trembled. The tree of chaos was incomparably huge. It was able to stand in the midst of chaos. With such luxuriant foliage, it was simply an invincible existence. Its vitality was unimaginable. Now, it was being assimilated and absorbed rapidly. It was simply unimaginable. Moreover, the rate of absorption was extremely fast. Wuxia's body, which was located in the sphere, had been completely assimilated and absorbed within a few hours. One had to know that Wuxia's body was in existence at the Great Tao level. An expert at the Great Tao level was actually absorbed so quickly. This was simply terrifying to the extreme. Wuxia watched quietly as his eyes sparkled. Through the passage, the ball was absorbing the power of the Tree of Chaos. The Tree of Chaos had no consciousness and would not resist. It was just like an ordinary tree, allowing itself to be absorbed. Time passed day by day, day by day. Wuxia could no longer imagine how much energy the ball had absorbed. However, when he looked at the Tree of Chaos, the shock on his face could not be concealed. What happened? Why did the energy around the Tree of Chaos suddenly decrease by so much? Furthermore, look at the leaves of the Tree of Chaos. They are starting to turn yellow. What exactly happened? I don't know. Could it be that the Tree of Chaos can die of old age? However, isn't the rate of aging too fast? It's unbelievable. No way. The primal chaos tree can die of old age and wither. At the same time, around the primal chaos tree, countless disciples of great beings from the 9-origin universe were using the power of the primal chaos tree to cultivate. However, they suddenly sensed that the energy around the primal chaos tree was becoming thinner. They even saw that the primal chaos tree was starting to turn yellow and become old. This shocked all the powerful disciples. How was this possible? However, because they didn't know much about the Tree of Chaos, they didn't know the specific reason. Even the Hetion Saint from the 9-origin universe and the others had come to check on the change in the Tree of Chaos, but they didn't get any results. They didn't know much about the Tree of Chaos either. They didn't know if the Tree of Chaos would die of old age or wither. It's only been a few years, but the vast and mighty Tree of Chaos is actually beginning to wither. What the hell is this ball? How long is it going to absorb for? At this moment, Wuxia was also sensing everything with a shocked expression. The energy absorbed by this ball was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. Buzz buzz. Another few months passed. The Tree of Chaos was withering and the surrounding energy was becoming thinner and thinner. It was even inferior to some of the blessed lands in the 9-origin universe. Just when Wuxia thought that this ball was a bottomless pit, he suddenly saw the ball trembling. The ball, which was filled with dead silence and vitality, stopped absorbing. Rays of light kept flashing from the sphere. Wuxia stared at it carefully. This was the luster of attributes. It was the luster of 10 attributes. The luster lingered around the sphere for a few days before the luster gradually disappeared. The sphere returned to its original appearance. The difference was that when Wuxia looked at the sphere again, the feeling that made his heart palpitate had disappeared from the sphere. It was as though there was no danger at all. Wuxia looked at the ball through the passageway with an astonished expression on his face. What's the situation? Has the ball stabilized after absorbing the energy? Or has it reached some kind of balance that wouldn't be so dangerous? Wuxia's expression changed as he made a guess. He pondered for a moment before splitting his soul. Wuxia wanted to enter the sphere through the passageway. This sphere was too terrifying. The energy it absorbed was too terrifying. He had to investigate it thoroughly. Having lost a large number of treasures, Wuxia was not afraid that the soul that entered would be absorbed again. The split soul moved and entered the interior of the sphere through the passageway. In an instant, a special feeling was transmitted into Wuxia's mind. When he entered the sphere again, the feeling of assimilation and devouring had completely disappeared. Instead, there was a gentle feeling. Wuxia's mind stirred. At that instant, his soul came out of the sphere and entered the chaotic domain. The sphere was right in front of him. The ball had lost the palpitating energy from before. It looked much calmer now. Wuxia's soul fragment stood in front of the ball and sized it up curiously. Let's see if I can get it away. Wang Xian decided to study the ball carefully. The loss this time was too great. He had to retrieve it from the ball. Otherwise, he would suffer a huge loss. Wang Xian's soul fragment stretched out his arm and wrapped around the round ball. Buzz! To his surprise, this round ball could move him easily. This surprised Wang Xian. Prepare for research. Wang Xian thought to himself. A portion of the soul in the Tree of Chaos returned to the Dragon Palace. Following that, Wang Xian arrived at the ancestral tree and entered a mother's womb fruit. There were 8 mother's womb fruits that were originally ripe. Now, there were only 2 left. The other 3 were drained of their energy and withered. After entering the mother's womb fruit, Wang Xian's body slowly condensed. Gradually, his body recovered completely, including the body of the Void Dragon God. I used up 4 maternal fruits in one go. Wang Xian felt his heart ache. He moved his body and arrived at the location of the Tree of Chaos once again. Following that, he flew into the distance again. This round ball was a little strange and powerful. If Wang Xian wanted to study him, he naturally had to find a safe place, in order to prevent any accidents from happening. After flying into the chaotic void, Wang Xian's mind stirred. The current him had a passageway with the sphere. Wang Xian's soul fragment, which was beside the sphere, pulled the sphere and flew into the passageway. Crack! Crack! When he flew over with the sphere, Wang Xian could see that the passageway had started to collapse again. Following that, a sphere appeared in front of him. When the sphere arrived in front of Wang Xian, it seemed that there was no longer any danger. He sized up the ball that had cost him a lot. His eyes sparkled. Wang Xian stretched out his hand and injected a surge of energy into the ball. The ball did not react at all. This made him raise his eyebrows. It's not absorbing energy anymore. It seems that it's completely saturated. What is the use of this ball absorbing so much energy? Wang Xian said as he got closer. He studied it carefully, wanting to analyze it thoroughly. However, even with Wang Xian's powerful strength, he couldn't see through this ball. What is this thing? If I didn't see its power before, I would have thought that this is an ordinary chaos stone. Wang Xian frowned. He pondered for more than 10 minutes before a thought came to his mind. Wang Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Following that, the energy enveloped the ball and he was prepared to refine it. He was prepared to use the method of refining the treasure to refine this ball. Buzz! However, in the next moment it had a huge effect. When Wang Xian's spirit and blood landed on the ball, a stream of information appeared in Wang Xian's mind. Following that, an image appeared in Wang Xian's mind. The image was extremely shocking. It was as though the world had been split apart. In his mind, a sphere was suspended in the dead silence of the void. Suddenly, the entire sphere exploded and was divided into 10 pieces. Each piece contained a type of elemental energy. This was metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness, and space. The 10 pieces of energy were suspended in the void and began to collide with each other. The collision of the 10 elemental energies caused various scenes to appear in the surrounding void. Following that, some special energies were born around the 10 elemental energy stones. Various attributes were also born around them. For example, rocks, trees, meteorites, frost, and all sorts of special items. Following the continuous attacks of the 10 elemental energy stones, all sorts of items appeared. There were even planets being born. This seemed to be the beginning of the world. Wang Xian looked at the scene in his mind and his face was filled with shock. The ball exploded and was categorized into 10 attributes. When the 10 attributes collided, the universe was transformed into a galaxy. This? Primal Chaos Stone. Finally, a piece of information appeared in Wang Xian's mind. Primal Chaos Stone. This was the name of the ball. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the Primal Chaos Stone trembled slightly and flew directly into Wang Xian's body. Wang Xian did not panic at all as he watched. The Primal Chaos Stone had been refined by him initially. When the Primal Chaos Stone entered his body, it did not shrink to a certain part of his body. Instead, it completely fused with Wang Xian's body. However, Wang Xian could feel that this fusion was not a perfect fusion. It seemed to have only fused with 1/10,000th of his body. Ding, a powerful energy has been detected fusing with the host. The fusion rate is 1/10,000th. At this moment, the voice of the divine dragon system rang out once again, causing Wang Xian's eyes to flicker slightly. The primal chaos stone disappeared and fused with Wang Xian. He floated there quietly and felt the changes in his body. When the primal chaos stone entered his body, it did not increase Wang Xian's strength significantly. This was because Wang Xian was not able to completely control the primal chaos stone. He was only able to fuse with 1,000th of it. However, after fusing with 1,000th of it, Wang Xian had a hint of control over the primal chaos stone. With a move of his palm, the primal chaos stone appeared in front of him once again. Wang Xian stared at the primal chaos stone with his mind. The primal chaos stone opened an entrance that allowed people to enter. Wang Xian's body of the void divine dragon was separated from his body and entered the stone directly. After entering the primal chaos stone that was only 10 meters in size, the space inside was extremely huge. It was even boundless. Wang Xian sensed it quietly. With a move of his palm, he took out a piece of the God of Elements fragment and threw it into the hands of the void divine dragon. The body of the void divine dragon held this piece of the God of Elements fragment and activated the energy within to surround his body. Following that, Wang Xian had a strange feeling. He felt that time around him had become very, very slow. It was as if time had frozen. At the same time, the energy of the fragment of the God of Elements in his hand was also being consumed continuously. As Wang Xian sensed all of this, a fiery glow erupted from his eyes. This controls the flow of time? Wang Xian revealed a shocked expression. Even though he had some guesses in his heart, he was still extremely shocked after experiencing it. In the entire universe, there was only one person who was the most powerful and invincible: time. However, in this primal chaos stone, it could actually slow down time. This was simply unbelievable. The time in the primal chaos stone was different from the time in the outside world. As for the exact difference in the flow rate, Wang Xian still needed to conduct continuous experiments. However, just this point in the primal chaos stone was enough to shock him. If he could control time, he would be invincible. If I want to control time, I might have to fuse with the primal chaos gem 100%. Wang Xian was a little shocked. He didn't expect that this primal chaos stone would have such a powerful effect. Just by controlling time, it was an invincible existence. One had to know that in the universe, time couldn't be controlled. There was no such thing as the time attribute. If I can control time, I would be completely invincible. Wang Xian mumbled. Unfortunately, he couldn't control it at all. Although he could summon the primal chaos stone and allow people to enter the primal chaos stone, he needed to consume energy in order to change the flow of time. As for the exact amount of energy consumed and the difference between the flow of time in the primal chaos stone and the outside world, Wang Xian would have to slowly study it himself. In addition, Wang Xian felt that this primal chaos stone had other uses. He calmed his heart and studied it bit by bit. As time passed, Wang Xian had a thorough understanding of the ability of the entire primal chaos stone. Currently, the primal chaos stone could control the flow of the internal space. For example, under the consumption of energy, it could achieve a maximum of 1 day outside and 100 days inside. The flow rate was 1 to 100. This was the limit. Of course, under the circumstances of the limit, the consumption of energy would also increase. In addition, the primal chaos stone had another function. That was to conceal Wang Xian's strength. Wang Xian could hide his energy in the primal chaos stone and only reveal one attribute. If that was the case, anyone who saw him would only think that he was an expert at the peak of the Dominator realm. The effect of this ability to conceal one's strength was very terrifying. As long as Wang Xian did not reveal himself, the other experts would not be able to see it at all. It could be said that this was a powerful skill of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Other than these two effects, the primal chaos stone did not give Wang Xian any other abilities. This also made Wang Xian feel a little helpless. Speaking of which, these two abilities did not increase Wang Xian's strength at all. One had to know that he had suffered a huge loss this time. However, the future of the primal chaos stone was extremely terrifying in Wang Yun's eyes. It could even make him invincible. However, Wang Xian attempted to fuse it and discovered a situation. The more the primal chaos stone fused into his body, the more the energy in his body would change. This change was beneficial. This was because Wang Xian realized that with the birth of the primal chaos stone, there would be an additional type of energy in his body. This type of energy was exactly the same as the aura of the primal chaos stone. This was the energy of the fusion of 10 attributes. It was filled with vitality and deathly stillness. It was filled with strangeness. Wang Xian called this type of energy the power of chaos. The power of chaos was an energy that was obviously higher than any other attribute. Wang Xian was filled with anticipation towards this power of chaos. The speed of the fusion with the primal chaos stone was very slow. In fact, this fusion was not something that Wang Xian could decide. Instead, it was the primal chaos stone itself that was slowly fusing with its own body. Wang Xian did not know how long it would take for the complete fusion to be completed. However, no matter what, the harvest this time was still not bad. Wang Xian moved his body and arrived at the Tree of Chaos once again. Looking at the gigantic Tree of Chaos with yellow leaves growing out from it, Wang Xian was still extremely shocked. The primal chaos stone was too good at absorbing energy. In Wang Xian's opinion, the energy of the Tree of Chaos was hundreds of times more than the energy in his entire body combined. Even if his strength was equivalent to 2 great Tao levels, he could only cut off the branches of the Tree of Chaos. However, such a huge creature was actually withering to such an extent. It really shocked him. Dragon King. When Wang Xian arrived, he heard a voice. Following that, he saw the Shadow Devil Emperor flying over. Senior Shadow Devil Emperor. When Wang Xian saw him, he greeted him with a smile. Don't call me Senior. Dragon King, your current strength is already stronger than mine. Hee. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor smiled and looked at the Tree of Chaos. Dragon King, what do you think about this matter? I don't know either. I didn't expect it either. Wang Xian shook his head and said ambiguously. It was impossible for him to say that the Tree of Chaos's withering was related to him. That would be too shocking. There are too many mysteries in the chaos. The Tree of Chaos's withering is not a good thing for us. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor said. We can find some other cultivation grounds. Wang Xian's mind stirred as he spoke. Oh! When the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor heard Wang Xian's words, he looked at him in surprise. Dragon King, do you know of any other cultivation grounds? I know of one, but it needs to be built by myself. Moreover, it is not safe yet. If that place stabilizes, I will tell the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor about it. Wang Xian spoke and continued, this kind of place is not a secret place. Even the Justice Alliance knows about it. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor nodded. After chatting with the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor for a while, Wang Xian returned to the Dragon Palace. The withering of the Tree of Chaos made this place unsuitable for cultivation. The strong disciples of the 9 Origin universe had also returned to the universe. Naturally, all the disciples of the Dragon Palace had returned as well. Prime Minister Gue. Upon arriving at the Dragon Palace, the Dragon King transmitted his voice to Prime Minister Gue. Greetings, Dragon King. Soon, Prime Minister Gue flew over and greeted Wang Xian respectfully. Are there any disciples in the Dragon Palace who are on the verge of a breakthrough? Wang Xian asked Prime Minister Gue. Dragon King, the Dragon Palace has yet to produce disciples at this level. Currently, there are 68 disciples at the peak of the Dragon Palace's Overlord realm. Prime Minister Gui reported. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. He was prepared to nurture some disciples in the Heaven's Origin realm. Currently, Wang Xian had a lot of resources in his hands. Although he had lost a lot this time, his gains were equally terrifying. A fire elemental energy gem that could be absorbed. An ice elemental treasure. In addition, he had also obtained 3 other elemental treasures in the cross-shaped primordial spirit region. These gemstones were extremely useful for the cultivation of powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin blessed realm. In addition to these treasures, Wang Xian was prepared to use the primal chaos stones. He wanted them to cultivate in the primal chaos stones to increase their strength as soon as possible. One had to know that if one cultivated in the primal chaos stones and had sufficient energy, cultivating for 10 million years was equivalent to cultivating for 1 billion years. Give all these treasures to them. Let them use them for cultivation so that they can reach the bottleneck of breaking through as soon as possible. Wang Xian waved his arm and passed the precious energy gemstones to Prime Minister Gue. He asked him to distribute them to the disciples of the Dragon Palace who were at the peak of the Overlord realm. Yes. Prime Minister Gue replied immediately. Wang Xian sat there and pondered for a moment. Then, he prepared to go to the riot zone once again. Once there, he would train the disciples of the Dragon Palace well.